And I think this does have something of an input to what happened with the family. There was if you want to call it an entity, some people would say that it was that, or a demon, or a conjecture of the minds of the people there. But I do tend to think that when these things happen, it is a spirit of, well, it ties itself to individuals or things or places. And can they move about? Yes and no. And sometimes spirits are acclimated to one area and just hang out there. A house is built, there they are. And then we know that these principalities or powers or darkness that would be described in high places come to interact with humanity. They do occasionally. And sometimes they call them part of a possession of the person when he totally takes their mind, or it takes their mind and overrides them and begins to act through that body that it has taken. Other times it is like this. They like maybe to stir up actions and see where it goes. And in this case, whether this entity or spirit or demon had anything to do with this, no one can say definitely, oh, that was there, that happened. But they did know of the weakness of men and women and the fact that they are not trustful. And if you interject ideas and things to bring distrust, it can then expand based on the individual. If they're not trusting and they're not caring and not loving, it can grow. And it starts small, and it's a slowly expanding event, in my opinion. And hello, I'm Walter Bradley, and I'm here with Greg Fernandez. And we're talking about the Crowley family. And my input on this from the dealing with the paranormal entity is that it had an effect on this to some extent. Did it cause it, or did it cause the family to be done in this way? No, technically it did not do that. It was the action of David Crowley, maybe? Could it have been? There's questions. But in either case, the family that was killed and died was due to the actions of people, not a spirit. And wouldn't you agree with that, Greg?
Yes, because a spirit can't necessarily kill somebody. They can force somebody to kill themselves.
Right, and
but
they can.
Spirit, these demons, I should call them.
And they use the thoughts, as I told you before. They use the frequency. They can put thoughts in the head that are not the natural person's thoughts, but due to them dealing with the dark and opening a door to listening, they then interject darts or thoughts in the minds of people in the very voice of the person they're speaking about, and making them to understand or think the thought is theirs. I don't know if you believe that, but I believe those kinds of things can happen. And I've been challenged with that sometimes, with a thought that says, do this, ooh. And I'm thinking my own thoughts. It's kind of like my voice. You know, everybody recognizes the voice in their own mind, so to speak. And they kind of go, wow. And we hear that voice in our mind. And that may sound crazy, but it's true. And everybody that does it knows it. So these things input those. But it's a seed. That's all it is. It is a seed. And if that seed takes root, you got a problem, because it then begins influencing other thoughts and creating thoughts from ourselves, which are apart from the entity that just planted the seed. The entity isn't thinking these thoughts. He may encourage them, but he's not doing it. What is doing it is the natural man's soil and heart that are taking that seed and watering it, if you hear what I'm saying.
Dropping out?
Yeah, you were dropping out to where the words were fading as you were speaking.
Oh, great. Oh, that's the demons right there.
When
That's
you
all
were
that is.
expecting to speak that. So let me ask you to do this. Say that again.
Yeah, sure.
At least from our end, I was going, what? Well, it is interesting. The moment I was about to get online, the power blew up.
That was very creepy. Yeah.
And I was going, okay. It's not for today, Father. Gotcha. Well,
exactly.
There's interference coming, and we need to avoid that. Okay.
Yes, I was just trying to say that if your guard is down, if your spiritual guard goes down
by drugs,
things,
it could be drugs.
Yes, by drugs. Yes, it could be anything. That is real, and I do believe that could play a part. I don't believe that played a part in this case, because when they came out with the toxicology report, there was nothing weird in there. There was no drugs. There was nothing like that found. But the whole theory, even of this demon, even talking about it, it's something that you can never really prove. There's no way that cops or anybody are ever really going to prove that it was a demon that might have taken over somebody's body, or maybe a physical presence that killed all three of them. But it's going to be almost impossible to prove. What I find interesting is that this story was supposed to be in Eric Nelson's documentary, A Gray State, and it was taken out because it made David's wife look crazy. And there are certain people that are trying to make this into a pact theory, that David and his wife had a pact to kill themselves and kill their 5-year-old daughter. And the evidence is just not there. It's not there for that. It's not even there for David. They can't put the gun in David's hand. They claim David wrote 3 notes in 3 separate rooms. One was written in blood, in his wife's blood. Now, there's also the only other satanic, well, there's a few other satanic things in there too, I guess, but they had a Bohemian Grove statue. The Bohemian Grove owl statue was in David's house.
Ah,
I found that on. He's on his way. The trailer back in 2012 does really good. It's creating a lot of buzz. Up until his death, he was working on making this into a feature film first. Then they were going to turn it into a TV series. So the final goal was to turn this into a TV show, and they were working towards that up until David died.
Well, that's interesting. So, it goes back to the bamboozle issue.
Yes, it's very similar to the Phillip Marshall case.
and I was just thinking, I'm familiar with that case. We've talked about it, and I looked at that, and at that time, I played devil's advocate. I was saying, is it really what we think, or is it as it looks? But as I say, nothing is as it appears. And you have to find the facts to see if it's really true. And one of the things that really, when somebody wants to get away with something, they have to do 2 things. It's either 1 or 2. It's an accident or it's a suicide. It has to be engineered to work well in those 2 things. If they do it well enough, it can be a quote, unquote, open and shut case. And one of the things with David Crowley that's interesting is why kill? There's with a murder, and why would there be a pact between the 2? I want to know. Why would David and his wife Comel want to kill their daughter in a pact?
Now, they, as far as this presence, where that happened was at a different place, so it didn't happen at the same place they were killed.
That's key, because generally there are entities that follow families, which is considered like a generational thing. Whether they're always active, I don't think that's true.
At the very end, he was in line with a project that was budgeted for $30 million. So this project was budgeted for $30 million that they were still working on. Everything was still in progress. Yeah. But David had two other people helped him with this, and he had to get those 2 other people to sign off on it, to sign away their rights. One of them did, who was a soldier, a family friend that grew up with David Crowley. The other one didn't. It's hard for me to think
Mm.
If there was a presence, in this house, if there was something that followed them there, it's hard for me to think that it's not involved in this case somehow.
Well, it could have been, but like I say, because spirits can kill. Spirits can kill. They're real. They can, dependent on the amount of investiture the person has put into it, spirits can appear and appear as somebody or something, like this dark entity in the corner that the daughter was seeing, and then the mother. Did David ever see it? He was aware of it and was praying, so I assume he was a Christian.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you that too, because there's been questions of, was he a Christian? Was he not a Christian? Was he, kind of just a wavering Christian? But whatever he did, if this story is true, it just proves that how powerful the power of prayer is, and that's the only thing that really works. Was to say prayers. Do you have any idea what prayers he might have said, or maybe he was just reading random scriptures? I don't know.
It said he did some scripture reading in the room where the appearance was, and there's several scriptures that you can use. I don't know what his particular focus was, but it would have been those in which maybe the Savior would be present in the scripture, how he commanded them. And he may have said, in the name of Jesus. He may have used that, but he had to be careful. As you know me, even my niece, and I'm not going to mention her name, has had dark entities with red eyes. I speak to her in counsel. She was wanting me to come down there. There are physical altercations with these entities. They attack and pinch and hit. And I've talked with her with the counsel that I've given her, and it's decreased. And the counsel is always go in with the word, pray to the Father first, and then ask for the words to say, and then go in there not to confront them, but to just send them away, and that you do not want them to play here. You understand that they are people. They think just like you. They hear, they understand, perceive. And we must sit there, not consign them to hell. They know where they're going already. All you do is speak the command of, we don't want you here. And to deal with anything that might invite them in, stress of unbelief, anger, contention, like the whisperings in Comel stirred up what? She woke up and was angry at David. These are the things that often opportunities opened for evil to step in. Anger is a tool and a dart of the devil to divide. Now, David and his wife were found together in the same room, I take it then, as I looked at this.
Yeah, all three of them were, and right. David was found without his right hand. Camille was found without both of her hands, and the 5-year-old daughter was found without her whole right arm.
Oh, David didn't do that.
They were all shot. They were all shot. The wife was shot twice, front to back, left to right. The daughter was shot in the back of her ear, her right ear, and David, his whole head is gone.
So they blew it off.
They blew it off. So just the very back part of the skull was the only thing.
See, that's not a suicide.
Now they have a family dog. They had a family dog that they pretty much, the police and everybody, they're blaming the dog for the missing arms, for the missing hands, for the missing brain, for the missing heads. They're blaming the dog for all of that stuff.
That's possible. That's possible. And really, it makes it very easy to say. But did they find the arms? Was there any detritus? No. Because the dog would have been passing waste, they could have investigated and known whether that occurred fairly easily. And this doesn't sound like a murder-suicide to me.
No, it doesn't.
And there was notes, though, you said, one written in blood.
Okay, so 3 of them, right? So we have 3 notes written in
And
3
that
separate
last
places.
note was typed out.
And the last note was typed out, and it said, "I have loved you all with all of my heart." None of these notes are signed. None of it can be proven of who actually wrote it. But within 24 hours, they're already treating this as a double murder-suicide. But it gets even worse. They do not have the bullet. They leave that house with 6 bullet casings and 4 bullets.
But they lost 2.
They weren't even looking for 2. One of the other 2 rolls out of the carpet when the cleaners are cleaning up 1 day later, 2 days later. That bullet will be the bullet that they'll try to tie to the daughter. Then, check this out. 1 month later, they have to go back into the house and find the other bullet. There's a bullet hole in the living room ceiling leading to a bullet that they're going to try to tie to David, but they didn't see it. How could you miss a bullet? You've been in the house 2-3 times. There's no way that you miss a bullet hole in a crime scene right above your head. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
It seems like a lot of police agencies make a lot of mistakes when it comes to these
That's a big
crimes.
One.
And
yeah, that's a big one.
They come to quick conclusions in some of them. And it leads me to think, just like a lot of disappearances or bad endings in national forests or things, it seems that there's no answers to what really happened. And
Right.
in police work, this is more true than you see on television. In fact, anything you see on television is fantasy. Has nothing to do with the world we live in. That's how I look at TV. And police work especially. What you see is real is on the police cams and the police cameras that you see out there, sometimes just quick decisions that are wrong and some right. And with the David Crowley issue, this sounds like it could have been a murder made to look suicide, possibly. The thing that's curious is the time of death of each of the people. Was David the first to die? No, they seem to assume he was the last to die, based on what I see, because they assume or deduce that he killed him and killed himself. But his head was blown off. And so that says that he was shot in the head, and that was coming from behind, correct?
No, I think it would have been coming from in front of him, since
so
they
he
did
shot
the
himself.
back of his skull.
So he shot himself in the forehead, not in the temple.
The exit wound was on the left side of his skull.
Oh, so he did. It would be a temple shot then.
Right. Now, okay. David was actually right-handed. He was right-handed. His right hand was not there. The gun was found next to his left hand, very close to his left hand. That
doesn't make sense if a right-hander. Now, could the dog have, done something?
I moved the gun. They were there for 3 weeks.
Even if the dog would have eaten the hand, as they deduced in this case, they say, this doesn't add up too easily. And it seems like with Phillip Marshall and them, they're always working on something. And with a $30 million budget and going forward with it, what would be the gain of killing David and his family? Why not just David, in a sense? If there was a murder here, why the whole family, unless it was only made to look like a murder-suicide? And what issues were the family having to lead to this? He didn't seem like an unstable person, maybe. I don't know. Based on me reading things after that I had seen about the interview that you had done with the one friend, is that there was not a lot of animosity in the household or a lot of stress. And generally, a murder-suicide has some precedents that show up before this occurs. If there's
Right,
any
and those,
issue.
yeah, and those were talking points. So those were big talking points when this happened. Those were some of the major talking points. Well, they were having problems. They were fighting. She was going to leave him. They didn't have any money. They didn't have money. All of that turned out to not be true. So it gets even worse.
So they were expanding that to make it look like those were causes, but they were not.
Yes, they were not.
So that illustrates further that it might not have been really a murder-suicide, especially with the gun where they found it. That doesn't make sense. And the fact, and they couldn't take the gun, because if you kill somebody with the gun and want to make it look like a murder-suicide, you leave the gun there. But the prints weren't there. And did they have any prints? He was a former military, right?
Yes, he was.
His prints would be on record.
Mm-hmm.
And
correct.
that would be something to compare to the gun. But you said there was not any prints really on the gun that they found.
They did find a palm print, but they could not conclusively tie it to David. So they couldn't say that this was David's palm print. And, we're talking about 3 weeks with a gun that was probably lying in blood, with a dog that is tearing up the whole living room. Even if it's not eating the bodies, it's tearing other things up, pillows, things like that. So yeah, even if you add all of that in, it's like, why would anybody jump to the conclusion that, well, it must be David? And their final conclusion is that since they couldn't prove that it was anybody else, it has to be David.
And
that's their final conclusion. Yeah.
And that's the problem. It's inconclusive is really what they should say. And that opens the door that it was murder.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. They don't want to deal with that.
Why not? I mean, why wouldn't they? Wouldn't they want to solve the problem? Wouldn't all the good police want to actually figure out what happened here, solve it? I mean, we're talking about a 5-year-old child here. This is a serious thing. And I just can't believe how they treated this case, knowing that there was a 5-year-old child involved. It should have been treated a lot with just a lot of more care. That's the way that I see it. And I'm not a cop. I don't know what they do. I have no training, nothing like that. I'm just totally looking at this from, outside. But it just seems like, man, if this was my family, I would want to know what the heck happened here. What went on? And
the reality is, I don't think they finished the work on this. I think it's still really an open type case that deserves scrutiny because of the gun location, one. Because if he did shoot himself with the right hand, the gun could not end up at the left side of the body unless he had used his left hand. Possible. Just because you're right-handed doesn't mean you won't use your left hand, but it's highly unlikely. You usually will go with something more comfortable if you're doing the shooting. I can shoot with left or right. I'm left-handed, but I shoot with my right hand. So, but I can shoot with my left too. In that. The thing is, in these things, the fact that they had an entity presence, I don't think bears much on this case. A lot of people have these types of incidents, poltergeists, if you want to call them, or evil entities. They do exist. They do exert their presence at times. And I don't know, it could deal with the fact, and it's possible, but we don't have anything definitive because we don't know all he knew, all he was dealing with, the family members, the friends, and they were in this house for a year. Generally, they start with the spouse and work out with the friends, and were there any situations that he was involved in, especially with this movie, that may have brought this demise or murder. As I look at it, I look at it as more of a murder at this point than a suicide, because not all the evidence is pointing to a suicide. it's pointing to suicide murder. And the bullet hole in the wall means somebody was running or moving, and that bullet didn't hit its mark, or did it? They say it went. That bullet in the ceiling was attributed to who?
It was to David. Now, they didn't find blood on that bullet, but they found David's DNA, but not his blood. So,
well, there would have been blood with that. I mean, if it goes through blood and brain tissue, you're going to have some blood on it.
Well, then they only have 4 bullets, and yet they have 6 casings. It doesn't add up.
Well, then there's 2 bullets that are missing. That's what.
Well,
if
they were missing.
6 shots off,
they found them. They did find those bullets.
Yeah, right. You did say one rolled out, and the one was in the ceiling was the 2 extra.
Yeah, the one in the ceiling was the one that they found
and the one
1 month later.
Okay. So they found all 6 bullets.
They ended up finding all 6 bullets, but they had to go into the house 3 times within the span of a whole month.
Here's a question.
And the only reason that they went into the house that 3rd time was because they were told about that bullet in the ceiling, or else they would have never known, and the police would have never gone back there and found that bullet. It would have never happened.
How many members of the family were there? You had David.
This is a huge family.
His wife and his daughter. If he was going to kill his daughter and his wife and himself, he would only need 3 bullets. If he did it with, how did his wife die? She was shot where?
She was shot twice. She was shot on the side, and I believe she was shot in the back of the head. If I remember correctly. I have it here.
This sounds like there was movement of the family, and that's why that bullet, it suggests maybe that they were scrambling. I don't, if somebody comes at me with a gun, I'm dodging it. I'm trying to get away from them if I can't defend myself or I'm too far away. Don't know if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And there were several of the police reports talk about how they couldn't find any proof that anybody forced their way into this house. They're very clear to mention that, but they never talk about that. Just once or twice. It's only mentioned that the back door to this house was unlocked, and it was open 1/4 of an inch, but it was still open. And it's like, so why are you guys talking about anyone forcing their way into this house when there's an open door? It shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even be mentioned.
Well, the thing is, if you can pick a lock, you can make it look like it's unforced. That's easy. If you get lock picking, you can pick a lock. It doesn't take that. Or if you're somebody that is acquainted with them, you can actually unlock a door and set it up if you're going to do something like a killing. Like this, and make it look like a suicide, but it doesn't have the earmarks of a suicide.
No.
Suicide, you've got 3 people to kill. The husband would know how to kill his wife without, shooting her in the side, unless he was flipping out and crazy, and he doesn't sound like that, or that this happened. It sounds like there was somebody there handling the gun, but they were all aware, and I don't know if he subdued David first and then killed him in front of him and then shot him, which it could be that is a thing that comes to mind. And, he's tying up David. His wife comes in. Oops, shoot her, got her in the side. Oops, blow her head off. Oops, the kid's going. Catch her behind the ear. Boom, dead. I don't know.
But why take the hand? Why take off the hands? You know what I mean? Why that? And why is it on all 3 of them?
Well,
I don't know.
In some cultures in the Middle East and they would cut off the hands and feet
as punishment.
After kill them, cut off hands, feet, and kill them.
But there must have been certain things that they did that for, right? Like if you violated this or if you did that. We're talking about,
and maybe that's what this is being done, and it ties into the Middle East again with Allah Akbar, and so it's pointing that somebody could possibly have not a Muslim angle that could be there, put there to distract from the real perpetrator of this crime.
Right.
Someone would use Allahu Akbar because, one, right now, Muslims are highly noticed, and it's a news element quite often. And as you notice, it's kind of fading out, though. The war and all of that is fading. And anybody that puts Allahu Akbar on it and, praise Allah and giving homage to Allah is either that was a distraction to mislead police, or it's a Muslim. But a Muslim, why would he kill this family? As a tribute to Allah, they would claim it. Even, I did this. I did it to bring praise to Allah. They generally want to praise it. They'll give it a group name or something and hide behind it, maybe. But I seem to think that would be a distraction, not a reality. And did he know any Muslims? For a Muslim to take action, he would have to have offended one pretty seriously for him to come in and kill the family and then put that. That would be an action they took to, and is he in a Muslim predominant area? And the New World Order has been programmed by the UN to be going forward in about 12 years, I've heard. Whether that's true or not. But I've noticed in several things they're in groups of 12 years. We want to have global warming in control. Seems to tie together, I think. And I think the Agenda 21, those are not going to get met, and the UN is going to step in to say, we're going to do it to get it met, along with several other facets that will tie in, that will make it appear necessary that we have to unite under one leadership plan. Would you agree?
Yep, it's coming.
And I think that's what they're shooting for. And guess what? The alien revelation will be happening somewhat before that 12 years is up. Quote unquote aliens. I don't believe they're aliens. I know they're not. But they're going to say, as we're doing these more live connections to Mars and other areas of space, we're going to see discoveries that are going to be more and more pointing to live biological aliens. And one of these times we may see a face of an alien on one of these. And they said, we don't want to alarm anybody, but we think we have discovered life.
But even when she's talking about these demons, she's talking about this presence, she doesn't sound crazy. I don't believe she sounds crazy. She sounds like somebody who is not enthusiastic, but someone who is intrigued and wants to is someone who's curious. So if they dabble with something and they let something in, if somebody invited something in, that's what I'm worried about. And then all this crazy stuff happens. But the problem there is, why didn't the police use this? They didn't talk about any of this. Now, from what they said, they didn't know about any of the supernatural stuff. But they definitely, when this story first broke, they did not tell us about any reference to Muslims, the whole blood thing. They didn't tell us any of that stuff. So we had no idea that there was written in blood, there's anything written in blood. It was crazy. They tried to hide that, but once it came out, then they couldn't hide it. But I was like, well, why didn't they use that? If they were trying to make David Crowley look crazy, they could have used that to make him look crazy. And I don't understand why they didn't. So it's like a cover-up of a cover-up and more cover-ups, and it's
it might be a fear thing. They're afraid of what they're dealing with, something they don't understand themselves and can't address.
I can't blame them for that. I mean, it is crazy. Now, David's mom died about 5 to 8 months after that. David's mom died under strange circumstances too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was the issue there? Was it considered strange?
We didn't really. Yeah, we couldn't really find out much. It was hard to find out anything. Only family can really find that stuff out, I guess. But it was very, very quiet. All we know is that she died in her home. Suddenly. And I don't know. That to me was odd too, because she was like the only one who was actually raising questions. The only ones who had doubts on record. She did not think that David could do this by himself. And maybe that's where the pack theory started. I don't know. I remember it starting very early on, and it was just the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. But, so the mom dies. We're still trying to find out more. A little bit is leaking through, but we're not getting that much data on it yet. But that was a very strange one, too, because the timing, first of all, was just weird. And the fact that she was one of the only people that was questioning it, and one of the only people who would have had the power to fight it while this case was still open. So I don't know. That's all I know right now. David Crowley.
But the thing about it is, if you've done something and you want to eliminate all questions, you get rid of the people that are around it that are causing trouble or that do know something. And,
right.
The interview had that girl, she knew about the family. She was a friend, and she knew they were pretty close-knit, not a, monster family. They had their problems and arguments. But from what I was listening, I didn't, she seemed to be thinking that this was not, from my perspective, it would be that, no, I don't think David did that. Maybe she didn't present it that way, but in the back of her mind, it seemed like this was strange, that David would kill his daughter, a 5-year-old kid. How do you look at your daughter's head and think, I'm going to shoot her? You know, daddies and daughters, when you have a daughter, you think of protection. And and I don't see him blowing up after. There was no trigger that I can see or hear based on any evidence that I see. Except maybe if his wife was truly planning to leave him, that could be a trigger if he's unstable. But you said, when there was a demon and a presence and he felt off, he was praying. That solicits a different type of person than a reactionary person, an emotional person. He didn't sound like that. He sounded like one of self-control and discipline anyway, at least in the family issues and the issues of the house. So that lends another mark against the fact that it was a murder-suicide of which he was the murderer.
Right. Yeah, and they were young. They weren't even 30 yet. They were 28, 29. I mean, these were young kids.
Wow. And that and not that murderers can't be from that. We got to understand that, even children kill. I mean, young children. Evil is not restrained by age, as I have learned. Oh boy. But it's based on the stability and, the normalcy of that. They had disagreements, they had problems. I don't see where David would want to kill his wife. Now, the trigger was if his wife was truly wanting to leave him. Now, from the friend's perspective, I didn't hear that she was talking about it. Was that the truth?
That's some of the rumors. So there's different theories, and it kind of seems like when you follow that rumor back to the source, it does seem like it was all coming from just one source being fed out to different people to make it seem like multiple people thought that there was problems. But when we really look at just the facts and really try to ask people, okay, well, prove it, show us where there was problems, there's just nothing there.
Yeah, because there would have to be somebody that saw them or was aware of difficulties. Generally, a mother or family members would be aware around them of issues, and I don't guess that was there.
No, some of the most vocal people were the people that were tied to the Gray State Project that were being cut out. They seem to be the ones who were kind of pushing these weird theories, these weird things, all this stuff to just, and it just really seemed like you would have multiple people saying that David Crowley is guilty, but their theories are different. Their stories don't line up. That doesn't mean that they were killers or anything like that. I'm just saying it's been proven that these people have lied to us. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. It doesn't bode well for their views of the family. And
right. Now, you also have David's brother, because also found, when the bodies were found on the front doorstep, there were Christmas presents found, and there was a $14,000 check from David's dad that was also found there, left by David's brother. Now, first, David's brother said that he was there either on December 26th or December 27th, but he wasn't sure. In the police reports, it clearly states that David's brother was there on December 28th. He dropped off presents. He did not look through the window. He did not knock on the door because him and his brother were having problems. And so he did see the family dog through the window. He left the gifts there. He left the stuff there and then left. And that's it.
Why was it 3 weeks that people worried and went to check on him?
I don't know.
3 weeks. You know, when a couple of days go on, and if you're tight-knit enough, you go, well, I wonder if he's okay. I wonder what's going on. And that doesn't make sense that it was 3 weeks. It's like there was something that stalled people or stalled them going there. Was there anybody else involved that may have been giving, blocking messages or anything indicating that they were okay when they were dead?
Not that we know of. We know that David was working on rewriting his script, and when he does that, he obviously separates himself from people. He had already told his family that he wasn't going to go to their house on Christmas, so nobody was expecting to really see them except for the school where the daughter went. And the school made several calls when the daughter didn't show up, but that was really it. Nobody
and they didn't send anybody over there to talk with the family, obviously.
No, not in the 3 weeks. Now, maybe if 4 weeks had gone by, maybe they would have, but we just know that they were out. I'm not sure when the daughter was supposed to go back to school, but it had to have been sometime in January. The bodies are found on January 17th.
That's way too long for a school not to be involved with the kid missing all of that. That's another strange query. And why didn't they follow up there? If the client, your family is still there, and that's another weird one. Doesn't have any input too much because things go awry. But one of the things that could be part of this is somebody obviously wanted all of the family members dead. Who would be so angry as to want to kill a whole family would be a question that comes to my mind. Who would hate David Crowley so much that they would want to eliminate him completely? Or maybe they were trying to eliminate him and his wife came in, and then that meant get rid of her. Oops, and the daughter saw, oh no, well, we got to take this one out too. It almost, in that regard, comes across again, as I was saying, a type of killing in which eliminate the loose ends.
But why would the Apple Valley police, why would the investigators, I mean, at some level, not saying all of them, because I don't believe all of them are in on it or in on anything, but at some level, if there is a cover-up, they're a big part of this cover-up. So then it gets into the Masonic thing. For me personally, that was the first thing that I thought of, because we know how that stuff goes. I don't know if David was a Mason. I know I've seen photos of some of his friends, some of his questionable friends, that are going in that route now. A lot of strange things happened after David died that just raised a lot of more questions.
Well,
right after David died, his brother starts a GoFundMe account for Kamel's mom. Kamel's mom has cancer. He starts a GoFundMe account to raise $30 million or $60 million, some crazy, $6 million, whatever. The Kamel's family doesn't know about it. When they find out, they tell him, shut that thing down. He raises $8,000. And from what he said, I guess he gave it back to them, but just him doing that just made no sense. That's one thing. I got contacted by one of these friends, and he told me to stop asking questions, that this is not a road that I wanted to go down. And if I did, then I was going to have the Department of Homeland Security and the feds looking at me just for looking at this. I think it was just trying to scare me.
Well, then why would they be involved? And who was the caller that did this? Who was the caller that did that?
This was a guy named Sean Wright. Sean Wright,
got it. Okay.
Yeah. Now I had met Sean Wright. I never met him personally, but I had, he was a part of the We Are Change, and so somehow, we started talking. We chatted a couple times, but really we had maybe chatted 2 or 3 times before he called me and is telling me this. And I'm just like, okay, well, show me what proves David Crowley is guilty. And he's like, I can't show you. And I'm like, well, if you can't show me, then, why would I just think that David Crowley is guilty? And he's like, just trust me. When somebody says, just trust me, man, that's my trigger. That's my trigger right there. Exactly.
Well, no, that's a lie.
Yeah, exactly.
They're saying, I've got the info. You don't need it. Be quiet.
Pretty much. He was trying to contact David, and because David was also working, not only was he working on a fictional movie called Gray State, he was working on a documentary that would also coincide with this project. Sean Wright was part of that project.
David part of We Are Change?
David was not part of We Are Change. And around October, maybe even earlier, before he dies, he starts to distance himself from the same cast of characters. Now, they'll say that he distanced himself from them because he was going into a dark place, because he was planning this killing. He was planning on killing his wife, himself, and his daughter.
No,
I think
that wouldn't happen. If you're wanting to, no, he wouldn't do that. He's an intelligent Christian man, and I think that if you want to kill your people, you don't give any triggers to show that you're going to do anything. He would just do it if that was really what his problem was. And I don't think he was unstable like that to do that. I think he saw, or in his investigations, I think he found something, or there's an indication of something that had him going, no, I'm not going down that path, and caused him to distance himself. And these are people that are working on this project with him, right?
They're involved in it. Okay, so Sean Wright posted his phone number trying to reach David. He's desperately trying to reach David on Facebook. This is the same guy that, yes, on December 9th. Now, this is the same guy who said that he was David's right-hand man. If he's David's right-hand man,
Mr. Wright was part of it, right-hand, okay.
Yeah. So if he's so close with David, David should already have his number, but for some reason, Sean Wright posts his phone number in a comment section on Facebook that is public. That post, after David dies, that post is taken down. It's gone. Now, Sean Wright wanted to make sure that David cut things out of his film because those things would send Sean Wright to prison because he didn't pay his taxes. Sean Wright did end up having to pay tax. He didn't go to prison, but he did have to pay fines because he didn't pay his taxes.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
It's a weird thing. It's a spider web. So I'm just trying to find out who the spider is, you know.
Sean Wright seems he was really tight in this mix, and he's the one that warned you. That that's a double-edged sword, and it brings up the thing that I told people back in We Are Change and the meetings that we had. Believe me, if we get into this, there will be trouble. Sean Wright seems to represent that trouble, and maybe he was a plant on Mr. Crowley's little system and wanted to, end the production, so to speak, to keep it from airing. I don't know. But is Sean Wright that? Or is Sean Wright one of the representatives of those who wanted to shut it down? Maybe Homeland Security. There's a lot of people in government that doesn't want some of this stuff that we dig into or talk about produced or put out there for certain reasons. Maybe it's who it's connected to. Generally, that's the big one. Who, what, when, and where. And other reasons being that there are those who are in prominent positions who don't want to lose their power, too. Not so much money or anything like that, and they don't want to go to prison or end up on the case of being executed themselves. So the issue is, was this a government action? And like I said before, Congress can authorize certain ones to take government actions, and there's a handbook that goes with that, and there's a way and a protocol that goes with that, and there's some expectations that go with that. And when these things are executed, it is with impunity. The person doing it goes away or is taken care of in such a way as to not be indicted in any way for the matter. But to make it look like anybody else or a suicide, that gives them the ability to step away. And it almost sounds like this now. Now, that's just me throwing off an ad cuff, so to speak.
Right.
That sometimes it's Occam's razor, keeping it simple instead of complex. Somebody liked his movie who was working on it, passed on his other data to other deals, and they're saying, hey, we can't produce this because he's got the rights. He's going to know what happened, and you're tied to me, and I'm doing it. All of a sudden, he's going to know who did it. Could have been simple like that. Could have been Mr. Wright that was passing it on to other people, and they said, we need to deal with this. We need to make it, but you're taking from his stuff. We're going to get busted for this.
I think it's good to just kind of go through these different theories and just go through and kind of play it out of, okay, well, it could be this, could be that, because that's when you really start breaking it down to not what it could be, but then to what factual data there is.
Tied directly to what he was doing. And then you have this guy that comes in and adds extra information, Mr. Wright, and then is warning you. Well, who knows?
It's like he was I felt like he was trying to throw me off track in one sense, obviously. And a lot of things that happened after, I felt like it was meant to throw me off track, to get me to focus, to look over here, not look at the man behind the curtain.
Yeah,
that was my feeling.
Sounded like a scare tactic, not a reality.
Yes, correct.
And he's got to be careful doing things like that, speaking for people that he does not know, even if he's involved in interagency things. Even if they tell him to do that, they got to be careful they don't have him marked. Would not be a good thing for him. Especially if he is involved in something like this and has done anything. He's a loose end to them. possible.
Right.
But, you know, and being that he's done something like that, drawing attention to himself, there's two doubles on him there. And if I were in his position, I wouldn't do anything like that. I wouldn't warn you off. I would just give data that would make it appear something else versus being a scare tactic heavy, which is what he was trying to come off as. You know, if you're a Chihuahua, you don't try to act like a German Shepherd, is my motto. And I'm a Chihuahua. I'm not out there going, you know, we're each protected by the Father to the extent that we give him the glory and that we subscribe to him. If we start acting like him, like we're the heavyweight, he'll bring a heavyweight in to show what heavyweight is. And I think that Mr. Wright may have had some intent in scaring you off. Did you ask him why he was doing it?
Yes, I did, and it was just a BS answer. I think, you know, it was like he was helping me. He was trying to make it seem like he was helping me, but as soon as he realized that I wasn't going to back down, I was thinking, okay, as soon as he realizes that, I'm going to see a flip of a switch. This guy's going to go from nice to being nasty, and that's exactly what happened.
And that's a ploy. They try the nice tack, then they go, now I'm serious. Don't do this. Or you know what will happen is what they're indicating. And
right.
Like I said, when somebody does that, either he has it or he doesn't. That's something for him to think about. If he has it, then if he makes a threat, generally they give an admonition with the threat. An admonition is a physical presence of somebody or something or somewhere that indicates my threat is real. And I don't get that from Sean Wright. I don't get that. And I've had people threaten me who did have the weight to do it. And you have to listen to those people and give them credit where credit is due. And I had two men that visited me, I told you about, from the government that said, we have a problem with you in your past. And I listened and I gave them correct data, and then they left me alone. Because I'm not anti-government, but I am anti-evil in the government. I'm not against the NSA, but when they start doing things which are in opposition to the purpose they're there for, then they've got a problem. Then they have to worry about a lot more than poor little old me. And there's a lot of people in government that are watching them, the CIA, and they don't know who they are, but they're there. And they're ghosts, and they don't sit there and tell anybody. They don't do it because they're independents, but they'll click together occasionally. But those things they do not know. And the supporter of those is the one they don't want to face. And it's even Satan himself. Come on. And we know that the Father in heaven sets up governments, but people, use it to their own advantage at times and try to stop, revelation about something as simple as this little possible murder or suicide. And they want to keep it quiet, hush, hush. They have to understand there's something greater at work here than people. As we have to deal with principalities, powers, and darkness in high places, so do the darkness have to deal with it, the one who is over all the principalities, powers, and darkness in high places. They have to think in reverse a little bit sometimes and go, ooh, wait a minute. I too must be very cautious because I could end up where I think I'm putting somebody else, Sean Wright or anybody. You've had threats before, I know, like that. And where has it come to? Well, thankfully, prayerfully, and by the grace of the Most High, nothing has come of it. Now, when it comes to the point that the evildoers want to get rid of all Christians and all this investigation, they will come after us, and eventually they will succeed. They will remove us all. Then they'll think it's all happy and good. Unfortunately, that is when their defeat is most assured, in my opinion. But
Amen.
David Crowley in my impression, didn't commit suicide. Basically, by the fact that his wife was shot twice, his daughter once. Now, how many times was he shot?
He was shot once. As far as, as far as they can tell, there's
So there wasn't a double shot with him. And the fact of the matter that his wife had 2 shots isn't, to me, evidence that no, it wasn't the husband. If the husband wants to kill the wife, he gets her in a lone spot very gently, quietly, and then boof, she doesn't know what hit her.
Yeah, she was shot left to right, back to front.
That doesn't indicate the husband did it. The husband would do it one shot without her knowing what was coming, out of respect. That's my wife. I don't want to shoot, unless they had a real big bad armament and he just blew up and then started shooting. And like I say, I don't see that in him, based on his demeanor at this point, that I can persist and look at.
Is it possible that he did shoot her from the back, right, back to front, and then she did not die from a hollow point bullet, which seems kind of crazy, and then he shot her a second time on the side?
Possibly, but I don't think, like I say, that he would do it that way, unless he was in a snapped mental state that he just cracked. And that can happen. And he just goes up and shoots her and goes, up. And she's standing there and going, what are you doing? Stop. What? Get me to a hospital. And goes, boom. I really don't see David Crowley as the threat here. The daughter was shot from behind at the right ear. His wife was shot in the back of the head and in the side. Somebody came in on the wife, and she turned around on the aim on it, and he shot her, get her attention, and finished her off. That to me sounds like somebody that stepped in and not the husband. And then to make it look like the husband, they blow his brains out and drop the gun, but they just don't put it in the right spot. And they just kind of get out there and think it's there, that would indicate, but does not. Kind of like they're sloppy. This, to me, seems like a sloppy hit, in my opinion, that could have been the reality, versus David Crowley. I don't think he had anything to do with this, in my estimation. And that the person may have been a professional, but made it look sloppy for his purposes. So it didn't look like a professional hit. So you can go, well, this is not professional. Sometimes professionals do sloppy things just to throw the off. If it's professional, they know where to look, correct? If it is shaded a little bit, then it can't be definitely said it was a professional hit. So then, with Phillip Marshall, I could say that was a professional hit. Based on what I saw, if it was done, headshots and disappear with the door open, boom. How are you going to, and no prints, nothing but his, and it appears that it's him. Why was the back door open? Who knows? But that would appear to be a professional hit, in my opinion. But then maybe not. But that would be an appearance from my perspective. And then again, could the Phillip Marshall case and this be tied together, in which it could be the same person? Well, if it's professionally done, and they don't have a whole list of hitmen. There's a few, very few, in my opinion. And if they want somebody hit, they pass it out and see who's the best qualified to nail it. And there's similarities between the Phillip Marshall case and this one, in that the family is killed. The dog didn't die in this one, which is interesting. Maybe it was useful to leave the dog alive for purposes of helping cover the issue.
Pretty much. You can blame the dog for everything.
And it can look like, well, the dog takes care of some of the evidence. And so was his food and water still in place? Did they look at that? Because if I was wanting that, I'd take away or I'd make it look like the food dish was empty and the water gone. Eventually that would happen anyway. and they wouldn't have to do anything, but they could just kind of empty the food away, empty the water. Nobody would know they had done that. And that dog would have gotten hungry quicker. And then, well, there's fresh meat on the floor based on the killer's thoughts on it.
Right.
But in the whole mess here, I think that the entity aspect, I think, was a reality, especially to Camille and her daughter. David, it was a reality to him because he was aware of it. So the real aspect that comes to mind is like the Mothman thing. It appears and then trouble comes. And, you know, entities work with people. Definitely. Principalities, powers, and darkness in high places. And brings about these things. But who's in charge of that? The Father. We have to understand that. No, is he the father of the idea of killing innocent people? No. But we live in a world where evil does evil and he does good. And we are to represent the light and bring light to the evil, which you're making your effort to bring it to this situation. May the Father in heaven do that. Sean Wright is working to suppress what you're doing. I don't know why. Because he's of the darkness? Yeah, could be. Was he trying to protect you? Could be. Or is he in trouble himself? Could be. I'm not going to speak against Sean Wright and say, you're a dead man. What are you doing? But he should ask himself the question, when I make a threat, can I make it valid? Or is it invalidated if I am not truly able to engage and affect that which I have just spoken? If you speak a lie, that can come back and bite you. And that would be my perspective on anybody from his position. Because he must be in a position of, one, he's either tied in or he's untied, as we say. As I said, either tied in or oops, they're untied. I don't know which Mr. Wright is. And like I said, based on your faith and the fact that you're seeking truth, you know, no government is protected from judgment. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
And no person who threatens the people of the Father, if they're just doing their thing, exposing, without saying it's the government. It's not always the government. It's factions within it that are using power under cover of authority. They have to understand the reality is they can be hobbled or they can be removed themselves by things they can't even imagine. Not entities or spirits getting them or God's going to get them. It's just by their own actions and doing what they're doing, they put themselves in the position of being eliminated by their own error, if you follow what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's many that do that. And I've dealt with people in the military, and they say you have to keep it tight and right. If you start speculating or throwing your weight around, that weight comes right back at you, is what they said. And you got to go
Well said.
Yep. And so, you know, be prayerful for Sean Wright. We are to pray for those who spitefully use us and threaten us with death, harm, and damnation. You know, because they're made in the Spirit's image of the Most High. So I pray for Sean Wright that peace be upon him. And if not, let it return to you and I. You know, we're not out to kill him. We're just out here in times forming opinions about things because we don't have many facts. And the facts we do have lead to suppositions that could be true. But the problem is what they want is they don't want us to bring up a supposition which is right on track and have that expanded by others, which they know that does happen. So I don't fear, you know, him. You know, I don't fear Satan, but I've dealt with things that, you know, bring me pause many times. And, you know, can Satan appear in various forms and scare the crap out of you? Oh, I'm sure he can. He's very subtle, and he doesn't do it a blaring in your face thing. He makes it in the shadows, something you see out of the corner of your eye, or something, and let your mind bring it to the fore. And we humans are so good at that, based on our fears or troubles. And blowing something out of proportion is a human normality, I think. And so we got to be careful here, even with supposing and looking at these facts that we do have, not to deduce something that, with all intents and purposes, is just not true. Evidence indicates 3 people died by one gun, which was not in a position indicating suicide. That's what I deduced, which then indicates, with other evidence that I see, that it was somebody else who made it to be like a suicide, but it doesn't really fit suicide. Because if David Crowley wanted them dead, he could have done it so much simpler, so much easier. And if you want to kill somebody, if you do it, you put your daughter to bed, or you come up behind her gently, hi, honey, boom, dead. Oh, and the wife comes, oh, I saw that, boom. Oh, and then shoots her. There's that scenario. You know, she sees him shoot their daughter, and then she goes, what are you doing? Shoots her, as you were saying, and then shoots her in the head and then kills himself. But again, the gun does not support that. The gun does not support that. Again, it falls to that evidence being where it is not possible that it is a suicide. Unless they come up with the magic, bullet theory like they did with Kennedy, which is ridiculous. So the reality is these people were murdered. And there needs to be an investigation as who benefited. Somebody in their project, a $33 million project, yeah, somebody wanted that. And I think that it comes from that angle and would need to be investigated to put that out. So somebody in that movie project had more into this, and they wanted David out of the way, in my opinion.
That could be, and that's what we're here. We're going to keep researching and keep, going down every avenue until we figure out what really happened with this case.
True, and they say that there was no forced entry. Doesn't mean it was somebody they knew always. People are able to get into houses without forcing it, especially professionals. Right. Professionals get in and they watch to see the appropriate time to get in when there's little activity. And they can wait hours or days sometimes to get the right opportunity. They can be within the home, hidden, very carefully, and know when to act. Maybe that's what happened, and he got caught and had shot the girl, shot the wife, and David runs in there, he finishes her off and gets her. Hey, I don't know. There's, 1,000 different scenarios that could fit how it happened. But the one problem, it comes back to that gun laying on his left side behind him. Was it behind his left hand?
No, it was actually a little bit underneath his left hand. Now, David was also, his arms were spread out in a crucifix.
Oh,
so they were completely spread out. They were straight out, and the gun was a little bit south of his left hand.
That's
his left hand. Yeah, it's weird. If you want to see it, I can send you a picture of his left hand.
There's the key. Nobody who shoots himself falls like that.
Right, and on his left hand, there's nowhere that it looks like where maybe the dog might have moved the hand or stretched it out there, because we do have a couple images of the left hand, and it doesn't. You can totally tell. There's no dog that has been on it.
Definitely, this is a murder. Already know the conclusion now. This was a murder. The bodies were staged or made to, and based on the lividity and pools of blood, they may have been killed somewhere else. But does it look like they were killed in place where their bodies fell?
Yeah. To me, yes. To other people, no.
What did other people's disagreement come from?
They think maybe they were killed somewhere else, maybe in some other room, and that's why there's not that much blood in that
Okay, if
living
there's
room.
not that much blood, if you blow somebody's head about, you know you're going to get a lot of blood. Somebody, you blow their ear, a child, you're going to get a lot of blood. If there's not much blood, yeah, this might have been a hit carried out elsewhere and they're dropped in their home. How that would have worked would have been a lot of work and would have been very difficult to carry out. It would have to been done, in my opinion, in some other part of the house. Did they find any blood or indication of that in the house?
Not really. They found, I think, one little blood spot on the hallway, in the hallway wall. They found some. Most of it was just found in the living room.
So they have a
there was
smudge of blood in the hallway.
Yes, there's one fingerprint, just one kind of fingerprint. So
that wasn't his or his family's. Okay.
I don't believe it was tied to him. I mean, it was obviously somebody's blood. I think it might have been I think all of the blood that was found in the house was mostly his wife's.
Interesting. And not much of his, though he had his head blown off.
Correct. And she did too. I mean, when I first read how the bodies were found by the cops are saying both of their heads are missing. So it's
That's
not
different.
missing. Yeah.
That means the heads were found.
Then, yeah. Well, then I asked them. We asked them, were the heads found? Were these missing body parts found anywhere else? And the answer was no.
Yeah, there would have been bones from the arms and hands. If they didn't find them, that's an issue.
They found small bone pieces and skull pieces, stuff like that. So
what about the
maybe
arm?
That's what it was. No arm, no indication of that arm. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy.
This is definitely smelling more and more like the police didn't know what happened, and they don't have an explanation, so they have to just come up with one. And
you're going down the rabbit
murder suicide. Let's close the book.
Yeah.
Because the indication is this is weird, and it smells like a professional hit that somebody wanted to tie it to Muslims. It's not tied to Muslims. It's farthest thing from me is that, and it's not suicide. So therefore, my conclusion, not that it's a government hit. That would be another good one for them to do. Point it to the government and make it a conspiracy thing. But I think this is really tied more and more to his filming. And that somebody in there, and if it is government, didn't want him going forward with certain information, or that there was other information in there, or that he was going to eventually put out that he had that nobody else did, that they wanted to prevent from going out. Did he lose any materials disappear?
Like what? Like
any of his film-based materials and investigations and research?
They got 12 terabytes of data that they went through. Didn't find anything, and all that was turned over to David Crowley's dad.
Okay.
Who then, I guess, so they used some of that for the Netflix film, and
Right. So he didn't lose anything, and nothing was missing as far as they know that we are aware of.
True, and that's the best way to really say it, because we don't know what was in that house. We also don't know why there was a group of people that were looking in the house, that broke into the house a couple of days after these crimes happened. So you have that. I mean, we have a lot of stuff, and I think we should wrap this one up here. But I definitely think we should come back and we can talk more about this stuff, because this is just the tip of the iceberg with this.
And I think the break-in might have been tied to be sure they got everything. I think that was a rehash to go back and get something, maybe, because police watch at a site that's been hit by a crime like this, and who's to say it wasn't the police that broke in? Well, we don't know that even. But the reality is, a break-in after a murder raises, especially within a couple of days, if that's within 2 days after the murder, it may indicate something was there that they wanted to make sure didn't get noticed, possibly. So, yeah. Interesting thought there. Wow. And that is one to pontificate on later, is
Absolutely.
the blood smear and the print, and who David was, who David Crowley was, and what was he before he was married? What was he doing? Was his father in the military or in the government? Was his wife's? Or was he tied directly to any military or government type institution with his filming? Those are all part of the thing to look at. And sometimes when you get into those things, you get into rabbit hole after rabbit hole, because sometimes people who are doing these types of documentaries and research don't tell everybody they're contacting and who they're getting data from. And if they're getting good data, it could be the kind of data that people in higher powers don't want out. So that's why I think in the film direction is a way to go with this, because it's the most tangible piece of data that indicates that somebody wouldn't want that out for either one, we want it, or two, we don't want something about it to hit the videos and hit YouTube and the public. Wow, good subject tonight.
Yeah, that was great, man. Any final words? You want to close with the prayer, unless you want to say anything else?
I'll put some final words out, and then we're going to close. One, this is Greg Fernandez, Mind, Body, Soul Production. I'm Walter Bradley. My final concept here is that we don't know a lot, and a lot of this will fly by us, and we'll never know. But there is one who does know, the Father in heaven. So, like Sean Wright threatening Greg, or anybody that threatens, these things we deal with daily. And we deal with principalities, powers, and darkness in high places. This is what it's really about. And we must keep that focus on the Father, not the principalities and powers of darkness and all this detritus around us. We want to bring light there. Sometimes they don't want it there, and they want to kill the people to stop it. Well, that won't stop the revelation from happening. And unfortunately, the revelation will come, and the light will come, and you will be either with the light or you will be without the light. Which do you want? That's a question I ask you, who suppressed the light and the truth. Think about that, whether you're Sean right or Sean wrong. Isn't that a question? Well, I'm going to close with prayer now and put it to you, Father. Heavenly Father, I thank you for Greg Fernandez. I thank you for this life, for as long as I live it. And Father, I just pray for all the family there and for us here to protect us and keep us to the time that we must go. If we go being crucified, so be it. But they cannot kill. You can't crucify the truth. You can crucify the bringers of it, but the truth still stands after you're gone. So we thank you, Father, for that. And we pray for your return soon to set things right that are wrong. We ask in your name and for your glory. Amen.
I first heard about this case through another YouTuber. His name was Richie from Boston, and it was in December of 2017. I just heard him mention the case, and I thought it was interesting. And at first I'm like, okay, maybe they just don't understand the medical terminology in the autopsy reports. So I figure, and then from there I found the Facebook page. And so I went on there and I looked at the autopsy reports, and I said, okay, I'll just, do some videos and explain to these people what the autopsies mean, because maybe they're confused. I really was not expecting what I found. And then as soon as I started reading the autopsy report, nothing was adding up to the official storyline. It just didn't add up. And from there, it went from, this is not a murder-suicide, this is a triple homicide. And that was evident from day one. And from there, I just started delving in deeper, and I haven't looked back.
Well, that's very good. And just the preliminary information, Catherine, that I had looked at, I said, that doesn't appear to be a murder-suicide. Now, I'm not an investigator, but I do investigate, and I have a mind that looks at cause and effect. And I was not impressed with the conclusion of the police department. And as I understand it, and you may know, they came to this conclusion rather quickly.
Yes. In fact, it is quoted in one of the online newspaper articles where the police chief determined within 2 hours, it states. Whether or not that's a typo, they didn't have it retracted and it was never changed. It said that they decided within 2 hours it was murder-suicide, and to me, that was beyond crazy.
That seems suspicious, in my opinion.
Yes.
Not that I accuse the chief or anybody else, but that seems to be almost like a foregone conclusion that everything is obvious. This is a murder-suicide. And that closes the case.
Right.
Which I don't think that's the need. I think there is need for, I hate to say it the way I'm going to, no offense to anybody in the police department, but a real investigation to look at the real evidence and see where it leads.
Yes, and I agree. And I've talked with Detective Sergeant Gummert a couple of times, and he really is a nice guy. He was always very professional. He never talked down or never had an attitude. He was actually very polite, very professional. However, it's just the lack of investigation, jumping to conclusions before they even had any reports back. They leave the house with 6 casings and 3 bullet fragments, and then had already predetermined David was guilty, when they still to this date are lacking the bullet that killed him, and they had walked out that day with no physical evidence showing David was guilty of anything.
Wow. And that says something to me. And I've noticed, now this is another case that I was looking at with Phillip Marshall, and I told him, these cases kind of line up in how they happened and how the evidence is kind of there. And the police departments, both separate cases, separate time zones, separate everything, come up to similar conclusions in a quick fashion. I find that disturbing. And I find it disturbing in this case because it does no justice to the victims here, which I consider them murder victims, all 3 of them. And I think each of these points that you brought up, how they were shot and the evidence on site and the lack of investigation is troubling, and especially with the evidence as it is based on what we see. And I'm wondering how or why they came to such a conclusion. Did you get any information from the detective that indicated that, this is definitely it, and why? Or what was his offerings on this case?
He just said that they came to a decision and it's going to stay there. He said they believe they came to the right conclusion. They see no reason to look at anything else. They never saw a reason to look at anyone else. And they're content with their findings, and that's that. They're done. And I was appalled by his response. That's
scary.
Yes.
And as professional as he is, and when you're trying to cover something up, you try to appear normal, you try to appear authoritative, and you try to allay fear that it's something else.
Correct.
It seems like he didn't do anything to do that. He didn't offer evidence. He just stated their conclusion.
Yes, he wasn't going to do anything. He wouldn't budge. He wouldn't even answer the question. I had sent the police chief. I have sent the Dakota County attorney, the Dakota sheriff, the Dakota County sheriff, and then the Minnesota State Attorney General. I've sent all of them, as well as Detective Sergeant Gummert, proof that we have found recently that shows beyond a shadow of a doubt that David was murdered. There's blunt force trauma on his head. And I kept asking him, do you see this? Are you telling me that you and your officers are investigators? Do you see it, or are you telling me you do not see it? He wouldn't answer the question at all. He just simply went back to, we have our decision and we're sticking to it.
Okay. And no, in the government in which I served, you deny things and you stick to the party program, whatever it is. This sounds like a cover-up more than a decision and an actuality that they discovered that it was a murder-suicide. Now that sounds like it's covering something, and that there might be a reason beyond what we're seeing, obviously in this case, that they've come to that decision. And that stands out as a big red flag to me. It really does. And I don't know why, when we go above to the attorney generals and so forth with these items and they do not respond, and I bet that that's a deference to the local department, and they communicate and they stick with this decision. And to me, that's a very troubling sign for a police department, especially when we see conflictory evidence presented like that. And that, to me, is a very troubling thing. Did you get to talk to anybody else, or was there anybody else on record who had anything to say about this case from an official perspective?
No, I tried for over a week to get in touch with the police chief, Wrightskull, and he absolutely refused. He wouldn't even take my call. I had to leave a message, and then that's when Detective Gummert called me back, and he's the only one, and he said that the police, this was in a previous conversation, that the police chief was basically too busy, and Wrightskull had asked Gummert to take care of it. But yes, no one else would talk to me.
In other words, get this lady off my back. I don't want to.
That's how it felt. Yes.
That's how I look at it. And, I kind of get it that way. Because if he had been at least professional, as you're describing in this, he would have called back and said, I have, by my investigation, and due to certain things you don't know, which we can't talk about, come to this conclusion. In other words, they have evidence of. But the fact, I learned something from you just now, that he had blunt force trauma.
Yes.
This, along with the other evidence, with even out the blunt force trauma, I came to a quick conclusion as I looked at things in my research. I said, no, this was a murder. All three were murdered.
Yes.
And what purpose would there be, and what motive? And Greg and I were discussing this. And in the time that you're ready to do that, did you discover anything that would indicate why they all had to be killed? I thought if somebody had a problem with Crowley, in his perspective, they could have X'd him out, killed him, whatever they were going to do, and leave the wife and the daughter. But it's interesting that the whole family was killed. And it would seem to me that somebody was taking him out and the wife walked in on it. I don't know. What evidence and what things do you purport or can find or have seen that would indicate kind of how this played out? Did they have a scenario on that?
Well, a lot of it is just going to be plain speculation, because there's no way for us to know for sure. But what I've gathered from what I've found is my belief is, and I could be 100% wrong, but my belief system is that Kamel and Rania were used as pawns against David. They wanted something from David. David wouldn't give it up, so they used the wife and the child. And then ultimately, we don't know who died. We have a pretty good guess, according to the autopsies, who died first. You're looking at the stomach contents. David was completely empty. He had no food in his stomach at all. Kamel did have a brown liquid. Rania had a brown liquid, or tan. They call it a tan liquid for both of them. But she also had undigested food particles. So if you're going by rate of stomach contents, I would guess, my best guess is that Rania died first, and then Kamel, and then David last. And it was very... I'm sorry, what?
Died first, yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me for interrupting, but I was just elucidating here. It was the daughter that died first?
That would be my guess, because she had not only the same tan liquid that the mother had, but she had undigested food particles as well.
So,
and digestion stops on death.
Right, and what was the daughter's name again?
I say Rania. I could be saying it wrong. Greg, how do you pronounce her name?
Yeah, that's right. You're saying it right.
Okay.
Rania. Good. And so the mother Kamel died. Those two died first then, before he did.
Yes.
Okay, that would make sense if somebody was saying, give me information or give me something, whatever they were searching for, and he said, I don't have anything. And then they kill them and then take him out. And the evidence of the gun is one of the things that really made me base it that it was a homicide, because they said it was found behind his left hand or next to his left hand. Is that correct?
Well, one of the police reports states it was found a couple inches from his left hand, and another report by Detective Bone states it was found 1 foot south of his left hand. But yes, it was on the left side of his body.
Now, was he right-handed?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense. That's an obvious, I think, an obvious indicator that was either, and that was the gun that killed the daughter and the mother.
Well, that, and Greg has done a lot of research on that, and that's something we really, by reading the reports, they're not really particularly clear on that.
Really? Because they would have the forensics to go over that. The patterns on the bullet would indicate if it came from that gun. Wow. Now that, I was surprised. I'm surprised to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, Greg has a lot of information on that. But the thing about the gun that gets me is that, it was David's gun. It was registered to him. It's his weapon, but yet his prints are not on it. Now, if he supposedly shot his wife and daughter and then himself, his prints would be everywhere all over that gun. And there are his prints nowhere to be found. Yeah, and the only print that they found was a latent fingerprint left in blood on the magazine, but that print did not belong to David.
Another indicator that this was a murder.
Correct.
And for the police to ignore these things, let's just say this wouldn't pass muster on Law and Order.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
not to put out a show on that, but this seems totally aberrant and totally outside of police investigation. And I watch a show by Homicide Hunter with Lieutenant Kenda. I bet you look at this and go, no, this is not the answer.
Yeah.
And obviously, even to a layman, this has obviously holes running all through their story. And I've learned these other things from you tonight about blunt force trauma. And even without that, I knew this was murder and not he was more stable a person based on some information I had gotten than to be someone to break and kill his daughter and wife, when I understand he was a believer in the Most High and acted in that accord. And every family has disagreements and problems, but none of those were indicators of him reacting this way. Did you have information that supports that?
Absolutely. There's another news article, and I believe they had interviewed Mitch Heil, which is his grade school buddy. He'd known him for quite some time. And talking about David's career in the military, when he went in there for the last time, he'd been sent to war a few times. And the last time he said he's done. He says he couldn't take another human life. He couldn't do it anymore. And so they put him into some menial little job because he absolutely refused to shoot another human. So that to me does not ring with someone who's going to turn around and then kill officers' family.
His daughter.
Yeah.
His wife. If he was flipping out and had a PST type breakdown, I would see maybe killing his wife if there was something, maybe due to some idea in his own head, but not his daughter. And the realities that I look at in that really shine that he did not do this. And the question is, what is being covered up? He was working on a film project, and I think in my mind it might have been tied to something they didn't want published and out there in public view. In my opinion, that's just not knowing what the content was, but based on the idea of what he was producing and getting ready to put out publicly. Did you get any information along that line?
Yes, and that's just it. I can't say with 100% certainty was it a quote-unquote government hit, or was it really about anger and personal revenge on the part of some of his associates? Because, as we all know, Danny August Mason he felt he was entitled to quite a bit of more substantial stake in the Gray State Project than what David felt he was entitled to, and he would not sign over a release. He just flat out ignored it and then would write back and say, well, yeah, I know you want me to sign this, and, hey, I need to think about this. And that all started like once David received, or maybe it was before, David had received the $30 million offer to just do the Rise. Now, that was only the Rise. There was still a whole lot more money to come from the rest of the project. And was Danny angry because he felt he was going to be losing money he felt he was entitled to? We don't, that's, again, speculation. However, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and this is for me, in my opinion, and I'm, strictly just me. This is not including Greg or anything else. But, right. There's, to me, there's more than enough circumstantial evidence that points toward Danny August Mason and Sean Wright. And when I was going through photos and I was looking through Danny August Mason's Facebook page, he shows a photo of his dog. Now, as you know, there was a blue blanket, and that blue blanket, as well as through the rest of the house, there were multiple and mostly white dog hair. Now, the family dog was not mostly white. He was mostly brown and shades thereof. Now, Danny August Mason posted a photo of his dog, which is a pure white pit bull, who he rescued from a fighting ring type thing. The dog had been taught to kill and attack. And so I sent this to the police too. I go, you're looking for a dog, at least that has a lot of white fur. Paleo didn't have that much white fur, and this dog was trained to kill and to fight. And you have Danny August Mason, who, is at odds over what he felt were his rights versus David's rights. And again, I'm not saying he did it. I'm saying this is, to me, strong circumstantial evidence that points, at least the police should have questioned him, and they didn't do it.
What's interesting, too, is the missing hand and arm. And that would tie into a fact that I think of. If that dog attacked and he wanted to get rid of evidence, what do? The arm and the hand would be taken, in a sense, to get rid of evidence. And with the white fur there, that's my thought. Don't know.
Yeah, they would have to actually take that arm off. A dog could not, and not even that pit bull could rip that arm off that little girl's body.
I know.
Yeah, it was ripped from the socket. So, yeah, it was quite violent. This family was murdered in a horrendous way.
And that stands out to me. And now I begin to see a picture of, if it was him and his dog, the dog was involved, that would bring some type of control into the situation where it would keep the family from doing anything to subdue him or the perpetrator, whomever it may be. And this case now gets more and more ominous in its outcome and reasoning. And from a police perspective, you would think, hey, we better find out who did this and not declare it a murder-suicide, because whoever did this is psycho. Because it has no taste to it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I had the unfortunate experience of conversing with Sean Wright via emails, and he's quite an angry, violent person. And he also has a strong knowledge base of the Muslim religion. And that was another angle that the police never looked at. They want to blame this on David because of the Allahu Akbar, which was on the wall, but there were several of his friends that had a really strong, I don't know if you want to call it a faith, but they followed and read up on and would quote that religion quite often. And they never talked to them either. That
is ignoring evidence.
Yes.
That's turning your eye away from the truth. And what I'm seeing now is a clear picture of denial by the police department of following up on very clear indicative direction from the evidence that produces the fact that Mr. Crowley did not commit this crime. This is malfeasance at its highest order, in my opinion.
Agreed. You know, and that
Wow.
was one thing, you know, when I first talked to Sergeant Gummert the first time, and he was making the comment, he goes, I know a lot of people go out there and they're, you know, all these conspiracy theories about it being a hit, blah, blah, blah. He goes, but it's not. And then the second time, which is actually on my video where I put out exactly what he stated. And I told him there, I said, you and I have discussed this before about, you know, and I said, I really fought against this being, you know, a hit of some sort. I go, but now you're leaving me no other choice but to believe that, because you're not going to investigate the evidence given to you. You're stating you're content with your decision. And how can you be content when you see with your own two eyes that he was murdered, and you see where the scalp fragment was cut away from his head? And I said, you know, a dead man cannot do that to himself. And you're still going to turn around and ignore that. And, you know, and he's just like, yeah, okay, you know, I get it.
And he's confronted with the evidence. So he didn't say a word about that other than that. Oh, I get it.
Right. He wouldn't even talk about it. He wouldn't confirm nor deny it. In fact, I had sent that to them both at the same time. And the first time he called me back, he's like, well, I have to admit, he goes, I haven't read anything. I just glanced over it and just, you know, and then just closed out my email. And I said, well, you really need to look at those photos. It's kind of telling here. And then the second time when he's like, you know, I just said, tell me, do you see it? And he's just like, we're content with our decision.
And one thing I'm noticing right now, next to the foot with the sock is a clump of hair, brown hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that very curious. That's not dog hair. It looks like human hair.
Yes.
And did you look up that? And was that from, it looks like somebody cut it, or it, you know, that obviously didn't just cut it. It looks like it's not connected to anything, not to the skull or anything. But if it was, that means he couldn't scalp himself or cut hair after he did that, unless he had shot himself and it blew a portion of his skull off. But there's no blood.
That's from his wife, though. That's from his wife. That's her foot there. So can we assume that that's her hair? And does it look cut? Does it look like there's any?
Well, it's by the foot, and I'm going. Her head would be quite a distance.
Her head was almost completely gone.
Ah, okay.
That's another weird thing. How did the hair get there too? And is this from decomp, or is it? And does it look?
How did the hair get to the foot? Is my question. And
how did the blood get on the foot? I don't.
Yeah, and I don't see the source for the blood, unless she had, and it's something that she didn't step in.
Unless she was turned over, right? Or
it's like she was laying in blood, and that her foot was in blood.
Well, you know, my take on that is, and I did speak with a coroner friend of mine, and they said the same thing that Dr. Kelly had stated about that foot, and it's not blood per se. What that is, and both of them said the same thing without each other's knowledge of what was being said. So, again, this is a medical examiner and a deputy coroner,
so
and they
corroborated it. Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
It's corroborated by their independent opinions.
Yes. And what they said to them, it looks like, is that the blood is coming from the skin underneath the sock. They said it looks like decomp fluid that is actually what is something called a bleb. It's where the skin starts to bubble and looks like a blister full of fluid. And then the bleb popped, and then it seeped up through the sock. And they both said the same thing. So
that would be something that, of course, not being a medical examiner, I wouldn't know. So that looks conclusive to be due to the time that they were there. Really, 3 weeks. That makes sense.
Yeah, they weren't there 3 weeks.
Do they know, based on this, can they guess at least like how long this foot has been here, or the decomp rate that would cause the blood to do that? Like how quickly or how late in the decomp process would that happen? Do we know that?
Well, both of them were looking at the rate of decomp on the skin, both on David's abdomen and on Kamel's leg that shows through the rip in the pants. Now, you have to remember the foot is covered in a sock, so it's going to be a little hotter, and it may or may not decompose a little bit faster. It's half on a rug, and it's in a sock, so, the skin will start to form these blisters of decomp fluid, and then they will rupture and pop faster. But both of them stated, even, Dr. Kelly, when I asked him specifically, I said, were these bodies here for 3 weeks? He said no. He said his best guess was 4 to 7 days, 10 days at most. And
Really?
the deputy coroner stated the same thing. They said there's no way these bodies are decomped at a level of 3 weeks. They said no way. And even the medical examiner in her reports for all three states the rate of decomp as early to moderate, and that still falls in with anywhere from day 1 to day 10 or 11.
Well, they were found on what was the date, Greg?
They were found on January 17th, 2015 at, I believe, about 12, almost 1 p.m.
Okay, and the last time they were seen he was working on something after, he had taken time out, they said, from going to his brother's Christmas and was staying at home to work on his project.
Yeah, he didn't.
Right?
He didn't go. Well, he didn't go to any of the family stuff. I guess ever since Thanksgiving, he hadn't been to any of the family gatherings, and so I don't know. But he was working on this project too at the same time. But the last time,
go ahead.
No, it said the last time that I know that he, or at least the last time that I've seen it reported that he was seen, is on Christmas Eve. By the neighbor across the street.
But this 10-day thing bothers me because that means that it was into January.
Correct.
Yeah, right. They would have had to have been killed at on the 10th or somewhere around January 10th.
That they were held captive then.
Yes, they were killed somewhere between January 7th and January 10th.
Because their last internet activity in the house, or I think any activity in the house, was, I believe, January 26th. So we have a huge gap between January 26th and until the bodies are.
You mean December 26th?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I was about
December
to say January 26th.
Sorry, guys. I'm really
somebody was on there.
This is why yeah.
December 26th. So
December 26th.
Okay, that's what my question was going to be. January 26th?
Unless they're time travelers and no. Sorry.
I was getting kind of flummoxed there. I was going, what? January 26th?
Story of my life.
They resurrected then, and this was a no case.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. But that means that from on or about the 26th or after, and especially I think it would be around the 26th or the 27th, because there would have been continuation. So I'm thinking something or somebody stopped them from interacting at that point, and that means they were there. If you say it was the 27th, and somebody, and I'm assuming somebody did by the information we're seeing, came in there on the 27th, that means the 27th to about the 7th, that's about, 11 days that they were controlled by somebody trying to do something, and it didn't turn out well for whatever purpose. So that means they could have been under, duress and couldn't let anybody know, and somebody was there. Now the question comes up, did neighbors notice anything from the 27th to the 7th of January? Did anybody notice any activity? Did anybody follow up on that, as the police should have, and looked at this and went, wow, did y'all see anything? Is there any information regarding activity around the house after the 26th?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
None that I can find.
Yeah, and the reports, when they went to the neighbors and were talking about it, and as the police were writing that in their reports, all of the neighbors state they saw nothing, heard nothing, and in fact, they didn't even notice the packages on the front porch until January 10th.
Wow.
Dan Jr. dropped them off in December, but the neighbors, through at least in all of the interviews that the police had written down, the neighbors all state January 10th. It's very consistent.
Interesting.
And there were six shots that nobody heard.
That's 6 shots, and that was from what size caliber of weapon?
That's a 40 cal. That's a 40 cal.
40? That makes a pretty big noise. Even if it's inside, if you hear a 40 cal go off, you're gonna, unless what? If there's a silencer.
Correct.
That could have been true, and I don't think it was the gun they found. So,
would there be any way to tell if the silencer was used based on the crime scene photos, based on the photos of the body, or is it just not even worth going down?
It would be hard to determine that based on the bullet or anything. I
think a lot of it we would have to really depend on the autopsy report and then the ballistics. But since most of the heads were missing except for Ranya's, and they did find a circular impression, but it was very nondescript. There's really no way to tell.
Yeah, there wouldn't be. And but they did find a circular impression on Ranya's head.
Correct.
You said,
but if they can tell the way, because they tell us how they think that these 3 people were shot. If they can tell that, or are they just guessing on that too?
What do you mean, Greg?
So I'm looking at the autopsy, and for David Crowley, they know where the bullet leaves, right? They don't know where it came, but they know where the bullet.
Right, the exit wound is there, right? But there's no way to tell where the entrance wound went. Yes.
Yeah. So how do they know that if there's so little of this body left? I guess is what I was wondering. And then how are they able to guess that? I don't know.
Well, and that's just it for both David and Kamel. The only thing the autopsy report state is either the entrance wound where it would either entered, or I think in David's case it was only the exit wound, and they could see the hole at where the bullet left, and you can tell because of how it bevels on which side. And but here they have Rania, and they can tell exactly the entrance to the exit on hers. But yet, there's so much speculation. You have some yahoos out there saying that the police said David was lying down when he shot himself in the head. And it's like, okay, I mean, just the body positions prove that theory completely wrong.
It sounds like they're really just, with their information, confusing the issue. I'm looking at one photo here, and I'm seeing skull and a bone that's to the left on their marker for number 6, and I'm going, oh, that looks like a small bone there. And I was going, oh, that's interesting. And they say the dog was there, and it might have been he interfered with the scene. Did they, because he ran out of food and water. And
they blame the dog on everything. The dog gets blamed for all of that. But the dog had food. It had 2 big, huge bags of dry food right there.
He could have ripped it open too, frankly.
He could have. It's really hard for anyone to really say, and they don't prove it. And that's what I don't like, is they can say, well, it's possible animal scavenging, but they're stating it as fact, but they're not showing any proof. They're not giving any factual data to back that up.
They have to have evidence.
Yeah, all they would have to do is show this dog feces. I mean, or maybe they did the dog feces test and we just don't have them.
But they would generally put that out. I think this indicates that the dog did consume and trouble.
But I guess if nobody asked, right? If nobody asked for those tests to be done, and then who do you ask for that? Is it?
Well, the thing about it is, when you have an open and check case, murder suicide,
they're not even worried
This
about
counts a lot of.
yeah.
This counts
Now,
a lot
now
of
they're just cutting corners.
Yes,
Yeah,
and Brad, I want you to go back and look at that photo again, the one you were just talking about, the skull piece next to the yellow tent number 6.
Okay, look at that. Okay, yeah, okay, here it is. What do we got?
And look at the sides of that where the skin is attached to that piece of skull fragment. And this is the skull fragment piece I'm talking about. You can see impressions in that skull. And when you blow it up, you can actually see a pattern, the patterns of the instruments used. But look on the side of that skin as it's taken away, and it's very straight. It's not ripped. It's not pulled. It's not chewed. You see nothing. You see a straight line.
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
And that is consistent with a knife. That is not consistent with being pulled, ripped, chewed off, nothing. It's consistent with a knife.
Interesting.
And that is David's skull fragment. So, and that's what I was asking Sergeant Gummert. I said, explain to me how he could beat himself in the head. I said, you see the blunt force trauma.
Yep.
So he was beaten in the head, he's shot in the head, and then it's cut off. How does he do this? And he would never respond.
This is an obvious cover-up now, pure and simple. As I looked at this skull, I was going, wait a minute. And I was noticing the impressions to the left of the crack there, and I was going, wait a minute, that looks strange. And the fracture means that this and the shattering of that skull, you know, a .40 caliber will go in there. It can do that if you got enough pump to, but that looks totally inconsistent with that.
Right. The coroner I spoke with did say, because when you look at the top part of that skull piece where it's kind of jagged at the very top, they did say that is consistent with a gunshot to the head, but the rest of it, you know, you've got, like you stated, there's a fracture, and a really long fracture that goes down almost toward the center, and then they said the impressions themselves are not caused by gunshots. They said those are absolutely blunt force trauma. In fact, they said it multiple blunt force trauma, without doubt.
That's what I was noticing. I'm thinking, I see indentation a little bit, and I'm going, that doesn't look at all.
So if people are looking at this photo right now, where should they be looking at to see these impressions? I'm going to try to add that photo to this.
You can see a really good impression when you look down toward the bottom left of that skull piece, but a lot of the middle part where it looks all dark, when you zoom in, you can see multiple hits. And a couple of those, you have to change filters. And I sent those to you, Greg, the photos when I changed the filter and stuff like that. And you can actually see a six-sided, it's either a socket or a crowbar. So that was used, as well as when you look down, like I said, toward the bottom left side of it, you can see almost like a diamond pattern with a circle in the middle. And that's pretty consistent with either a ratchet or something like that, a ratchet or a wrench type of weapon, which is very heavy. And they were about a half-inch stuff.
Wow.
I mean, guys who do tools, they know what that means.
Yep. And that in itself, that one piece of evidence is indicative. 1, this was a murder. 2, that it wasn't David. And 3, that whoever it was had, it's interesting. It means that, when you're using a tool or something like that, it didn't look planned, in a sense, when I hear that.
Yeah.
They had a gun, but, that's a strange twist to me. And I thought, they're beating them and then shooting, so that means first the beating. So that means there was torture involved, a little bit of breaking down the person for something, in my opinion.
I agree. And I did a video on the blood spatter that I could find in the house. And what I found was medium velocity blood spatter and, passive blood spatter. and I found nothing that was indicative of a gunshot wound, but lots of it that would be actually helps to explain, the beating. The blunt force would leave the blood patterns you see on that floor.
Right. And it's interesting because blood splatter from a gun is much more high velocity.
Yes, it's like little fine mist in a way. Not too fine of a mist, because then that would that would be breathing it out. But yes, yes. And
so with the blunt force trauma, that's another indicator. He's not going to beat himself in the head.
Right.
So this is, I don't know how they can even possibly get away with this. I don't know why the upper levels of government whom you contacted and gave this information do nothing. That's indicative of something which I'm not going to tap into right now, but that means this is bigger than the local police department. And this is something that we don't have the information on, and does indicate that this could be something of I wouldn't maybe say government, it could be something else that, and I don't know what he was involved in. And I don't look at it as that his friend who was getting cut out of money would gain anything by killing him, unless he was kind of off kilter.
Well, he thought he was going to be able to take over Gray State and then get it out under his name. And
really?
He can't do that. And, it's David's, and its copyright stays with that person for 70 years after death. And I'm not sure he knew that.
And the thing about it is, killing him wouldn't have, I mean, you've got to deal with, you've killed 3 people, and that's not going to go away, and you can't cover it up. And evidence indicates this is a murder, obviously, in my opinion, and this murder gets covered up. How does one who, if it was him, how did he accomplish that? That would be almost impossible for somebody from his perspective would be able to do.
Yeah, see, that's why I believe this was not done by one person. These murders were not committed by one person. And so, and I have seen where people have killed for a whole lot less than $30 million, a whole lot less. I had a friend when I was 14, and they were into pot and selling stuff like that, and then they decided they were going to go clean, and they weren't doing that anymore, and they had 2 bullets put to the back of their head because they simply walked away, and that was it. And so people will kill for the smallest of things.
Yep. If it is a possibility that they'll be turned in by somebody who left the system, and they make a pact with people that nobody leaves, kind of like a mafia thing.
Yeah.
You go in if you don't leave. That's
blood in, blood out. Yeah.
Right. And the thing is, and based on his belief in the Creator, I don't see him getting involved in anything like that. But others around him, that, brings up the problem of maybe somebody who was involved with maybe some nefarious ones who were expecting a payout on this little project may have been involved. Now that's just a gander at a possibility, but
yeah, it's a definite possibility. That's for sure. I don't think we can really rule anything out at this stage.
No, and the police aren't going to do anything with this. Nobody is. This is one of those things like Phillip Marshall that just gets buried. And the thing that bothers me is why? Why discount 3 lives, 3 human beings, and just say, they don't matter? And that's what's upsetting about this case.
Yes, 3 innocent lives, and then the murderers are still walking the streets. And people, in Apple Valley, Minnesota, should be concerned. I mean, these guys are still out there.
Absolutely. And based on what they're doing, and it's interesting that the police who were supposed to protect the community, letting something like this go shows somebody is either very well connected and has great power and can suppress it, or it's at a government level, which I don't see evidence of government in it at all. Government is more like the Phillip Marshall case. It looks that it could really be a suicide. And I've told that to Greg on the Phillip Marshall case. This stands to reason that it is not a murder-suicide. This is an obvious, very demented, and very diabolical murder. And it could have been they were imprisoned in that house, beaten, and then finally murdered when they didn't get what they were after, whatever it was they were after, or if it was punitive based on the fact that he was not going to relinquish, and I think David, being who he was, if it was something like relinquish this to save his family, I wouldn't see it above his heart to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Unless they left him no other choice, Yep,
exactly. Like they were known entities to him and his family, and they said, let's leave no evidence behind. Nobody to come back against, which would be an obvious choice for them once they went to that depth of beating and torture. It's obvious that, some would not want to let that go, and David might have been one that they knew may have, gone to bat by going to the police and covering this to protect his family, which would be my thought too. So that stands to reason.
Yeah, so, because he always, I can't say always, I didn't know him, but I had watched Eric Sayward put out this little video the day I met David Crowley. And his camera guy, makes this really weird request to David. And, he's just like, to me, it creeped me out. Maybe somebody else wouldn't think it was creepy. I thought it was pretty creepy. He's like, where's your daughter? I want to meet your daughter. And David looks at him. He looks back, and you could tell he's looking at Kamel and Rania, and he turns back and then puts his body, physically moves his body between Kamel and then the guy, and he's like, no, they're not comfortable with that. They're not feeling comfortable or not feeling safe or something like that. To me, that was really telling. I mean, why would that guy want to go and meet the daughter? It makes no sense at all.
That is highly strange.
Yes.
He wants to meet the daughter, and he's standing right next to the daughter and Kamel.
Well, Kamel and Rania were toward the back. You can't really see, or at least I couldn't really see them. But he's like, hey, where's your daughter? I want to meet your daughter. And David, you could tell he's kind of taken aback, like, well, why are you asking me that question? And David looks over his shoulder, or he turns around or something, and then he physically moves his body and then is kind of like standing in front. The guy says, no, they're not feeling safe, or they don't feel comfortable. And I'm just like going, if that guy asked me that about my daughter, I'm afraid I'd punch him even if he had a camera in his face. It was very weird.
Just strange. I don't see the purpose in that whatsoever, or why he would want to meet the daughter. He was there doing a job, and what would the daughter have to do with that?
Exactly.
That I would have reacted the same way.
And the common denominator between all of those people and David, Sean Wright.
And Sean Wright is a strange one, I hear.
Yes, he is the common denominator. Eric knew Sean, David knew Sean, and then they just, Eric just supposedly showed up at the park to start filming people just on a whim, and then there's David, and then they asked that really weird question. Yeah, I don't believe in coincidences.
No, the police, as they say, there's no such thing as coincidences in murder investigations.
Yep.
And my curiosity is spiked to the height at why they are covering up this murder. That's a plain statement I'll make.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I am totally dumbfounded. I really tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, and even when I would write them and I would say, you know what, I understand maybe you guys were overwhelmed. You're a small town or a small province or whatever. And, you had 6 murders or 7 murders within 13 years. You really weren't that experienced. So let's give you the benefit of the doubt. But here's what we found. And then they just shut it all down and go, nope, we're not even going to respond.
And we're content with our findings. That tells me there's not going to be any further investigation. And the thing that bothers me is the fact that when you kicked it higher, nothing happened. And
right. The first time I sent it to the Minnesota Attorney General, they wrote back and stated that they voted as a state or whatever that each individual city or county would take care of their own stuff, and that the Minnesota Attorney General would not interfere with anything else. And I sent it back to them again, and I said, you know what? I looked up your statutes and I looked up what your job is supposed to be, and yes, this is part of your job. So you need to do your job and figure this out. And I haven't heard anything.
They're going to ignore you.
Probably.
That was their statement. They stated it.
That's awesome, though. I'm so glad that you did that. That's awesome.
That makes them accountable.
Yeah.
And that makes them accountable. And I
have a hard time sleeping now. Yeah, definitely.
And if I was an attorney general and I had gotten this information from you, I would have gone down there personally to that police department and said, who's the investigator that wants this investigation?
Yeah, but then they'll target you, though. That's you got to be careful about that.
That's probably true.
Yeah, I understand.
They put you on the list. This is one of the most
disturbing cases I have ever seen.
It really is, and that's why it's important to get as many people just to look at it. I think once people start looking at it, there's just more to it. And Catherine has done a great
on the
job
rest of the nation. Police departments handling things like this. I'm here in Waco, and I saw the way they handled, David Koresh, which was totally out of bounds.
Oh, yeah.
I won't go into that because I have very strong feelings about how the local PD, the sheriff, the ATF, and everybody did. They were assaulting unnecessarily a group of people who had weird ideas, okay, and they had guns. Hoorah, so what? And they weren't going out forcing or using those guns on anybody. They were doing practicing, and they were saying they were preparing for the apocalypse. Let them prepare. You don't provoke. And the way they did, they provoked the reaction they got.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, one of these days I'd like to talk to you about the David Koresh thing. That would be interesting. Because I have strong feelings about that as well.
Yeah, and I can go over a lot of things at that. And I'm going to go out to the site now that I brought it out. I'm going to go out to that site. They have a plaque out there, and they still have people that meet that were part of that group out here.
Yeah, the Branch Davidians, yep.
And I would like to meet some of them and bring them in and question with you, me, and Greg on this issue. But
I would too, because actually my history is I was a Seventh-day Adventist for years, and the Branch Davidians were actually part of the Adventist Church until 1935 when they were excommunicated due to what they were teaching. The Adventist Church said, no, you know what, you need to get out of here. You guys are kind of wackadoos. And they truly, truly are. I mean, they're way out in left field. Yep. And some of the things that David was doing, David Koresh, that is, was doing out there was completely against the law. But I agree with you. What they did was antagonistic, and it was horrible.
And they needed to get David, but not kill the whole group of them. That was, correct. I mean, he was outside of that compound many times, and they could have gotten him and made their case. But I think they wanted to destroy that group, in my opinion. So they just wiped them out. And I bet there was local consultation about it. What do y'all want us to do with this?
Why were they a threat? What did they do to make themselves such a big target?
Well, one, I'm going to bring up some things here. They had a compound. Okay. And it was a gated, heavily, built, large compound. I'm sure that made neighbors kind of nervous in a way. It would have me if I'd have been out there and heard all the, your automatic weapons, which doesn't bother me. But when there's a crazy group of individuals called the Branch Davidians, and you look up their history, you go, oh, great, they're in my neighborhood? This is weird.
Yeah.
That, personally, to me, I would have gone to the sheriff and said, make sure they don't go rogue and go crazy out here. So I'm sure there was some local input in that. And then when you put the thing that he was, quote unquote, pedophilic and having sexual relations with 12-year-olds, and that began to ire people locally, I'm sure, if they suspected that or saw things
that
like
would
that.
ire me.
So I think there was input, but they still didn't need to do it the way they did, even with that information.
Exactly.
So I know why they wanted to deal with it, but they dealt with it with, they took a nuclear bomb to a gnat issue. And
right.
That's my view of it. And they killed many innocent children and mothers and people who could be living productive lives and continuing. And that just makes me feel sick. There's innocent blood in my county on that, and the government's hands. Not that their hands are clean anyway, but there's a lot of things there. So, but let me circle back now, because I could talk all night about this. And I go, back off. We're talking about Crowley, and I want to center back on Crowley again. And in the same way here, we see an incident where local police, like in the Waco issue, have some involvement in an issue which is obviously not the correct conclusion. Now, and you've only talked to one who you wanted to talk to chief. The chief does not want to talk to you, and then delegates it to his detectives to get you off his back is all I'm going to say.
Correct.
Not deal with it, but get you off the back. And, this is the official decision. In other words, he was telling you to stop it in an indirect way. It's an indirect thing that says, no, you're going against the official decision. Whoa, no, we are content. In other words, you're poking this pig, leave it alone. Did you get that feeling did he give any type of vibe that said, stop this?
Yes. To me, that vibe was the moment he absolutely refused to answer the question and just kept going back to, no, it's not going to be reopened. And we believe, and I told him, I said, well, you shouldn't believe anything. You should have evidence to back it up. And
belief has to be based on facts.
Yeah. Yeah. And unfortunately, I told him, I said, I'm not going to back down. I'm not the kind of person who's going to stop. And I will keep going and keep talking about this because I feel like Greg was saying earlier, if we get this out there and the more people who hear about it, then people are coming to their own conclusions. The vast majority look at this case and go, oh, whoa, no, the police got it wrong.
What do you have in the local?
Yeah.
Have you taken this to the local newspaper in their locale? What kind of response do you get if you did, or have you?
I did. I am in touch with one of the reporters out there.
Yes.
And I asked, and just today I had asked them if they had received, it had actually gone in and watched the video I made about the blunt force trauma.
Good.
And they wrote back and what I asked them, I said, have you had an opportunity to watch the video where I spoke with Detective Sergeant Gummert regarding the David Crowley case? If so, what are your thoughts? And this person responded, quote, I have, none of it surprises me.
That makes me wonder real quick then. Something is amiss there then that he is aware of. And now, if that doesn't surprise him, what kind of local government have they got there then?
I don't know.
That is a dangerous thing then.
Yeah, and I don't want to mention this particular person's name, just so you know, because I'm trying to work with them to see if they will write another article or not, and maybe they can bring to light, because I sent them everything I sent to the police.
Right.
And so I'm still hopeful, always a hopeful one, that this person will write another article. Now here where I live in Colorado, two of the TV stations out here contacted me, but at the time they were asking me if there was a lot of interest in the case and what did I have. And at the time I didn't have anything, not really. It was right when I was first starting doing all of this. And they said if anything changes or if I get more information to definitely contact them, because they would then really consider doing a news piece on it.
An expose is what it would be.
So there are two stations here where I'm at that are very promising.
I would follow up with them too, definitely. And with that reporter locally, if he is willing. And with it not being a surprise to him, he might be afraid to do. I think there's a factor that he's aware of that we are not. And that stands out to me very strongly.
And that's another reason why I don't want to give their name. I don't even want to give the sex that they are, because I don't want anything to come back on this particular person if it is something like that. I just don't think it's fair to them.
It could be a danger to them, maybe realistically. And you're wise. That's good. I would follow the Colorado angle then with your stations.
Yep.
I really think this does need to be pushed. I feel a real upwelling in my heart even, because this is a fellow brother that was executed and tortured and then murdered ruthlessly with his family. And a little girl, why do you kill a little girl?
Yeah.
A 5-year-old girl. You get rid of the parents and you blow them away because they know and they can. But a 5-year-old, that just really tears at my heart because it's a child. And this case is one of those that needs to be taken from the locals and given to the FBI, if it's possible. I say that with trepidation because it depends on where this came from that this was like this. Sometimes going a direction that you think will work actually makes it worse. And you know what I'm saying there, I believe. And it's got to be handled. And I think the best way is get people that really, like the former investigative gentleman by the name of Cooper. You may be aware of him. And who really gets to the truth and brings it out. And I think he was executed for that. But that's neither here nor there. But the point is, this case, this one especially, is troubling and needs more light thrown into it to bring out these facts that the police and the state at the district attorney level are turning a blind eye to, because this stinks badly. And there needs to be a house cleaning in that state. And it might take this action you're doing and Greg going this way to bring the evidence necessary to get them to move. If you get a public opinion going, what the heck are you doing? And why aren't you looking into this? And the local community gets in an uproar about it, that may move them eventually, maybe.
Yeah, that's the hope.
And I pray success for you there, Catherine, because this, given the extra things that I have learned here tonight, this is an atrocity and needs to be found out who brought this about, why, and they need to be removed or executed in the prison system or put away for life, because these people are not the kind of people you want to be walking around on the streets.
I agree.
Definitely. And is there any other point that you can bring up, not just evidentiary, but anything surrounding David that you found other than Mr. Wright there? Sean, you said his name is Sean Wright?
Correct. Sean Wright and Danny August Mason. Yeah. Okay.
And Sean seems like a possibility to me. And as you say, he had the dog, and they found.
That was Danny.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My mistake. My misunderstanding. So this is an area that they need to follow up on. And with those individuals who look like they had an interest in doing this. And this, I think could be that direction you speak of in that, because torture would mean sign this, do this, sign it over to me, or else. Maybe he had that type of mentality and wanted to get his due, and he did this. But the fact is, though, why would the police not investigate and clear and get this person if they had an indicative, or that it was indicative that it could be him, and not research that and dig into his background and dig into his whereabouts on this? Did any of these people have alibis or did the police even talk to him at all? Is a question.
Yeah, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. I think they only spoke to them when they were asking them about David. And of course, at first they're like really nice and sweet and, oh, he was such a good guy. And then their story starts changing, and then they start, really talking bad about David. But the police never, ever looked at anyone else. And that's what I was asking Gummert. I said, I gave you really good, strong circumstantial evidence. And yes, it's circumstantial, I said, but it's enough that you guys should have at least, or even now, look into that to rule them out, because at this stage of the game, you can't. And he just, again, kept going back. The only thing he would say is, we believe in our decision.
Oh, boy, and he's a liar. I don't believe him. I don't think he believes in it whatsoever, but that's the statement that they're told to give. That's an instructive statement, not a heartfelt statement.
Yes, that's exactly what it felt like. It felt like he was given a narrative and said to stick to that no matter what, and he wouldn't deviate off course.
Yes, if you're lying, you have to stick to the story.
Yep.
And just keep saying it till people believe it. And unfortunately, I'm one that never believes somebody that does that once I have indications that that is not true. That means he is part of a conspiracy to cover up a very heinous crime. And the police department, and those who know of this case anyway, are covering up for somebody or a group, as I think you're correct in saying there was more than one person involved in this. And since it was over a number of days, and the thing that nobody noticed anything was that people came in there secretively, quietly, at night, or at a time when nobody was aware or could be aware that they were coming in and going out or traveling to there. Because this is, as I said earlier, stinks greatly and needs some further investigation, not only further investigation, but an investigation of those who do not want to follow up and why there also. This would be a big indicative thing that the state is not doing it and why. And especially when you presented copious amounts of very strong evidence to the contrary conclusions of those in the local police department. So this is something that is bigger than that local and bigger than the state situation. So this indicates, why does the state and the locals not want to do this? Have you asked questions like that? Being that you have the information, you go, okay, I have all this information. Now tell me, you could, this is off the record, and you could do it that way. Say, what do you think really happened? Because I know you don't believe what you say. Have you gone that direction with anybody?
No, not yet. I have not.
I would try that tack. Say, this is off the record. And I would keep it off the record in that way, but tell us.
Yeah.
Tell us. But I would try that out and just go back and say, you know what? Off the record, no spilling the beans on you. What's your personal opinion? And just say, I don't have a recorder, not recording. And then just tell me what you think about this case and what you would think of somebody if they did this to your family, what you would think. Put it in his court. I think,
a good idea.
Because when people get that, you'll get the discomfort that comes with what they're doing. There will be some reaction, I think. It's called touching their heart. And if you touch their heart with a question and say, if this was your mother or your sister or brother and niece, just tell me, how would you feel? Think about it.
Yeah, make it personal. Yeah.
Make him feel what is wrong with this picture. Because when you put a question like that and you say this is off the record, sometimes they'll break a little bit. Maybe not totally, but they'll say, well, I kind of feel that way myself. I can't tell you anything. Ooh, well, then you've gotten an admission, at least that you know of, and you can tell us who it was, when it was, what they said, and we have corroboration with us that can say, hey, we got something. We won't talk about it publicly, and I would honor the, no spilling the beans, but then you could diary that somewhere, and I would too, and then that would give a cause later on where we could say, why don't you bring this up in your locality and say your heart on that and get them to talk there. Now, I don't know if he would do that or not, and probably not in reality based on what I'm hearing. But I think that's a direction you might want to consider and prayerfully think of and see how it works out.
Yeah, it can't hurt to try. I always believe, you got to try. You don't get a no until you ask a question.
Right, it's how you ask them and what you ask. The Savior did that. He would ask the heart-touching question, and that's why I bring it up. Bring it to them as theirs. This is yours, and this is your heart, and this is your thoughts, and your family, and your people. If somebody did that like that to your family, or to your wife and your daughter, what would you want done? And that will get a response. And it may, if he gets angry, know you've hit a nerve that he knows he's wrong. Because anybody that gets angry when that kind of thing comes up, it means it's indicative that they're covering something, they don't like it, and it just strikes that heart nerve in such a way that they lose it because they know they're doing something wrong, and you're hitting on the nerve that speaks to them on it. And so I'm curious to see how that would come out.
Well, I am too now.
I'm glad we've had this discussion because it's giving you a little bit of ammo, but be careful how you do it too. I said this to a group when I was in San Leandro. We're touching on things that they want to keep quiet. We have to be cautious because I don't want to make anybody a target for any mayhem. I wouldn't want anything to happen to Greg, me, or you based on this. And of course, we have the protection of the Spirit because the Father will not allow anybody to be touched who are doing His will. There's that protection. And it's not like we're just dealing with worldly things and that we're surreptitiously doing things. We're doing this to honor the Father. This is why I do these things. And I pray that protection and Spirit be there for you as you go about this and words it in such a way that it gets the right reaction and justice for these three victims of murder.
And you know what? And I really agree. My faith base is here. There are so many times I should have been dead. I shouldn't be here right now.
Me
but
too.
for some reason, God has seen fit to keep me alive. And maybe this was why, especially the last time when I should have died. And even the doctors are like, somebody up there wants you alive because we have no medical explanation as to why you're here. But maybe this is it. This is what I keep thinking. And if this is what God wants me to do, and if something happens to me because I'm doing His will, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
That's the way I am. I told Greg, they can come and get me. They can kill me, or you or Greg, and just get rid of all of us. But guess what? What's still standing after we're gone? The truth.
The truth.
And the truth will fall on them and grind them to a powder no matter how they do it.
Yep. And Jesus tells us to only fear those. He says, don't fear those who can kill the body, but fear Him who can kill both body and soul.
There it is.
They can't kill my soul. Only God has that power. So I don't fear them.
Kill your faith. And when they kill you, they just make you more powerful.
Exactly.
And then you work on the other side, which, I was looking, hey, and that's true. Yeah. And the thing about it is, I was looking online at the demonic activity of the magicians and everything. It's getting more popular, and they're getting more out about it and talking about it. And I see this as the progression to the end times when they're going to look at people like us and say, oh, they're the problem. They're the ones. We get rid of them, we'll all be happy.
Yeah.
Oh, why don't we do that? And there are some that think of that today in government, believe me.
Oh, yeah.
Get rid of those Christians in that Bible. Oh, we'd have a happier, more peaceful world. Yeah, right. But but I really am so appreciative that you came on this show tonight, this program. It isn't my show. It is the Father's. I can't take any credit for this.
Well,
Greg says it's my show. Yeah, right. This is the Father's. It's a collaborative effort that we do to bring out the truth. And it's his show. And I'm so thankful that he's brought me in to be part with you guys. And, I'm hoping to get people like Ben Nunn. I don't know if you've heard of him, or Tom Horn and others. And this is all tying into the principalities and powers and darkness in high places. And what we're dealing with here, Catherine, is part of that structure.
Yeah.
The principalities and powers and darkness in high places. We're not fighting against individuals with this case. This is deep darkness that we're dealing with. And we're dealing with the realm of Satan and spirits. And whatever we see physically is just evidence of their participation in things like this.
Amen.
And I pray in these programs that I bring the right truth, the right word, that people will go, hey, wait a minute. I need to think about that. Because they do. The things we hear, and I'm going to diverge a little bit. Please excuse me on this. But when they talk about UFOs, no, demons. Bigfoot may be a cryptid of, or could be supernatural, or a combination of both, and it's not good in either case for us. And we need to look at things that are there and ask questions like Admiral Byrd when they went down to Antarctica. Why did that happen? And there's lots of things that people just close the book, go, don't look over there. And we have to look at, because as believers in these end times, it's going to be as the days of Noah. What were they like? And I've discovered a lot through Steve Ben Nunn. And let's see, who was the other one? Steve Quayle and Marzulli and Greer, and few that I have looked at and vetted and went, oh, this lines up. Oh, this is, okay. And so I am very much energized in these days as I see it affect government. And the more Satan's involved, the more division there is. And that means our government right now is being infiltrated by Satan himself, because it's breeding division. And I know that's one of his best tactics to bring destruction is division.
Oh, yeah, divide and conquer. And he's got that down to a T.
Yes, and that's what he did in the garden in the beginning. Same tactic every time. And he got Eve to question. That kind of separated her from her husband. And then her husband was right there. And then he followed her. And it was just what happened. And we need to see clearly our objective, which isn't just justice for this, but justice worldwide is the eventuality. And that will come. And I'm thankful that the Father told us what was going to happen, or otherwise I'd be pulling my hair out looking at it. But I'm aware, and I've had experiences which later on I may, when we get off the program, so to speak, that I can kind of share that I have been through, which have been direct things that I have encountered in my life of a spiritual nature. I have talked to Greg about it, and they're very poignant, strong, and I definitely knew what I was dealing with. And it was, it didn't scare me per se, but it got my attention. That I'll state unequivocally, it did.
Yeah, Greg actually brought that up to me a little while ago, and he'd asked me if I would be willing to, I believe it was speak with you about that particular subject, because I myself have quite the story. And at the time I told him, I was like, I couldn't do it at the time. But, that is something I think I'm about ready. I actually would feel comfortable or okay speaking about now. So one of these times we should do a show on that.
Right, I agree, because people need to understand the battle we're in, and that's why I'm putting it out there. I don't want any notoriety for it. I don't care for money or that. It's just something that believers need to be aware of, because churches don't, not that they're ignoring it totally, but they only deal with it if a member comes up and goes, this is what then they deal with it. It's not something they preach on how to deal with when you're in it. And that's important for us to bring those out. And at the appropriate time there, Catherine, let's do that. And I would be more than happy to do it. Let's enter it prayerfully, because I don't want to glorify the situation or glorify anything dealing with it, but just put the facts out there and let people read the word and vet our stories. And that's what I always say. Heart talk, don't believe us, go check it. Because when you check it, if we're telling you the truth, the Spirit and the Word will confirm our words if we're speaking the truth. Yep. And that's what I want to do, stay on that line. So if you ever hear me say something that's kind of out there, don't, and I know you wouldn't, I wouldn't feel shy about going, excuse me, wait a minute. Where do you find that? Where does that confirmation in the Word come from? I'm about exposing the truth, and about if it exposes me, and I go, ouch, I'm wrong. Go figure. I'm wrong.
And that's just it. We're all wrong at some point in time, right? We're probably more wrong than we're right.
Well, we're coming out of our wrongness slowly. It's like a copper wire that's all bent, and the Savior starts to stretch it. It gets hot. It gets straighter and straighter, but not without pain.
Exactly.
And I've had some of that. And I've shared some things with Greg in the past. And he's aware of my foibles and things. He's worked with me closely in family radio way back there. And I got him on this path. Did I, Greg, get you kind of on this path, or am I off a little bit? I don't.
I think you definitely helped me on it. I think you helped me on it, for sure.
I helped him by just giving little things, testing him in the beginning about 9/11 and things like that.
And by not calling me crazy or just telling me that I was just wasting my time doing, researching any of this stuff or anything. So, yeah, definitely. And at the very least, you do. Yeah. No, you really did. You really did a great deal for me.
Well, I'm glad, but it wasn't really me. The Father works in that. I can't take the credit because He was cueing you in this, and that's what led to this. And Catherine, and this, and the Father may have a specific purpose for us doing this together and working with others. And Catherine, I recommend reading Pandemonium's Engine, Tom Horn, and Forbidden Gates, Tom Horn. He's a believer, and you need to read those books because it will prep you for what's ahead. I recommend them very highly.
Okay.
Tom Horn and Pandemonium's Engine and Forbidden Gates. Oh, awesome. Greg, you too. And we'll talk about those once y'all get through that whenever you can. That would be awesome. And
sounds good. Really do a little book club.
Yeah.
Do a little review.
A book review, for sure.
Is there any final words, Catherine, that you would put that puts the stamp on this? I want you to do that on the calendar.
I sorry to interrupt you. I definitely wanted to ask Greg, because Greg said he wanted to cover the blue blanket. What exactly were you wanting to talk about?
Oh, yes. Yes, we need to, let's make that our final thing here. The blue blanket.
Tell me about the blue blanket.
Yeah, Catherine, can you tell us about because you were the one that really got me going back and researching more about this blue blanket. And the more that I research, the more I'm thinking, I think you got something there.
Yeah. And, it was something that one of those oddities or inconsistencies I found when I was researching and reading the reports. Now, the blue blanket is and I don't know whose blanket it was, but it was a blanket that was covering David's legs, completely covered his left foot. His right foot was partially exposed, but yet it was under Kamel. And this blanket, and I'm like, okay, how could he have shot himself and then positioned himself so he's under a blanket and it ends up just right, so it covers his legs, and none of it makes sense at all. And then you find out when you're reading the reports too that her left hand / arm is underneath her body, and again, that's laying on top of this blue blanket, and this same blue blanket is on top of her husband. David's underneath it, she's on top of it. Now, how did that happen?
Wow.
Yeah, and if her hand, left hand and arm, which David's legs was right next to her left arm, and her hand is positioned underneath her abdomen, where the dog has no access to that hand at all. But yet they're saying the dog ate the hand. How? It's under the body. It's missing, but yet it's still placed under the body.
Wait a minute. Her hand was under the body and was missing?
Yes. So that means that hand was missing prior to body placement.
That's indicative of what I was thinking. Somebody removed the hand and arms for a purpose.
Yeah, and that was the thing that I was asking Gummert. I'm like, how could the dog have eaten that hand if it's underneath her body? Explain that to me. And they just don't answer any questions. And it's the same with the blanket. It's like you've got this blue blanket that is underneath the wife, but on top of David, but somehow David supposedly shot them all. And then I'm like, so what? Did he put the blanket down and then lay Camille on top of it and then put Rania between her legs and then crawl under the blanket and shoot himself in the head? I'm like, does this make sense to you?
After blunt force trauma.
Exactly.
No sense at all at this. That's the icing on the cake right there. And if it's established that it was their blanket or not, that's a question there. Could it have been somebody else's? Somebody else brought one in. I don't know. But if it was their blanket, then that illustrates that they didn't handle it. And, the forensics could indicate a lot of things. Somebody else was there. And they leave behind fibers, footprints. They couldn't do all of this without leaving evidence behind. Unless they cleaned it up with the time they had.
Well, see, and that's the kicker too. I mean, there's so many smoking guns in this case. For the amount of stuff that they're blaming on David, there is a curious lack of his DNA and his prints everywhere. There are no prints and nothing anywhere. But yet they have prints that they can't match. So here you've got somebody else that was there, right?
Yep.
They ignore that. There's DNA of some sort from somebody else that does not match David, Camille, or Rania. They ignore that. Then you've got this blue blanket that somehow mysteriously covers David while it's underneath Camille, and they think that's normal. And then you've got, these so-called bloody footprints. When you look at them, they're not bloody footprints at all, because you see the photograph of this so-called bloody footprint with toes on the floor, and then you see the next slide where they're spraying it with a luminol type of product. They use something else. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head right now. But then you see underneath, you see the cleaned up blood that was brought up by this chemical. And there you see where they had cleaned it and wiped it before. And then the other stuff was put on top. The blood, their quote-unquote footprints, were put on top of what was previously cleaned up. And they ignore that as well.
Wow. This stinks even more than before, as if it could. And
oh, yes, it can.
Yes, it can. This is the height of a cover-up. I really, cannot see logically how they could come to the conclusions they have. This is not only now a conspiracy, it's not a conspiracy, there is a cover-up. They are conspiring to cover this
Which
up.
Which is a conspiracy. A cover-up requires more than people. So it is a conspiracy.
And it's more than one person. This takes a whole slew of people to bury this kind of thing.
Multiple agencies. And it's like, why?
That is my big question. Why would the state, the feds, and everybody turn a blind eye to 3 violent, dangerous people that were involved in this, that murdered these people in a heinous, horrible, and they were tortured also. This is evident.
Yep.
The family isn't asking questions. The family has either been shut off, shut down, something
or
has
threatened.
happened. Or threatened. But they are the big wall. They are the big wall that we have to just keep climbing over. Fortunately.
And that's a shame, but that means this is something that is very, very, very dark, and something is being covered up. And you can't say, oh, it's national security or whatever they're going to come up with, but something, as the old adage goes, there's something rotten in Denmark and it's sweeping over Europe. You can't help but smell it. And this is one of those things that if it smells rotten, there's a body somewhere and something's got to give. And eventually, I think if we get those 2 stations in Colorado pinging on this and getting more interest and getting it onto a major, who's going to major in the major networks and anything out there, who's going to pick this up? Somebody might, for purposes, because whoever's covering it up, they need to cover it up, and they don't want it to get certain other people who would want to uncover it based on they're opposing them. Who knows? There's got to be somebody out there in a position that wants to expose it and needs the right impetus, in my opinion. And I think if we keep going, and Catherine, if you get those 2 stations, the blue blanket, the obvious problems that are with this, I think you might begin to slowly get some traction going. This may take years. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the one thing I really want to stress to everyone. It's like what I've been saying in my last video. The fight has only begun. We're nowhere near finished. And this is this is where we have to stay the course, and we have to dig in, and we have to keep pushing this out there to as many people who will listen, and just keep doing what we're doing. And I'm grateful that there are people like Dan Hennon and Greg and you, and I can't even begin to tell you, Brad, what a blessing Dan and Greg have been for me personally through all of the stuff that's happened with this case. But I think, the Bible tells us, all things are possible with Christ. So I truly believe that this will get out there, that enough people, whether or not the police actually change which they do need to change their outcome, more than enough people are going to know the truth.
Yeah, because the coroner had to look at this and go, what?
Well, I'm really disappointed in the coroner, too. I mean, she had to have seen, there's no way she could have seen that skull piece, because she picked it up and put it and fit it with David's skull, what was remaining of his calvarium. And how could she be handling this? Seeing it, you and I see it in a photo. She had it in her hands, and then state in the report that she saw no other evidence of trauma or injury. I'm like, really?
It's obviously a misstatement, or she doesn't, I'm not going to say she doesn't know what she's doing, but there's obvious problems with that conclusion right off the bat.
Yes.
It really is. My goodness. And the coroner has to be part of it to come to that conclusion, and it would have to be told to do that, because no right coroner would come to that conclusion, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it was interesting, and maybe it was pre-planned ahead of time or whatever, but I find it curious that not long after this case and the death of David's mother, she moved away from that area and then went to work in Wisconsin. So, yeah.
Her death, I heard that from Greg, and that raises some sticky questions.
Yep.
Because she would be one that would want the truth, in my opinion. And was she involved in trying to do that?
Well, I don't know. I cannot. I go back and forth so many times on that one because I read the report and how it's written. And there's stuff that she left out completely, stuff she lied about, like saying she didn't see any further injury, which it's evident it's there. But then she also did leave little tidbits of gold about stating it was early to moderate decomposition, you know, and that piece of skull fragment did fit David. So, I mean, this was very helpful, but at the same time, her final conclusion just leaves you shaking your head going, okay, it leaves you with no other option than to say they were told what to say and they stuck to the narrative and then they walked away.
And that's what's involved. This is big because that means they were, this seems like you touched on something right there. We're saying pre-planned. This might have been a planned execution and is involving maybe the very agencies that are dealing with it. I was thinking about that. I didn't want to say it, but this could be indicative that maybe the police were involved. Maybe this is something more than just somebody, but a consortium of different agencies that may have been part of this for whatever reason, or one of the members who is a police officer or investigator or in office of some type had some interest in this. I don't know that, but it certainly smells like it.
Yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I know I've spoken with so many people, and even including police officers, current officers, and retired officers, and there were several that made that threw out that same scenario you just covered.
Yep.
They said, you know, this goes deeper than you think, and that was what was told to me at the very beginning when I very first saw the photo of the bodies. And I mean, now, mind you, I've seen dead people before. I was an EMT for 10 years, and I had, like I said, I have a friend who is a deputy coroner, and I got to go in, and I've watched autopsies. So death is nothing new to me. But I saw this photo, and I had a visceral reaction. And I was just like, I jumped back, and I just paced, and I'm like, oh, my God, they were murdered. They were murdered. And so when I started talking to other officers and other medical people, you know, the common response is, you need to walk away. This is bigger than you think. But I won't walk away.
You know, that says a lot to me right there because I knew that would come up. That's why I brought up the scenario of officers. I said, somebody else is involved. This is not random. This wasn't a random killer. This was an execution. Mm-hmm. And it was based on a directive from somebody somewhere in high position.
It's certainly looking like that, yes.
And with that, that means that this person is existing and wants this case to go away. And those officers telling you that was a veiled threat. And I know that offhand immediately.
Yeah.
And in that, I pray that the wall they run into is the spirit if they try to execute anything on that threat. Because they don't know what they're dealing with. They may think they do. But as I told Greg, when you're working with the spirit and you're guided by him, you will never go until it's his time for you to go.
Exactly.
Point, if they get him to where he moves, they're in trouble. And it won't be fun.
Yep.
It'll be done. And I know that. I've had the joy of not joy, but where I was protected in ways that caused discomfort for others. And they were just whirlwinds, as I call them, just doing their thing. Yeah. They weren't really meaning to harm or do anything, but they got some repercussions. They weren't severe, but it was enough that they didn't think it was related to me even. But it caused them to leave me alone.
Hey, God had your back.
and that's true. And that's why I'm in this. And I tell people, okay, you can come after me, do what you want, but I'm going to accomplish the goal that is set before me until it's done. When it's done, then the Father can let you kill me, do whatever you want, just to exemplify your greatness. And you think you've done something. But you're controlled by him as well as I. I recognize him. You have no clue. So understand that.
Yep, and we have to always remember Job. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him.
Right. And if they come up and say, we're going to kill you unless you recant and say this, I will say the truth.
Yep.
And if it's the truth, I'll say it. But who are you to tell me anything different?
Exactly.
And that's where I stand right now. And I hope that if it came to that, that I would stick with it. I don't give myself, oh, I know what I will do, because we each don't know under circumstances what we will do. But I do pray this. Say, Father, give me your feet, give me your rock to stand on, and then don't let anybody knock me off.
Amen.
And so that blue blanket was a big addition to the frosting on the cake. In fact, all this other evidence wouldn't have even needed to be brought to me for me to initially look at it and go, oh, no, this was murder. It was a quick conclusion, too. And so, we need to do another show. Focus, basically, as Greg would like, I think, on the bodies. And let you do the closing on this show today, and then I'll just follow up with some prayer in my brief closing on that. And then I'll close it with Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, and he'll direct us there. So what are your closing words on this? And prep us for the next show in which we kind of focus on the bodies of David Crowley and his wife and daughter.
Are you talking to Greg?
No, I'm talking to you, Kat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
He's been so quiet. It's like I always feel so bad. I always talk so much.
No, you're fine.
Good. That's good.
We were having you on here to do that.
That's why we had
so we want you to talk. Yeah. Catherine, I need somebody to override me sometimes. We need to bring balance in there. The yin and yang, the male.
Yeah.
We need a female voice in this, so please feel free.
Oh, well,
we need your voice. We want your voice.
Oh, you guys are kind. Thank you. I just kind of would like to just kind of wrap it all up in a nice, tight little bow. The Crowleys it's a triple homicide. There is more than enough evidence. David's head suffered blunt force trauma. His head received a gunshot wound, and his head was also partially cut away from the rest of his body. That doesn't happen by somebody who kills themselves. This family was targeted by either the informants or by the government or out of jealousy and anger and rage, but they were ruthlessly and without conscience murdered. They were slaughtered. And the local police don't seem to care. They're content with their decision, even though they know beyond a shadow of a doubt their decision is wrong. But that is why I believe God brings people like all of us together, because we will be the voice for those who can no longer speak for themselves. Yes.
And, in a final word on that, Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, it says, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not to your own understanding, in all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. Mm-hmm. So this isn't just our path. It is his.
Correct.
He walks it.
Amen.
He guides it. And the best thing, he will be the final one to conclude it. And Amen. We need to let those who think you should walk away, my word to those officers and people who say that, you better walk toward it. Because there's a time that since you walked away, you're going to be brought back to this and face it in a very bad situation in which you will have to give an account. You think about it. You would tell us, you better think about what you do. And my word is, you're not thinking, and you better start. That's my word. And with that, I close with a brief prayer. And thank you so much, Catherine.
Well, thank you.
Catherine Michelle. And this is Walter Bradley. And we're here with Greg, our great executive producer who brought this all about. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
And we appreciate all of you listeners who, hey, if you've got an input in Minnesota, start raising the flag. Start talking. And start talking to the police and those there, we need some resolution on this case because there's no justice for these victims. And in that, I close. I'm Walter Bradley. This is Heart Talk, where we let Catherine Michelle share her heart on the Crowley murderers, not murder-suicide. So we thank you for listening. I close with prayer. Father, we wish to glorify you. Protect us, give us voice, give us strength. Be with Catherine and give her heart to keep this going as long as you empower us and give us the will and strength of your spirit to bring truth to the people. And we thank you for Greg and orchestrating all of this and bringing it to a wonderful, fruitful close. And we look forward to the next Heart Talk with Catherine Michelle as we discuss this horrible travesty, misjustice with the Crowley family. We thank you, Father, and bring it to your glory. Amen.
Amen.
Hello, this is Walter Bradley. We're in Heart Talk, and we have a special guest today, Dan Hennon. And just like Catherine Michelle, we're dealing with the Crowley case in Minnesota, in which a strange, what I appear to think of as a murder and not a murder-suicide. And we have with us Greg Fernandez Jr. of Mind, Body, Soul Productions, and this is Heart Talk. I'm Walter Bradley. And now, let's get right to the point here. We're looking at a very strange case, and Dan has been researching this case, and we want to get his viewpoints and get the salient areas that he's been looking at to present an opposing view to the conclusion of the Crowley case, in which we've had some, well, let me let Dan take it away and just describe what's going on here. Dan, welcome to Heart Talk, and let's talk about this case, the Crowley case, and your viewpoint on that.
Well, thank you. This is a very interesting case. I live also here in Minnesota in a town called Chaska, which is 30 minutes away from Apple Valley. And Apple Valley, Minnesota, is where the crime took place back 4 years ago. And I was interested in the case because, number one, of the proximity. And I had also used to live in Apple Valley. So at one time I lived there literally probably 4 blocks away from that very house where the killings took place. So I have a vested interest to some extent into this case just because of the proximity. And so I have been following it from the very beginning. And what really caught on was the strange scenario of this situation. So that's really what got me interested in the case. As a parent, and I think most parents out there, when you have children, you can't imagine situations like this case, where the children, or in this particular case, just one child was murdered. And so this was a case 4 years ago that 911 was called to dispatch because there were 3 dead bodies laying on the living room floor on a rambler in a medium level town, neighborhood, I should say, not high end, not low end, but single family homes. And neighbors found bodies inside. Police were called to the scene, came in and noticed the adult male, David Crowley, age 29, next to his wife, Comel Crowley, age 28, and near them is their 5-year-old daughter, Rania. All dead, believed to be a single gunshot to the head, and police investigated the case and took it that the father, David, because a pistol was next to his left hand, had killed his wife with a gunshot to the back of the head, his daughter with a gunshot to the back of the head, and then turned the weapon on himself. And the bodies were there roughly 3 weeks. And so neighbors found the bodies that were partially going through the decomposition stage. And so this was very strange to begin with, because typically your situation with suicides is if you're dealing with your demons or your depression or what have you, you will go off, more than likely kill yourself and do it, more than likely alone and out of the way, and then leave a lengthy note that is signed, and your wishes are mentioned, and your reasons and your excuses and everything like that. So this didn't have anything like that in the story, and so it was very odd to begin with. And the reason I followed the case, it was 2 days later, and the article was appeared in the news, and it said that a father kills his wife and his child before turning the gun on himself. So that caught my eye. Looked into it, and said that he was working on a project that went south. David Crowley was a filmmaker, an aspiring filmmaker, director, producer, and was working on I think, spent a couple, 2-3 years on a project that he was going to produce called Gray State. And it was kind of a documentary, big screen movie was going to be, but talking about the fall of the United States and the problems that we have encountered and what's going on here, and kind of foreshadowing the U.S. falling into a police state with militarized police and whatnot. That project, evidently, we were told, it wasn't going too well. He was rejected, turned down, went into depression, was despondent. His wife turned despondent. They all three shut themselves off from family, friends, and neighbors. And over the Christmas holiday break of 2014, all of them were found dead. And so the speculations really arose right out of the gate. So I created a Facebook group page called Justice for David Crowley and Family to start throwing out some ideas and some investigative research, and starting to link these things together from various articles that were out, because most of the articles that first appeared were outside the nation. The UK, the Daily News had the first articles that I saw of this case that really picked up. There were international news, and then later the local news picked up, and a couple days later it was done, and it was flushed out from the news cycle. And that was really all we've heard of it. And at that point already, the police were investigating it as a double homicide followed by a suicide, which didn't make sense to me. So I created that page and on Facebook, and started to get others with like minds together, because this just didn't pass the smell test, so to say. Well, so that's my involvement, I guess, how I got started and how I got interested in this case.
Well, when I looked at just cursory look at the facts of the case, the thing that came up to me immediately was they were all three murdered. Now, what concerned me is how quickly, based on the reports, that they considered it a murder-suicide based on evidence that was there. And even a neophyte investigator, it seems to me, would not be able to come to that conclusion. Is that a direct for the first time yourself?
That's fair to say. When the investigators first looked into this, it was the city of Apple Valley. Their police department and their detectives were assigned to this case there. Apple Valley is a city of about 45,000 people population, so it's just outside of Minneapolis and St. Paul as a suburb. And so their detective staff is maybe 5 or 6 people. They looked into this case. For their first press release was suspicious deaths, or suspicious 3 bodies found in a suspicious case. The very next day, they were treating it as a double homicide suicide, and by the day after that, they already basically had that narrowed down, and were just finishing up the reports, and the crime scene was opened up. The house, it was roped off, I think, for 1 day. And that was really the end of it. They said, this guy did it. He must have went crazy, flipped out. And that was the end of the case. And so after that, it took a while to officially close it. By the time they got the information back, the test results, the lab results, the medical examiner, the coroner, the BCA, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension did some investigation too, and took the sample swabs, and the bullet fragment analysis and all this stuff started coming in. The bodies are found in January in the state of Minnesota, where it is cold. The bodies were there for roughly 3 weeks, and so they closed this case off, and basically was done. But yet, once we started filing FOIA requests and getting the information, once the case was closed, we found out that some of these reports were coming back in April or May. Some of these test results were coming back the following June and July. Some of the DNA and the analysis and further investigation was coming back, September and October of the year 2015. And so they had already basically closed this off and said that David did it when it didn't make sense to. I don't have a background in investigation. I don't have a background in law enforcement. I'm an accountant by trade. So I started looking at this from a business or a financial standpoint, and that's where some of the anomalies started coming up. But it was that very next year, on the 1-year anniversary, they said they closed the case. This was 2016, and said David did it. We've got the evidence, the proof. He killed his wife, his daughter. He went nuts. He went crazy. There was marijuana in the house. He may have been drinking and doing drugs, and so they kind of piled it all on David, this husband and the father, that his project didn't work. He was depressed. He was isolated. He was despondent. He was drinking, using drugs. Then they got into the fact that there was a volatile relationship, that he was into abuse. There was violence, domestic abuse. That's what really struck out for me, is that they started piling on. It wasn't just 1 or 2 reasons. It started to be 15 reasons, which seemed very odd. And then when you look back and do a little research, most, if not all of those, didn't pan out to even be true. So that really got us thinking, why are they saying all of these things when this certainly wasn't the case?
Well, that's what stood out to me, because I understand he's a believer. And being from that camp, so to speak, in the Bible, and being one who's concerned about family, and it is really heightened greatly, because in that arena, family is really tight and generally in better state than most families. I won't say it's perfect, it's not. But when there are difficulties, they have resources that they use, and things and outcomes are generally better. In this case, it was strange to me that a man who had that background would blow up and kill his family, and nobody knew about any problems. Because generally in a community of faith, they reach out to people and say, oh, I've got some difficulties. And there are people and family members who would know of the problems. I didn't see a real indication of that, in which there was a concern for David or his wife in those accusations that they were, totally depressed. And it would be beyond clinical. It would be, dead to the world, retreat from the world, run away. And
I don't know. I don't know how much, I don't know if we know how spiritually involved he really was. How much of a Christian was he? Was he open? Was he private about it? Because I can't find a whole lot. Dan, maybe, I don't know what you found on it, but I haven't found a whole lot to suggest that he was a Christian or a practicing Christian.
Yeah, here's what I think. David came from a Christian family, and he had a older brother and an older sister, and then parents that lived in the area. When he was growing up, after he graduated high school, I believe, is when his parents divorced. And so I don't think that, and I don't believe in David's adult life, that he was not a regular church goer. His family was raised Christian, and I think they went several times a year, perhaps. I don't want to speculate, but they were not every single day, every Sunday going. Now, his wife, who was Pakistani, his wife, Kamel, was Pakistani. She was raised Muslim. And so when she came over to the United States, and her family moved to Texas, and that's how he ended up meeting her when he enlisted in the Army. He was stationed at Fort Hood. And so he ended up meeting her. Her family came from a very strong Muslim family. He came from a fairly strong, I guess, above average Christian family. And then the two got married. And so some of the speculation that we don't know is, some say that in order to get married, she had to renounce her Muslim faith and convert to Christianity. Maybe she did that, maybe she didn't. Some say that they were just religion wasn't that big of a factor in their relationship, so they let it slide. And so we don't really know the case. Now, I myself, as a Christian, looked at it like yourself, Walter. I looked at it from that background because I thought, well, this just doesn't ring true. The situation here, as far as what they did, what we see is a loving family. Religion was important, but it wasn't on the front burner, so to say.
Right.
And they were raising their little daughter Rania in a very, I think, a loving, healthy, very good relationship, family relationship, and they were starting their own trends and traditions and whatnot. So they were doing very good, I think. Now, that's not to say that they, as a couple or a family, didn't go through their rough spots and bumps in the road, as what came out here. This case is 4 years old, so we've now seen that there were things and bumps in the road along the way. That wasn't all rose-colored glasses. That wasn't all good, but it certainly was not something that would lead someone to, go down that road of murdering their family. Not that that doesn't happen, but as you said earlier, that there was nothing to indicate this level of violence, this level of PTSD was thrown in there too, because he was came home as a vet from Afghanistan and Iraq. So all these accusations came out, and then once we started separating the wheat from the chaff here in this case, then we started to get the true reason and the true clearer picture, should I say, of what was really going on here. And then we started ruling out what is said as far as what the narrative is, or the official narrative, versus what really went on here. And that's how we started deducing what could not have taken place. And that's the best way to look at it, I think, is you start ruling out what didn't happen, then you can back into what more than likely did happen.
Yes, and I agree, and I think that this would involve more than one person being involved in against the family. They would have to control it to get to that point, and there's a purpose that they're doing it. There's a motive. You don't kill 3 people like that without there being a purpose involved, a motive and a reason. And he had business associates that they traced as possible people who could have been involved. But I was looking more at the angle of his film that he was trying to get produced. And he was the type of person, I believe, and especially based just on what I've heard of him, that he was committed to this project, and there was a good amount of money out there involved in the procedure of getting it going. Greg, you had that information, I believe. But the interest in me is, and my perception seems to indicate that this may have been something more to do with the revelatory factor in the government realm of this feature film he was doing, which was headed to television, possibly. And I think that...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dan's done some great research on that whole angle, too.
And that's what I was looking at. And I really think that his angle and the information he made, especially of him being part of the government and being in the military in Afghanistan, there are things that they did over there that they don't want us to know about. And the reason that they went to Afghanistan had other directions.
That's been some of the hardest stuff to find out about David, is the whole military history. He was only there for 5 years, maybe 6 years, because he got stop loss, I think. But I've been having a hard time finding exactly. I mean, I get a lot of theories, a lot of stuff, but I don't know.
The government was involved in looking up ancient, let's just say, ancient things. And when this all started, even, there was no reason for us to go and, jump Saddam Hussein. all of the things that they were saying were true were not true. They wanted to get into the Middle East, and they were looking for something. And frankly, I don't know what it was, but this could tie into this because he was there. And they were looking up for ancient texts, things of that nature that they looted and took out of the country, and the government knew for government interest, whatever it might have been. And I've heard of these stories, and they have there's a grain of truth to it. And I don't think that when we went to Afghanistan, I was part of the military, and sometimes governmental leaders will see something they want and create a cover story to do what they need to do. This is just part of government. And when this was opening up with Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and the Iraq invasion because of weapons of mass destruction, I smelled a rat. Because in every situation where the government of the United States, and it's not just the United States, there are other governments behind them supporting this, and they got a good quote unquote coalition. And what was the interest? And one of the things when they get over there is they go to ancient sites, ancient digs, ancient areas, Babylon, and these things that are there, and they begin digging into and getting artifacts or things or documents from those museums or locations and carrying them back to where and for what, I don't know. But there's a lot of credibility coming from certain people that say they did take things like that, and that truth be told, that their frontline interest was more in that than anything else. And tying this to this is that maybe he was doing revelations about things in regards to that and around it, since he was dealing with that anyway, and bringing up quote unquote government problems and issues and making this movie. I think that could have played heavily into this, what I say would be, if that be indeed the case, an execution, which is sending a message, and the whole family is killed. And then you get the idea of, ooh, don't want to mess with what he was messing with. And as fact of the matter, there's nothing further that the others who had part in this project he was working on, I don't see anybody taking it up and running with it. I think it literally was dead with David, so to speak. And I don't know what your point of that perspective would be, but it strikes me as very poignant that he was working on this project and that it could have been inflammatory or revealing things that they did not want to have revealed. There are other factors in play in this also, which they tied it to the family. And the thing they don't put in there is anybody from the outside being in there and doing this. They stayed away from that totally. And when it went to the state, they bounced it. They didn't go into it. So it strikes me as something that has been suppressed. But that suppression has to be coming from a source of authority. Because generally, police will go, oh, this looks bad. Looks like somebody came in and knocked off all three of these, which was obvious to me that that's what it looked like. And then everybody clams up and closes the case. When there's something at a governmental level, they can tell the local authorities, shut it down. And it appears like that to me, from my perspective. So that is something that was never brought up and wouldn't be brought up by any local or state official. And anytime these cases are quote unquote buried, there has to be an authority base to bring that about. What do y'all think about that?
Well, here's what I think, Walter, on that. When this case first broke, a lot of people did think that they assumed that it was a government hit. They assumed it was a wet work team from within the domestic U.S. that assassination carried out, right. Much like the Phillip Marshall case. But the 4 years, as far as looking into the facts and the evidence, 4 years later now, I do not believe that is the situation. David was in Iraq. That's where he became awake. He started waking up. He started getting disillusioned about our government. and wanted to come home, get married, and start a life. He got called back to go to Afghanistan. He said, I don't want to go. I don't want to be involved in our military anymore. They said, you're under stop loss. We got to send you back. And they said, we could put you in a mailroom job or whatever. So he did that. So that was true. So he became woke. In other words, he woke up and was doing things like that and exposing the issues of the government, of this project, of his documentary. Those things were all part of that possible scenario. Now, looking into the facts, as we see how clumsily this murder case took place, we've got it narrowed down now that David, did not do this. So it was a triple homicide, and it was done, we suspect by amateurs. So this was not a wet work team. This was not an assassination squad. This was not done by professionals. This was done by amateurs. And what we believe is the evidence points to someone close to David, close to the family, or close to the project itself. And then it was set up and staged to make it look like a murder-suicide, or even make it look like an assassination by the U.S. Government, or the deep state, or rogue elements in the intelligence. So that's what I think. All those things that you said at the beginning were true. David did awake in the military. He woke up extremely fast. Many of us take many years to start waking up to the big picture of what's really going on. David was very smart, had a high IQ, and was very bright. He picked up this and processed it very fast. So with my background, I looked into the money. Most cases like this, you got to look for the
You do have to follow money,
motive, and opportunity. And so if it wasn't if David didn't do it, and the government didn't do it, then who else would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to carry this out? So what we heard from the very beginning, and even Greg can attest to this, is we kept hearing that David was turned down by big Hollywood producers and didn't get the contract that he wanted. And so I followed that trail. What we found is that an offer was made, roughly a $30 million deal David was sitting on for his project. He had hired an attorney to start putting this deal in the wheels in motion, and he had a couple of producers he was working with in Hollywood. And the evidence shows now, with the information, is that the paperwork was drawn up, the contract was made. It went from an oral contract to a written contract, and they were going through the final phases of working on the options for this deal. Now, what David needed to do was get rid of the two people that was not investors, but co-founders, I think, and he had business ties with. And they said it would be cleaner for you to do this whole thing if you had just yourself, your own name on this project. And so he agreed with the production company and the lawyer to move forward with just his name on this project. And so he went to the two people that were working on other side businesses with him to disclose or remove their rights, any business rights to the film, the project, the company, and the business association, to remove their rights and move forward. So the first individual, Mitch Heil, did that and said, I'll sign away this so you can move forward with your film, and I'll go my way. We can still remain friends. The other individual was Danny August Mason, who was the main character, I guess, in this movie. He says, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to do that. So things started dragging out. And so the evidence shows that the $30 million deal was in play. David didn't get the money, didn't get a dime of it yet, but it was still in play. Before they could move forward, he needed Danny August Mason to be removed. And so when we go down this timeline that I put together on a large spreadsheet in Excel, the timeline is very important here, because you see, as Danny is shutting people, getting closure with some of these business associates, namely Danny August Mason, who's been a friend for several years. It was around the same time that his daughter Ranny's birthday party. So August of that year, there was a birthday party. They had friends and family over and business associates, and Danny August Mason was one of those. Well, Danny already received the letter, the legal work paper, legal request at this point to sign over his rights to, he put 2 or 3 years into this project, and now his friend is asking him to sign it away. So it became an awkward setting at this birthday party, and then not much was said. I'm sure you get the strange glances, the odd looks, it's a very uncomfortable thing, and the rest of the group there that was there in attendance at the birthday party is they probably didn't let on that this was going on under the ground, beneath the surface, bubbling over. And so several months went on back and forth with neither about to budge on this case. And so what we get is Danny August Mason not willing to give up his rights, his financial rights or his business rights or claims to this project. But in one of the emails, it says, I'll gladly, you give me some of the rights in this, and I'll give you some of the rights in this, and we can kind of go 50-50, and we can make this all work. David says, no, that's not going to happen. You need to sign this off, and then I can move forward. Well, that never happened. So next thing we see, the bodies were dead in December, allegedly found in January, and we never get closure to this whole thing. So right there, that means we've got some issue. We've got a Danny August Mason issue where he refused to sign over. And so I go now to the paperwork and the police reports and look at how they investigated Danny August Mason, how they questioned him, how they interrogated him. And what we see in the police reports and the evidence shows here clearly is that Danny August Mason was asked what was his role in this project. And he said, I'm just an actor. I don't have a connection to it from a business standpoint or a business owner. I don't have a vested interest. I'm just working here as an actor. I found that to be very strange. And then if you go through the rest of the paperwork, Danny August Mason wasn't questioned at all, wasn't interrogated at all. Now, what we do know is that he lied to investigators by saying he didn't have a role from a business standpoint, whereas he had a very large role. He was the big stakeholder in this project. And in fact, there was 4 months of emails going back and forth with these two gnashing their teeth of digging their heels in, not willing to give up rights from what they claimed and all their hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into this project. So it really is questions to me with Danny August Mason. Number one, he wasn't questioned. Or number two, when he was asked one simple question, he elected to lie to detectives. So that to me stood out. Now, later on, I got a hold of the president of this production company in Hollywood. And I said, there's a lot of speculation that this movie fell through, the deal fell through. David was despondent, and David was isolating himself and was depressed. He said, no, that was nothing farther from the truth. He was excited. He was a hard worker. He was working through the things that we gave him to do. We were going to turn this movie into a web series or an internet Netflix television series or a TV series or a web-based series. They felt there was too much to contain into an hour and a half or a 2-hour big motion picture film. So they're going to go that angle instead. But they said the deal was on. We never cut ties, and that was it. And so now we've got evidence that there was a deal on the table. We've got the evidence from the president himself, and now we've got invoices showing from the legal attorney that from David's attorney that I have released and published onto our Justice group page, showing that a lot of time was hours were billed from the legal side, from the legal assistant and from the attorney himself, going back and forth, making phone calls, conference calls, drafting up legal paperwork regarding all of this. So they were actively pursuing this whole project, actively. So we get this conflicting stories kind of a deal that comes in. So the question is, why did Danny August Mason lie? And so things like that started coming up. And so we've been publishing these things in our group there, that we've got 2,500 members on our page. And our goal is to be transparent. Anything we find out, anything we see, anything we notice from a forensic standpoint or from a FOIA standpoint or from banking irregularities, we publish and we push it out there. And we let people make their own decision. We know David didn't do this. Our goal is not to find out who did, but to try to reopen the case and also to reopen up people's eyes that, number one, we've got killers on the loose, we've got murderers on the loose, and those more than likely who were responsible for this may have been very close to David and his family from a working business relationship and a family relationship. So we've got all these different things coming into mix, and all we're trying to do is narrow things down. And so I've got the other things that we're focused on is the conflicting forensics and the conflicting, what I would call the intangibles in this case, circumstantial things that don't add up. And there's so much of them that now they become more than just mere coincidences. And so what would you like to get into next? Any one of those topics?
Well, one of the things that come up for me is when you murder somebody and you're in presence in the facility or the home or wherever you are, you leave behind something. You're never clean. And what is the evidence pointing at? I heard of a fingerprint being on the gun. Were you aware of that? That was not David's, and they couldn't quite make it out, but it wasn't his. Was that something that came up? And
there are some good points. There are some good points like that, especially from a forensics, and we try to stay with the facts rather than making opinions and suggestions. So when the police report came out and the case was closed, we were able to get all of this information. We know for a fact that there was no breaking and entering. The front door was shut and closed. The back rear slider door was unlocked, slightly ajar, which was very interesting. The back sliding patio door. And like you said, there was a gun at the scene near David's left hand. David is right-handed. There was no fingerprints of David found on that weapon. There was a partial fingerprint that was unknown or couldn't have been identified. But then in the cartridge, where the magazine slides up into that, it was a 40 caliber Springfield handgun that he had, and the bullets used were hollow points, which were also strange enough that you would use a hollow point on a suicide just to simply kill yourself. And so there was a fingerprint in blood on the cartridge, David's blood. So somewhere along the way, David was bleeding. Now we don't know why he would have been bleeding if he killed himself. Now at the end, during that final gunshot, yes, there'd be blood all over from David, but blood, not brain matter, not tissue, was found on that inside cartridge. So he'd already been bleeding when he put that cartridge in, which was another strange red flag. The bullet that killed David allegedly was found in the ceiling, in the attic. It went through the ceiling. There's a hole in the ceiling, found in the attic, and when tested, it shows there was no blood. David's blood, no blood of any person was even on that bullet fragment. And so this, like you said, it's a hollow point. It's going to open up. It's going to expand and mushroom, going through the head, the skull, and the brain, up into the sheetrock in the ceiling and bounce around up in the attic. It had David's touch DNA only on it, and he would have, I believe, would have had all those bullets would have had his touch DNA probably on it, because he loaded.
Found in the ceiling did not have any blood or matter on it.
Correct.
See, that's one thing that when you're trying to kill yourself, you're not shooting bullets around. And why was the bullet there? And it's in the ceiling. It's like he was on the ground firing up, like he was there. And but there wasn't any evidence of a struggle either. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So that's a glaring fact that I had noted before is, there's a bullet that was up in the ceiling. That means either the gun went off while he was putting up, or he was aiming that way, or shooting from a low position, or on the ground. There's several factors that could be in play.
Yeah. So here's what we think. A lot of the speculation that we get are also, strangely enough, coming from members of the Gray State Project. They're saying that more than likely he was on his knees and held the gun down by the floor, shot himself up through the head in an upward trajectory while on his knees, looking his head down. And that must have been how the bullet and the fragment and the hole in the ceiling got there. So that's a lot of speculation there. But once again, there's no blood or tissue on that bullet fragment. Now, number one, police really have no evidence that bullet went through any human flesh, much less David's. We know that that's not David's kill shot bullet. The question is, where is the bullet that killed David? No bullets in the house have David's flesh on them. Now, I'll repeat that.
Find the kills.
No bullet in that house, no bullet fragment has David's flesh or blood on it. So the question is, who picked it up, who took it, and why is it gone? Obviously, the dead man didn't pick up and hide his own bullet, but someone more than likely, the killers, took it home, I believe, probably as a trophy.
They probably cleaned up the scene, obviously, because there were some interesting facts. Missing arm, missing hand, and I understand that his right hand was not present, as they say. Was that found where they said there were bone fragments? And I don't understand whether they found, finger fragments, bones from the hand, but the hand was missing, I understand. And as I understood, it was the right hand.
Yeah, here's what we got, Walter. It's an interesting case, and Greg can chime in here too as I go along. I'm going to cover that very specific topic. For those of the new listeners out there that haven't heard this case, here is the list of items of the bodies that were missing from the scene. Not found later, not found elsewhere throughout the home, but outright missing from the scene. David's right hand was gone, and that means his fingers, there was no bones found, or his hand, or anything. His right hand was missing. Comel, his wife, her left hand and her right hand were missing. Now the police have said that they think that dog scavenging, there was a dog in the house, was scavenging on the bodies because he was hungry because of this 3-week scenario where the dog didn't eat, so may have been eating. And they're implying here bones and all. And so I question that, but we'll leave that alone. Randy's right arm was missing, the entire arm, forearm, both bones in the arm, the wrist, the hand, everything. And in fact, that arm was removed from the shoulder socket itself. And so there's no bones left if the dog did in fact eat the skin or the tissue. He certainly wouldn't have eaten the entire bones all. The bones were not found in the house. And David and Comel's skulls were missing. Skulls. And so that also means the brain in that skull. Did the dog eat the brain? Did the dog eat the skeleton, skull bones itself of the skull? So there were small fragments leading up to the back of the neck and the vertebrae and the back portion of the skull, but I mean, there was no eye sockets, there was no forehead, there was no, and then there were some pieces of the skull that were found, but the evidence shows that there was no body parts found throughout the house, no body parts found in the basement, in the other sections of the house. There were some small, maybe small splinter bones in the living room, but it wouldn't have certainly accounted for all of the bones that were missing. I think the total bones missing was like 106 maybe. And so the police are still holding firm that the dog consumed everything except a couple random bones that were left at the scene. So all these things were missing. Now we know that David Crowley is right-handed when he shoots. The gun was near his left hand and his right hand was missing. Some out there still believe that this may not even be the Crowley family. When would you ever have a situation like this where all of the identifying parts of the family are missing? Hands, so there's no fingerprints, dental skeletal remains of the teeth, and all of the identifying features are gone. The only hand that was there, David's left hand, but that was in a mummified state with no fingerprint capability. It was in a mummified state. No other body part was in a state like that. So they couldn't take these things. Now, they ended up identifying the bodies due to tattoos, and there was one set of teeth there, which they were able to identify also. So I believe that was the family there, but there are still those out there that believe that the family could have been switched or swapped and essentially living on a witness protection program on some island somewhere. Now, we don't believe that per se, but we're open to all theories. So why would those parts of the bodies be gone, which leads back to the infamous dog. The dog is a 20 to 25 pound beagle mix mid-size and certainly would be hungry after 3 weeks, but in looking through all of the 476 photos of every inch of that house, there is not one water bowl or a dog bowl, a food bowl in that home. So obviously the dog would have had to drink out of a water dish, correct?
Yeah.
At some point. Why was that gone? Why was the dog dish gone? Now, there was feces of the dog, mainly in the downstairs basement area, and there was also 2 large bags of dog food in the kitchen area that, if he was hungry enough, certainly could have tipped them over and ripped into those bags of food to eat if he was hungry enough. But the police say that he scavenged off the bodies and survived for 3 weeks off the bodies and the bodies only. So that's very strong. And what some conjecture, what I believe, is you have to account for that water bowl missing and the dog dish bowl missing. Was that also something taken by the killers, taken away? Because sometimes in these photos, crime scene photos, the pictures are important of what you see, but we can't forget about what you don't see in the pictures.
Well, one of the things, as you bring that up, the door being open, ajar. I'm assuming it wasn't open much. I don't have an indication or...
Less than a quarter of an inch, very small. Dog couldn't have gotten out, per se.
Right. So it suggests to me that somebody left but didn't shut. Is this a sliding glass door, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Or is it okay. That means I would assume somebody left out the back. Why wouldn't they shut the door all the way? Why leave it open? They would know what they were doing. And the problem with the missing heads and hands, that's one of the things that stand out to me. No dog could do that, literally, consume the whole head. Yeah, there would be fragments and things if someone was committing suicide. And the police obviously had to overlook that, because that is something that is totally not consistent with a murder-suicide. And a dog, and especially a beagle, that's a pretty small dog. It's not a huge dog. And if he was consuming the bodies, he would eat the flesh. Bones would have little concern. He might chew on a bone, but he's not going to be eating a bone, mostly. That's just pretty much what dogs do. And this, it stands to reason that this was a murder and that they removed the hand and the heads for a reason. I don't know if identification of the victims was their concern. It could have been trophies or proving something, because sometimes
there were still a couple parts of the head. I think the whole back part of David's skull was still there, and part of Kamel's skull, I think, was there, but it was mostly gone. But the way that they first told us, it made it seem like both of their heads are gone. And even if you look at the sketch drawing, you'll see that both of their heads are not even in that. They're just out. So that would be a
powerful weapon to blow the whole head completely off. I mean, a .40 caliber is pretty strong, and if you have hollow point, you have an entry wound and a large exit wound. It would blow out. That's what those weapons do. They turn with a hole, and it expands. Hollow point.
But now, how close close would you have to be to cause so much damage that a dog could get some type of credit for that? I mean, I know it's just crazy. They just seem to blame the dog for everything. They might as well blame the dog for the whole crime.
The dogs couldn't really do all they're saying, and it doesn't. And there would be evidence of that would prove it, and they haven't offered any. It shows to me that really this was a crime scene that was tampered with. It was. It had to be, because missing hand and an arm jerked from the socket. Now I'm assuming it wasn't cut, surgically removed. Was it pulled? How was the arm removed from the socket? Because when you pull an arm off, you're going to get jagged rip. There's no indication that I've heard of the condition indicating how the arm was removed.
What we know is that, because that's a good question. People thought that right away. They're like, well, was it scattered or pulled or yanked, the hands and everything, or was it a clean cut? Was there a saw involved that was easily, by looking at it, you can tell that was cut off. By looking at the police reports, there was nothing cut off, like the hands or the arm, like a straight edge, nice clean cut. It looked as if things were yanked and pulled, enough so that it led the investigators to believe that the dog, in fact, ripped these, ripped the bones off from the flesh. Now, the interesting thing is, on all of these body parts, is you get the daughter's arm. Ranny's 5 years old. The arm is missing, and it's noted in the police report that it was pulled from the socket itself. Now, a dog couldn't pull it from the socket, but we also did find, in looking at the medical examiner's report, is that Ranny did have suffered a small fracture of a rib beneath her armpit that was cracked. And so, if one would to lead to believe if that was a human foot getting leverage to yank that off, could certainly account for a fractured rib. I don't believe a dog could fracture a girl's rib, and I also know for a fact that a dog could not pull an arm out of the socket itself.
No.
Regardless what the decomposition state of the body is. Now, a large dog perhaps, but not this dog we're talking about here. So what are your thoughts, Walter, on that information?
Well, first of all, it's a beagle. My dad had a beagle, and I was aware that dog wasn't very big. And when I heard it was a beagle, he cannot rip arms or hands off. And if it were done, there would be parts laying about. And, beagle doesn't add up to what they're saying, first of all. And with that fracture, that means there was some leverage and something to brace for the pulling action. Somebody it shocks me that someone would want to rip an arm off, but that's seemingly, based on evidence, what has happened. And on David, ripping the arm off. Now, was his wife, Camille, what was missing on her? Did she?
Both hands. And she was lying down, Greg, and let's confirm this. She was lying on her stomach with both hands removed, and her arms were crossed underneath her, and they blamed the dog at ripping off the hands, which means he would have had to nudge her up to even get at the hands, because the hands were crossed underneath under the breast, and the hands were missing underneath her. So the dog, I find that hard to believe the dog doing any of the damage on Comel's missing hands whatsoever.
Well, that was what I first thought, was that those hands were crossed. But if you look at that sketch, it actually looks like so she's lying down, facing west. Her head is facing west, and her right arm looks like it's over her head, and that hand is gone. And then it looks like her left hand is under her stomach, and that hand is gone too. So I first thought that they were both crisscrossed because I couldn't understand how the heck even if a dog did do that, there's no way it could do it unless it's grabbing at the hands and rips them apart or something. But
and there's another
look at that sketch.
Yeah, there's another thing to note as well, Walter. You may not have seen the picture or the diagram, and what Greg is saying is correct. That one of the diagrams does show the sketch that the arm was out. Now, where Comel was laying, face down on the living room floor, was not out in the open for the dog to be able to get at both arms. She was kind of tucked in close to a sectional couch on both sides. Near her head and near her right side was a sectional couch. So even if the dog had access to one of the hands, I can buy that. I can believe that. It doesn't account for the other hand, which is either under her or up against that couch, a sectional couch. And so we've got a little problem here. One hand, perhaps the dog did, but certainly couldn't have done both of where and how she was lying. So once again, we keep running into these roadblocks that,
that's a big one. I'm going to have to write that one down because I keep forgetting about that one.
That it was post-mortem that the hands and arms were removed.
Hand is under her, but it's...
See, the thing is...
How does the dog eat the hand and then put it back on her? Okay.
See, he didn't, Greg. And that's the catch. Because even if one hand was available, the dog could have had it. But the problem is, Comel's missing two. So they screwed up. The staging of the scene had made many mistakes here, and that's how we narrowed it down to that these were amateurs who did this, because this was done very haphazardly.
Can we kind of stay on the hand for a second here? Go ahead, Walter.
No,
I think you're.
I'm curious because this bugs me. Why, if you're killing them, why would you want to remove it? And the fact is, there's going to be identification of the bodies. If you don't want them identified, you get rid of the bodies. You just make them disappear, and people wonder. If this was professional, they would have taken care of the dirty issues after it. This does come out.
And there's
and the missing arms. What was the point? The missing hands. I don't think that had anything to do with identification. I don't think that was post-mortem. I think that was there beforehand. In fact, I don't think they were killed in this house. Possibly.
But why get rid of the right hand? Why not get rid of the left hand? Right? Because everybody's going to know David is right-handed. It's throwing them off. Like, did something go wrong?
This is something in which somebody who didn't know what they were doing, and maybe they were just trying to confuse the scene, or they just didn't know what they were doing and were thinking one thing and did one thing and then think, oh no, let's try this. I don't know. But this comes across one. First of all, I am totally convinced, and I think anybody that looks at this, first of all, knows David.
You would think.
David had nothing to do with it. And secondly, we don't know if the arms and hands, whatever their state, were removed post-mortem. That strikes me as a very strong possibility in this, that they may have been tortured. And, when you take somebody's arm off, that would be extremely painful. Or watching your wife's hands being, quote unquote, removed physically in your presence. It sounds like there was torture involved. This is something that I think goes deeper into punishment almost. And that means they did something, in my opinion, the husband and wife might have been in collusion on it. What did they do to offend somebody that they were done? And to watch their daughter have an arm removed. And this is getting deeper into things like who would be, and first of all, I have to think you would have to use some type of device to remove a hand. A human being generally is not going to be able to pull an arm off unless they're incredibly, and I mean incredibly strong and massive. Now, there are some that could probably do it.
If you have a struggle.
Yeah, but unless there's more than
that would be
one,
the first sign of a struggle is
and that says
the daughter's missing arm.
But the thing about it is, I don't think they were killed in the home. That's another thing. I don't think they have the total crime scene, because if they were missing, those arms were removed. If they were removed there, they would be there or on the premises somewhere.
Well, here's what we've got, Walter. I know, Greg, you want to circle back around to that hand, because that is an important part, and it ties this whole thing back into it. For the newer listeners out there, we also have to look into this evidence. Now, we go back to the evidence. There is blood on the floor and on the walls in that living room. And by people who have looked at it, professionals that have looked at it, all identify that blood as being medium velocity blood spatter, not high velocity. The 40 caliber Springfield handgun would produce high velocity blood spatter on the ceiling, the walls, the floor, everywhere. And if you get 3 people shot with hollow point bullets, there's going to be blood and high velocity blood spatter everywhere. Now, there is blood, but it's medium velocity. So that would account for a beating of some sort and a torture of some sort while someone was still alive. That would account for the blood. So, like you said, Walter, did the murder take place in that house or in that room? Possibly not. But someone, we know for a fact, someone was beaten in that house and in that room. And then whatever happened, we don't know how they were killed or where they were killed, but the bodies were dumped there subsequently. That's what the evidence tells us. What are your thoughts on that? And then we can go back to that hand, Greg, because that's Comel's hand. She's laying on her stomach. On the couch was to the right side of her. Her right hand was either underneath her, crossed underneath her, or laying up against that couch. Either way, the dog had no ways to get at it, and her left hand was either out or tucked underneath her, potentially to have. But remember now that the wife, Comel, was Muslim at one point in her life. Of the three bullet fragments that were found, was there 4 bullet fragments that had flesh on them? 3 were attributable to Comel, 1 to the daughter. So instead of everyone getting shot once, the evidence supports the fact that Comel was shot up to 3 times herself and had both hands removed. And there was blood writing on the wall that says Allahu Akbar, and there was a Quran at the scene on the floor opened up, covered with blood then as well. So it also had a Muslim Islamic extremist angle to it, which I think was also done by amateurs who made it look like some sort of scene, but someone had a big vengeance of some sort toward Comel, the Muslim. The whole thing had a Muslim angle to it. David looks like he may not have even been the primary victim, but someone's blood was there on the floor that resulted from a beating, and we don't know whose blood that was. I don't think it says. Do you know, Greg?
No, I don't. No.
This is one of those things where I think this was multiple sites that they were dealt with and were done. It had his daughter and wife killed and dropped there, and they finished him off there. There's different scenarios that come up with the thought here.
Right.
And
right.
I think, and it could have been possibly an honor killing, in that she disgraced her family by marrying an American that was tied to somewhat of a Christian background, or that could have been a possibility.
Definitely. Definitely.
And the thing is, or somebody staged it to make it look like that.
Right.
It could be that.
It can only be one or the other, right?
It's either one or the other in that. And that angle I thought about. And one of the things Muslims do in the ancient world, when you cut off the hands and the feet or the head, that was to show they were cut off. They were unclean. They're no good. And that could be true here. But if you're an experienced hitman and you know the culture and you want to kill somebody and get away with it, you can make it look like it is that. So that angle has to be considered to some extent because of the disfigurement of the bodies. And it would be consistent with the Middle East style honor killing. Take the head, take the hands or the arms, and do that. Take them away and remove it. It's part trophy, showing the family, yes, I did this. Because when somebody kills somebody in the ancient world, bring me the head. Show me that face that I can see is dead. That's good. Then I know you've completed the task. So that,
yeah, but there's still some of the. I mean, how much of the head do they take? Because if we're talking about the whole head, then again, it's
all
like
they have to do is take enough so they can get a facial recognition.
Well, they probably could have got his whole face. I mean, there's literally just the back of the skull cap left. There's nothing else there.
So it's interesting that most of the, if you shoot somebody in the head, the whole head will be there in pieces. And if it's missing, somebody took it. And they had a reason for doing that. And generally in the old world style, that would be as an identifier that this has been done and that somebody sent somebody to do this. That's another angle. And especially
it still doesn't, yeah, I mean, it doesn't explain why the police, I mean, how does anyone who does something like this, how do they tie it to David, and how do the police fall for that?
Well, the fact of the matter is, this is not tied to David whatsoever. He may have been,
but they're making that tie. I'm saying from their view,
well, yes,
why would they do that?
But, well, it's not from the evidence. I can't
no.
see the evidence. That's the total point.
Well, that's logic, yeah. If you want to bring logic and truth into it,
yeah,
sure.
And this is the point. So this is something that's not, plausible in this case. This case is really a disaster. Well, everybody knows that. And I've used this show to get the details from Dan and from Catherine, and I'm going, wait, wow. And hearing more details as I have heard them, this is indicating this is more than a strange case, but it might be done as a hit, maybe not for the government, but for somebody. And I don't think this is the only site in which they were dealt with. I think this was the end point where they ended up. And the back door being open is they came in and put the bodies in there and then left out that back door. And
but multiple people would have seen him. All the neighbors would have seen him.
Would have, maybe not. It depends on.
I mean,
if you want to get in there,
these are just fences. Their backyards are not like Cali. They're just fences. Like you can literally see into their house.
But yet nobody saw anything, and this occurred.
Right. Right.
And this occurred, and they went out the back door, obviously, in some case. So they were able to get by somehow, and that means they could have brought the bodies in. And this smells like this was not the site that, at least that, I think David was killed in the house. I think his daughter may have been killed elsewhere and brought in, and they just showed him the bodies and were doing for whatever reason to him and finished him off there, maybe, because that would have been maybe. And you were saying maybe Carmel is the target, and it's not David. I don't know that, if Carmel was a target, if it's an honor killing, generally they're going to go after the person that dishonored them. That is the woman. In the Middle East and in Middle Eastern or Muslim, they go after children? And now they can say the offspring are dirty too, get rid of them both. If this was the case and David came in on it, you have a tie-in that could have been true. Because they said, he sees this, he sees me, got to get rid of him too. And it was more than one person doing this stuff. I think there was more than one person involved, that they possibly were Muslim. I don't believe the gentleman involved in the project would have killed his family and friends, killed his friend and his family, and killed the daughter and the wife. He would have been mad at him It's not them that were. So that eliminates him, in my opinion. First off,
He does have motive, though. I mean, there is motive there, and I'm not
but
accusing him
kill
of
the little
anything,
girl
but
and
there
the
is
wife.
the.
He would have
Yeah.
wanted to catch him alone and off him. He wouldn't have wanted to kill the little girl he
Get
knew.
the next of kin, right? You get the
Well,
next of
no,
kin.
Oh,
because
yeah.
There's no
We haven't brought that up yet.
He knew the daughter. He knew the daughter. He knew the wife. What angst or why would he want to kill them and add insult to injury? That's not anything except somebody that wants to punish the head of the house. That comes from a Muslim angle, to be honest. So I don't think the partner.
But have you ever seen an honor killing like this, where there's Quran pages ripped out? How does someone who is doing some honor killing, that would go against that? That would totally go against writing Allahu Akbar in blood on a wall in their victim's blood. That would go against that.
That's true. However, unless they're infuriated, and that's, I mean, there's a
or
Muslim
they're not a real Muslim.
Infuriated, yeah, and could have been accidentally done. That can be attributed. When they were doing an honor killing, say, "Oh, I hurt the Quran when I was," but you were doing the right thing. So I tend to look at this as a possibility.
Like Waco.
Well, yeah, you get somebody in a religious fervor of honor and desecration and wanting to restore your honor and to punish the one who brought the dishonor. This seems to line up, and the removal of an arm, hands, and that, and maybe desecrating the head is a very virile way of demonstrating the judgment, quote unquote, that should come upon an infidel. And that's
there were people that said that there was a hand found in the basement of that house. Okay. And that turned out to be just more lies. And I believe that was also Sean Wright. Wasn't that Sean Wright, Dan, or was that Mason Hendricks, or maybe both? I forget.
Potentially.
I do remember they told me that. Yeah, I think it was both.
So this doesn't. I know it's not David Crowley that did this. In my opinion, it's strong evidence that it is not. In fact, I think it's pretty clear evidence indicates he didn't do this. I think we can all agree with that very quickly. Second, that it was more than one person involved in this, and that this may not have been the total scene of the crime right there. Do y'all agree with that? Because that's what I'm seeing. This may not have been the final and only place these people were harmed.
But you would need a police cover-up. Yes, there's definitely something weird going on here, and there's no evidence that David Crowley is guilty. But if there would still need to be a reason why the police are covering this up. That's another one that's also bothering me when it's so clear cut that David Crowley is not guilty. Why would they care? They're putting themselves at risk. I mean, they're making themselves look bad. Why? Why go to such a length here?
Well, the thing that comes to mind is it was so horrendous, one. Two, the obvious perpetrator, maybe they know the perpetrator or of the perpetrators, and they're beyond their jurisdiction to get, which would then mean, well, we have evidence that it's this person. We're looking to get them there. They don't have an explanation. And it might be of such a nature that they can't do anything. I don't know why, but it does indicate to me, and even at a state level, you don't get any feedback. That means it goes higher than the state level. Something above state level that tells the state, stay out of it. So it's getting higher and higher. Where does it go? Well, if you go to the federal level, what would happen? I'm going to tell you right now, the federals will defer back to the locals and will go, if they call us in, we'll look into it. But that's not going to happen. This goes above state level authority. Therefore, that puts it to a federal level authority. And did they consult with the feds on this? Did anybody?
Well, can we contact them? Can we contact them and see if maybe they could help? Could the FBI help?
We need to ask questions as where did this? Because when there's a case like this, sometimes the FBI is called. hey, this is a weird one. We have missing body parts, and this could be something where this happened elsewhere. We don't know. It could have happened far away. We don't know. So this is one of those cases that is beyond strange. It's actually scarily strange. Who would want to remove arms and kill a 5-year-old and remove her arm? That's not normal. And that would have been something to affect David, in my opinion. The torture, when you see your wife and child in trauma, it drives you nuts. And if you can't do anything, you go, you're out there. So I see torture in this, first of all. And the fact
are there any signs of torture that we would find in the autopsies?
Well,
Because
you could. Contusions under the skin, you'd have bruising. But the torture may have been just the removal of the arm, the hands. And it seems like a stepped up procedure. You would start with the hands. Oh, look at your wife's pretty hands. Oops, there it goes. Oh, and her arm. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look what you've done to us. Now look what you brought on your family. And it smells like that. Because if you want to just ice somebody and get them out of the way because you have a problem like a business deal, you kill them. You kill them. Okay, you're mad. You've vented your anger. You got rid of the family. You shot them. They're dead. But this goes far beyond. It's, you have crimes of passion. This shows deep-seated psychological terrorizing murder. Terrorizing. And it goes really deep, real deep. That Middle Eastern thing comes up. And they're saying why, if they were trying to get people to think it was a Muslim honor killing, Allah Akbar would be right there. Unless you were trying to sidetrack it. The attitude could be to throw this whole case off with that. They have to determine that by her family. Her family would be the one to do that. And did they check with her family? Were they in the area? That's another angle. That would be a brother or a relation or a friend of the family. Were they in the area at that time? As a police investigator, that with Allahu Akbar there, I'd be looking, okay, let's see if any Muslim family friends were here or family, or were they close by, or any Muslim who was aware of the situation of Kamal was there. Is there any type of mosque close by? What is involved with that? Because that would be an area with Allahu Akbar that would be part of the investigation. I didn't hear of anything like that even being tendered in this investigation. And with that, that's a problem. Because you have direct evidence that it's a possibility with the blood on the wall. And with the arms and hands and the heads as they were, that's another indication possibly that there was an honor killing, and the removal of the head, hands, and arms were a part of that's the judgment that's on you. So this is a bigger case. And is her family of royal blood? Are she part of any family that is part of the hierarchy of Saudi Arabia or any official in the Muslim world? That would come into my mind. Let me look at that angle. That would tie into this, and especially in the way they were killed, and that the evidence indicates is possibly not the only crime scene. So I see lots of problems in this that needed to be addressed, which seemingly didn't even come into the perusal of the officers or anybody investigating this from this horrible crime, which was not David Crowley. And I think that the killing of the whole family indicates possibly a Muslim thing, because our Muslim sister has committed, a hate crime against us. We're going to kill her. Oh, and the offspring, they're dirty. They're unclean. They're made from this guy. And that's anathema to us. Get rid of her too. That would line up with it. And the only other thing outside of that would be somebody who's psychopathic. If it was just a random killer that came in on them and did this, he would be a severe psychopath. And to qualify it as a suicide murder would have a psychopath out there. This is a deadly conclusion to this case because the people who did this, or those who did it, are still in existence out there and can do it again. To whom? Nobody would know. But this is a very severe breach of justice, not only for the family, but for the community, because those people could be local to that community and they're still there. So these are problems that I see that are pushed aside by the state level, like I said, and do not have any further investigation, at least that we can see. They may have looked further and went, oops, they go to a certain point and find out enough that they go, now we have to leave it here. Publicly investigated, maybe not. But there might be those who have known it. And if you talk to officers, I remember Greg saying they won't talk about it. That means somebody has muzzled them. And it's not just they don't want to talk about it. They have been told you will not talk about it. And that illustrates an even greater, higher than state level coming down from somewhere, federal, maybe, or maybe not. It could be something outside of that which has influence in their police work that says you can't get it, you won't, because this is who and what did this, and if you don't want it to happen again, just leave it alone. We dealt with them, leave it there. So there is that distinct possibility, and it's not a great thing to think about, but sometimes the police are hogtied by higher authorities that say, leave it alone. I know you're disgusted. We know who did it. You know now. Leave it alone. Be quiet. Because it's at this level, we cannot do anything. And that's why I was concerned about if she, Comel, was tied to anything royal, because this goes up into her hierarchy of the Muslim faith and leadership. Could it have had something to do with that? And which it's consulate level or above. And then they would just say, drop it, leave it alone. And so this smells like that. It just looks like it, it smells like it, but it doesn't mean it's that totally. Like I said, it could be a distract to push it that way, in which it is not. But the fact that the police aren't looking at it may tend to point that direction. That's not my final answer, but it is something that I look at critically and think that it has great import in here just based on what it is.
Correct. I think too that the fact that I mentioned the target or the victim as being Comel being shot 3 times. I want to just clarify that I don't think that she was the target of the crime, but I think that there was a reason that overkill was included for her. Now, we don't know what that is, but for some reason, whoever did this went overboard when it got to her. And that question needs to be answered. I don't know why. I think that the target was David, but for some reason, if she was shot 2 or at least or possibly 3 times, and then her blood was used on the wall for writing Allah Akbar, and the Quran was there, someone went overboard to make it look like this whole honor killing type of a thing. And I think that was the result of amateurs who didn't know enough about the culture, but they thought they did, because anyone who knows the background and the culture of this easily knows that this is not some kind of an honor killing whatsoever. So it was made to look that way, but it was very goofy. The other angle is the if all 3 were killed, like you said, Walter, if you've got a beef, if the business partner has a beef with David, or if the government has a beef with David, they would kill David, right?
That's right.
Why is the daughter and why is the wife brutally murdered as well? So it gets back into this, the error of the project. Now you're dealing with a $30 million project, or what I would call the value of the project is sitting at $30 million. That's very enticing to someone. if they killed David and they don't have the rights to it, it's going to naturally fall to the wife. And if the wife is killed, it's going to fall to the daughter. What's the best way that a family member could get the entire package falling in their lap is if they wipe out the remaining heirs of the family. So this leads back now to David's family. Keep in mind that Comel's family was living in Texas. David's family consisted of a older sister who was living in Chicago at the time, an older brother who was unemployed and living here in the Twin Cities, and a father who was divorced from the mother, living about 45 minutes out of the town, and then the mother, also about 45 minutes away, that suspiciously wound up dead only 7 months later after the killings. The mother wound up dead, and the brother they were not on good terms. They had a fight, some kind of spat that happened also in August, around the same time as this daughter's birthday party. So the spat was so bad that they weren't even on talking terms. And David was pulling himself away from his relationship with his father, so much so that he got a new phone and didn't tell his father what the number was. So there was a dynamic here of David's family. The mother winds up dead, the brother wasn't talking to him, and David didn't personally like or respect his own father. Now, what we see in the financial statements here when looking into the finances and the odd banking irregularities that we see is in the month of October, in David Crowley's father's bank account, there's a $50,000 cash withdrawal made at a local branch. Not an ATM, but cash withdrawal at a teller. Now, this bank account, because it was shared when the investigators looked into the banking and the finances of David Crowley, he was a trustee on the family's trust. The father had a trust account set up, a POD account, payable only on death when the father died, for each of the 3 kids to have access to these funds. Now, the dad is still alive, so therefore he has rights, and the only person to have rights to this bank account. There was hundreds of thousands of dollars in that, typically $200,000 to $300,000 balance at any given time. In October, there's a $50,000 cash withdrawal. Now, in October, David's father tells police he was in Germany that entire month on business. He was in Germany. So once again, if we stay focused on the facts and not go down speculation here, we know that David's father was in October in Germany on business. His business, he was an entrepreneur and a millionaire, and conducted business all over the world. And so he was away per the police reports. The withdrawal was made in the middle of the month of October, and it was made in cash at a deposit at an actual location, at a branch location here in the Twin Cities. Go ahead.
Okay, now he was the one that took out the money.
His account, his name was on the account, but he didn't take out the money.
And he was the only one that had access or the ability, though, but he would have to authorize somebody to take out money then.
Well, the part of the Freedom of Information Act we got back was that actual withdrawal slip that was filled out at the bank by the father, allegedly.
So, that $50,000. Who were you saying that got the money?
Well, it appears to be the father's name is written, but it does not appear to be the father's signature that got that money out. So some have speculated that it's the brother that he was having the problems with. Now, the brother, unemployed, 50,000 rings a lot of bells for people as a possible payment to a hitman. And 50,000 for the murder of 3 people could easily fall into that range, and that is reasonable. Did his brother take out the money to pay a team of a hitman or 2 to do this? I don't know. We don't know that answer.
And what motive would he have had to take him out? And then to make it obvious by taking $50,000 from his dad's account, which would lead directly to him.
Well, that family would land that movie script into their lap if the remaining heirs all died. That gets back to the reason that all three had to die. If you go down the scenario of why all three died, not that it was an accident, not that someone walked in and surprised someone, but all three needed to die for that project to fall into the family's lap of the Crowleys, the remaining Crowleys. Now, the mother would not have liked that one bit. The mother was the only one who questioned that David did this at all. But 7 months later, she winds up dead, slumped over her patio in her backyard for unsuspicious. We still don't know the official reason why she suspiciously died.
They don't have any autopsy report on that?
The only autopsy was she's got gastrointestinal problems, and she was an alcoholic and drank a lot and had recurring problems in her gut. They didn't say exactly why she died, but she was just found that way by her boyfriend after midnight one night, sitting outside in the month of August. And that was quickly brushed aside.
Now we see a little bit of a different angle.
Exactly.
But the problem is the project hasn't gone forth, and there's that.
But was the project supposed to go on?
But they tried. Yeah,
they did try.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. I wasn't aware of that. So
and Greg, tell Walter who was pushing the project forth.
That would have been Danny Mason, I would think, right?
Yes.
Danny Mason and Joe Biggs and another guy named Elvis.
So Danny August Mason. Go ahead. What's that?
Were they working with the family doing this?
More than likely, yes.
They would have to, it would seem.
Danny August Mason, 4 months after the bodies were found, was creating a new company in the state of Minnesota, Secretary of State, called Gray State Universe LLC, and was moving forward with the project from a business angle and from a business front. And now he didn't have cash because he spent all his time and blood, sweat, and tears on this project and didn't have anything. So he was looking, I think, to score big. And this is my opinion. He needed to get a hold of that script, but the only way to get a hold of that script is to get in close with the family, whereas that family, the remaining heirs, would be eliminated from the situation and it would fall nicely into their lap. So now we've got a family connection and a business associate connection that may or may not have been working together in this situation. Now, Greg, you mentioned earlier about the cover-up. I just wanted to say to Walter and the other listening out there, I firmly believe the cover-up of this murder took place at the federal level after the killings. They were not involved in the conspiracy of the killings themselves. I think they came in later to aid and abet the cover-up itself. These are two different events in my mind. The cover-up came in later. It had nothing to do with the feds, had nothing to do with this in forward, but they're certainly involved, in my mind, 100% in the cover-up, in the aftermath of all this.
That means there has to be.
I would definitely agree, 100%.
There has to be a tie there. There has to be a link that can pull that into view.
So you just got to have friends in high places.
That to happen, there has to be a purpose for it. The feds and nobody take any cover-up unless they have something that they are getting out of the deal.
Now, if we made a suggestion, Walter, if I was to tell you that in this Gray State project there may have been 1, 2, or up to 3 people that were informants at the federal level or plants that were set up to infiltrate David's project.
That would be normal, in my opinion.
Which we think is the case. So now we're dealing with connections that were possibly informants set to infiltrate, because I do think that the federal government did have an interest in David's project. So he had people, there was eyes and ears on the inside of this project, I believe.
I would concur with that.
Now, when I set up this justice page on Facebook, the only threats that I received right off the bat came from the person that we believe is one of those informants. And that would make sense why they would want a page like this shut down looking for the truth, because if he is involved and if he is an informant and connected to the subsequent cover-up at the federal level, that would really cause some of these players some angst. And now I think it's all tying together.
Well, it certainly lends credence to the fact that the feds covered it up, because if they had infiltrated, and that puts in another aspect of this, which would make it an advantage for them to cover their tracks in a way that nobody knew what they were doing and why. But they would have an interest in this, I know. And especially in Hollywood, they have people there. And if the information they got was that it was worth a big interest for them to follow this, they would send people to get in there. And they have the right people to do that.
Yeah, let's say they had a high-level informant who did something that they shouldn't have done, and now somebody's got to cover their tracks.
That is exactly where I was going.
And because of national security, blah, 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 blah.
And that would excuse, quote, unquote, this altogether, and would be a national security cover. So that would cover every jurisdiction and everybody. And there would be no way this case would get open, no matter what anybody said, did, or brought forth. And that is where the threats come in. And that was a very unfederal action that he took to do that. Because if you're federal and it's already covered, you don't threaten people. You leave it.
Well, that's like Whitey Bulge, right? I mean, there's plenty high-level informants.
And the thing about it is, if you're in government and you have a problem, you don't make it worse by talk. You don't. If there's a problem, they deal with it in whatever faction and way will make the problem cease. That's how professionals work it. They just go, oh, talk. They don't come and warn you. They're not the mafia. They're the government. They can do what they need.
So what we have, Walter, is several other instances of amateurish behavior by potentially informants at the federal level. So David's killed. The Gray State Project ultimately dies, and then post the deaths, a series of Facebook posts were removed, deleted, and or hidden from David's personal Facebook page. So now we got some other amateurish behavior going on, and we've got screenshots of it as well. These are all gone now, completely gone off some of these pages. David's personal page, things were hacked into.
Well, it sounds like a sloppy job done by somebody who was trying to cover for an event like this. And it stands to reason that it might have been a rogue agent who did something he shouldn't have done. That is a strange possibility, as I call it, who just kind of went his way and did what he did. And then it's, oops, what, you idiot? No. And then what do we do about this? All right, clean up. Aisle 6, get it done. It sounds like a bad takeout of a problematic area that was done prematurely, and then they had to mop up the mess, thinking from that angle. And how would they do it? Shut everybody up, clean it up, tell them why, national security, keep quiet, stay out of it. That really starts to shine in this perspective.
And now you get a potential federal government, which I include in with that is the media is your number one aid to help discredit those pushing the wrong angles. We get a documentary called A Gray State done that showed at the Tribeca Film Festival. It was on A&E. It's now showing on Netflix. A highly done documentary by Eric Nelson that really shows the crazed, delusional David Crowley doing all this. And before the movie came out, there was a companion piece written in the New Yorker by an author named Alec Wilkinson that had almost the same script handed to him to write a hit piece on David Crowley. So this isn't just small to medium-sized media outlets. These are top-notch, top levels, which leads me to indicate that the federal government is included, because now you've got these propaganda artists, very good, mind you, propaganda artists pushing this story, which is otherwise hasn't been really followed up at the local or state level here at all. So someone else is involved pushing this story. Now, to credit them, most of our traffic, Greg, I would say, to our justice page on Facebook is driven from people who watch the documentary on Netflix and come away feeling something's not right in the way they just got fed propaganda in this whole movie because it just doesn't sit right with them. So we'd like to take this time to also thank Eric Nelson for his time on the documentary, because that's really driving the traffic to our page and waking up the general public.
They need to be awakened on this one. But now, knowing some of these other facts, and I assumed, based on his project, that the government would have noticed, and especially if he's going to Hollywood, that information would have gotten back to them very quickly. And having plants in there would be the norm. They implant everywhere they can get. That's the normal thing. They have their hands everywhere. The CIA would be involved at the NSA, and they're very good about getting good people in place. And they can do it based on just one. They get prime individuals.
And just one more thing to add with these individuals. A lot of the people that we're talking about here in the Gray State Project were close friends of David that all became close friends all within a 3 to 5 year period. They weren't longtime friends. They weren't longtime associates, but people who entered David's orbit, so to say, within a 3 to 5 year period before all this happened. So there's where your antenna should be raised for the listeners out there.
Yeah, especially tying to this project. That's the other angle, getting the plants in there. And a rogue agent who kind of went out of his way to clean up the area may have been doing this, and they had to circle the wagons because how badly it was done. Rather, maybe a neophyte agent, a young agent, who thought he was doing, quote, a favor, or doing the old government good guy who is wanting to promote himself and move up the ranks, takes care of a problem. That rings a bell in my mind. So, and the circling of the wagons and the shutting it down certainly points a direction that way also. In fact, that could be the highest point gatherer in this little discussion tonight. It certainly bears a mark of why nobody would do it and why there would be a veiled, threat in the words of, well, it'd be best that you don't continue looking at this. Not a threat, just a implication of problems if you continue. How many threats have you received there, Dan?
A handful of threats like that, mainly to shut it down, don't talk about it, and also the strange comment that I heard several times is, look, we've got this covered, leave it alone. I thought that was very strange. We've got this covered. We've got people on it.
Now that tells me greatly right now this is at a level this is at a very high level.
Greg, tell Walter the messages, some of the quotes that you have been told as far as some of the agencies potentially putting you under a microscope by following this case.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was Sean Wright, and Sean Wright was the one who said that if I kept going down this rabbit hole, if I kept looking at the things that Dan Hinnon and Thomas Lapp are looking at, that I'm going to be like them. I'm going to be put under a microscope by the DHS, and the FBI. And I asked Detective Gummert if the DHS or the FBI was involved in this case, and he said no. So I don't know. It's just one more scare tactic, but it was so unnecessary to even contact me. Just some random guy who's just looking into this stuff. It did not make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't. And you had mentioned the threats, and
there was another guy named Mason Hendricks that I was talking to, and he was also saying, he mentioned the Department of Homeland Security and that they had to sign off on this case, and that's why it took a year to close this case. Which again, we asked Gummert, no. Now these are the same people that said that there was a hand in the basement. Again, we asked Gummert, he said no. So what are these guys doing?
Well, he wouldn't necessarily want to talk about
what's their end game.
And he would, the reality is, if it is a higher level government, the lower level guys are not going to say, yes, it is, first and foremost. They'll immediately say no.
Well, they might not know. They might not even know.
That's the point. They might not know, and they may think, no, we haven't had any contact with that. And it still might be true. Now, the Department of Homeland Security having to, quote, unquote, sign off on it meant that David Crowley was touching on something of national security, which would make sense. Based on where he was, because in Afghanistan, they were doing a lot of things. I'm not going to go into it, but I found some stuff that I was looking at that I went, whoa, you know what? They're doing stuff there that if the public got a hold of it, and the reasons, they wouldn't believe it at first. But if you got credible evidence about what was going on, the government would want to shut that down immediately. Obviously, in my opinion, just my opinion only, not saying he did, but I think he was digging into things that were part of a government operation that was ongoing and might still be ongoing, and that they do not want to be public in any fashion due to their objective, complete the mission. And, higher people than him have been killed over things like that. And up into congressmen and people that are going into areas that they should not, as they determine from an authority base, sometimes based mainly in the Pentagon or tied to that, the military industrial complex, which has many things that they do not want out there. And they are willing to obfuscate, eradicate, kill, and do whatever. And now that I get all of these other facts that I wasn't quite there on, this, like I said, to shut down a state and local government, you have to have diplomatic power at the high levels or federal power at the high levels. And based on the information of the project and this, I think it's in the federal international level in that, and that's why it is shut down. And that's why I think realistically, as much as we can talk about it and do these programs, I am assuming that they're going to want to keep it just the way it is for whatever reasons. My thought is the reason is they had an agent involved. He did something that was traceable because of the mere fact of how the crime scene was left. Was a bad decision on his part because he was doing it, quote, for the greater good, whatever that means. And due to the fact that he was maybe trying to go only for Mr. Crowley, but daughter and wife came in and oops, and or he included them to get information, and it just was done. So I think that this is more an issue of federal and dealt with something of secure nature in the military or government level. And I think, truthfully, we're going to be talking a lot about it, but I think there's going to be no movement.
Yep, I agree, Walter.
I just feel it now. I just look at it and go, okay. Now I've got a fuller spectrum on it, and I remember when I was in the government and I had to do certain things, and the attitude was on this stuff. If anybody finds out about this, or this, you just tell them don't do it. And if they do it, let us know. We'll handle it. Oops. Okay. I didn't know at the time. I wasn't thinking about the outcomes of that, but this smells like that. So anyway, Dan, I want to thank you for joining us. Greg, appreciate you allowing me in on this, as I was not following as much as you were, but I have been digging into it a little here and there. And getting these facts, I now see a government angle that is preemptive over everything. And I think that this was maybe a rogue agent or an agent that was instructed to do one thing and went beyond the pale and hit the wrong notes, and they had to clean up the mess. And they're not going to let that go. And so we've come to a conclusion point where it is, we kind of have an idea, truly, I think, of what it was, but our progress can't get much further unless we go rogue ourselves and go into areas and do it quietly. You can't just, with these types of situations, you can't just run with it, because it could end up badly. And I think they're serious in saying what they're saying based on that. And it doesn't frighten me. I'm not frightened of people. I follow the Father. But when it gets to this point, the Father would say sometimes, well, let me handle it at this point. And maybe that's where we are. And they can't escape things. And nothing, I'm a man of faith. So anyway, that's my take as Walter Bradley here. And Dan, you've filled in a lot of the holes that I needed to, along with Greg here tonight. And I see this as an area that is pretty much one of those that you'll never progress beyond where they're willing to let you go, in my opinion. And I think this is one of those boxed cases, meaning, it's all boxed up. You may want to open that box, but they've sealed it. And there might not be any progress. As much as we want justice for this family, that justice may be delayed until the last day, so to speak. And but in that, there's no escaping it from my perspective. And any final comments before you go, Dan?
No, just like to thank the members joining the group, and we're going to continue on and look for justice for this family and move forward under the realization that nothing will probably ever come of it, but
at least we're announcing the truth.
Sorry, what was that?
I said, but at least we're pronouncing the truth.
Yes, exactly. I agree with that.
But thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
You do. Take care, man. Thanks a lot. Hello, this is Walter Bradley, and this is Heart Talk. I'm here with Greg Fernandez Jr., and we're here to talk about a case tonight called the Crowley case of Minnesota, Apple Valley. And we noticed some incongruity or some problems with the facts, with the conclusions of the Apple Valley Police Department. We don't know why it went this way, but it was described that he killed his daughter, that's David Crowley, his wife, and tried to kill the dog, they assume. And he was found 3 weeks after the alleged events. And I'm here with Greg, and we're here to just kind of delve into this. And Greg, why don't you update our listeners and tell them a little bit about this case in case no one has heard of it, and your conclusions based on Catherine Michelle, her investigation, and your investigation. Go ahead, Greg. Let us know.
Well, I would say I'm still looking into this. I still haven't come to a conclusion where I think that, David is innocent or he's guilty. I'm still open to the possibility that David Crowley is guilty, but there is just nothing there that would lead me to even think that David Crowley is guilty, basically. So that's been the problem that I've had. And the only other logical thing is, well, okay, if it wasn't David, then it must have been somebody else, right?
Yes.
But I can't say that I have a conclusion on this. I have a couple working theories. One of the working theories is probably one of the most outrageous things that you'll hear, and it does involve David being guilty. And that working theory is that he was possessed by a demon, went crazy, and killed himself. Okay, that's one working theory. That's the only logical theory, the only logical thing that I can find for any reason that David Crowley is guilty. That's it. And even that really doesn't make sense. That is the only way that I can logically put it into my brain that the police covered this up. Because aren't there other cases that we've seen where ghost sightings, where people have been taken over by demons? And I do believe there are other cases that fit that standard where the police cover it up because they don't want to look crazy. I think the biggest thing is that I would ask is for everybody just to do the research on your own. Don't think that just because I think something that everybody else should too. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm trying to convince myself of one way or the other. Was David Crowley guilty? Was he, did he snap? All that stuff. And I've gone through it all. And I go back and forth, but it all comes down to the same thing. There is no meat there. There is nothing there that should lead anybody to think that David Crowley is guilty. The Apple Valley police have a conclusion that because they don't see any evidence of anybody else, that it must be David. That's not good. That's not a good way to solve a case. I've never heard of that. Every cop, every person that I've shown this so far, they all have the same look. They are just dumbfounded, like, what the heck? It always starts, it's a three-phase thing. I start telling them this, they start asking me questions, they kind of get silent, they're very stumped by it, and then they don't want to talk about it. And I think that's going to be a big, big problem, because if there's other outside cops that don't want to talk about it, how much more likely is it that the Apple Valley police don't want to talk about it? So I know that's a long-winded answer without really giving you an answer, all to come back and just say, as far as a conclusion, at this point, I do not have one.
Okay. Now, I'm going to chime in a little bit and put some perspective from my side. And one of the things that I agree with you is that he could be guilty. But all of the evidence that would support that, I don't see it. Not that it could not be true, but just the condition of his body, the body's layout, and what I saw and the evidence that Catherine Michelle brought produced a lot of doubt in me that he did do it. Now, you brought up the interesting aspect that it was a spiritual related thing. Herein is something that most people, and it's very rare, wouldn't believe, but is a very minute, very small percentage, 0.001001. It'd be infinitesimal in its likelihood. However, there are things that interact in this world, spiritual, that motivate people or can control or infill them momentarily, so to speak, spirit beings, or that can appear and act in the physical realm of our earth. Now, this has happened before, but it's very rare. And the point being that could it have been something that happened that they did find evidence of, but we're not in a position to say, oh yeah, it was an evil spirit apparition that appeared and we found evidence that it slaughtered them. Well, that's not something that plays in the newscast. and neither would it go over in a public sense because that's a biblical thing. And they don't get much good in their minds of putting that out there. They best would have said, like many in the military, let's just keep this under wraps. We'll make it an obvious thing of it isn't this, but we're going to say it is and shut up. People will disagree and say we're in collusion and that he was murdered. Yeah, okay, let them do it. But we're just going to take the rap, and whoever goes up on it, we'll talk to the Attorney General, let them know the situation, and we'll keep a cap on this because we don't want to talk about this. That is one scenario. Or it was a government-involved agent setup, clandestine setup through the government, which was made to eliminate him and his project so it did not see the light of day, which has more veracity than my previous. So I personally don't believe he was responsible for this action that occurred to his family or himself. That's me. I'm open to be corrected on that if there is irrefutable evidence to the contrary. So, in that same vein, it is a very tenuous job for anybody who's looking into that case, because I think certain officers who didn't know would want to look into it until they found out what it is or what it was, and then maybe then they go, oops, you're right, I'm going silent. And that's kind of my take on it. There's a lot of things we're not seeing here that have not been revealed, and I don't think we have all the facts about this case. I think we have evidence that was presented and allowed to free float through the internet and through different people, which indicates it was not David Crowley. However, they say it was. So the thing comes to mind is, now here's the strange case of the body double. One that looks like Crowley that is not Crowley. Could there be an inference to that? I don't know. But body doubles are not infrequent in the world. I have one somewhere. That would be hard to tell the difference unless you knew me. If David Crowley, being a former military person, he would know ways to defend himself. And yet they kill his daughter, and I assume before they killed him, or maybe the order of death was not established. It could have been he was killed first and then his family as witnesses of that. So in that, we have that. What is the order of death? They could not establish that, and I see that as a problem also. And in this, they don't know, so they have to assume, and I think that's a great word, assume it was a murder-suicide and leave it at that unless they know something and must keep it under wraps because of the bizarre nature of the death and the murder situation.
The whole body double thing. One of the theories, one of the early theories that I heard is that these were not their three bodies. The first press release that shows that the bodies were positively identified happens on January 21st, 2015. These bodies, the actual autopsies are done on January 18th. David is being accused of this crime on January 18th. They have not even positively identified the bodies yet, and they're already accusing David of this crime. It's ridiculous behavior, disgusting behavior. Things like that frustrate me because, of course, you're going to think that there's something funny going on, that there's something foul going on. And I think this was a big test for all of those people who claim to be truthers, all those people who claim to be a part of, who don't care or who are anti-government or going after the government, corruption, all of this stuff. Where are they? Where are they now? Where did they go? This case was going to hurt a lot of those people. It was not going to help them. And I still do not understand the alternative media and how they responded to this case. That is the gray shame right there of how they responded by not responding. They'll talk about reptilians. They'll talk about shape-shifting. They'll talk about all of these other things. But when we have a clear-cut example that something is wrong here, and it involves a very young child and two young people and a soldier, it is ridiculous. It just really continues to frustrate me, and I'm turning that frustration into something positive. And we're going to find out what really happened here. I can guarantee you. I know that God knows, and if it's his will, if he wants us to know what happened here, it will be done. And nobody is going to stop that. Nobody.
And that's true. And here's another angle. He was in, what did you say, the Army?
Yes. He was in the Army. He served in Iraq, in Afghanistan.
He had a high clearance level, I think.
I'm not sure about. I'm really not sure about that. I've heard different theories on it, but most of those leads have kind of gone dead. Anytime that I'm contacted by a military person or something, not all the time, but a lot of the time, especially ones that kind of knew him or knew of him or served with him, they go cold, they go silent. It's like we're being monitored, we're being watched. It's the watchers. They're not watching for people who are part of any crime here. They're going after the people that are asking questions, and that should be another sign that there's something wrong here.
Well, there's one thing that the watchers don't understand is that they are being monitored by, we'll just say that they are being monitored. And they can't escape either. This is something that's beyond them and beyond us, actually, at this point, until we get something. It's not that they're in control. And I think they know that. I think there would be realization in their hearts that they know this is something beyond them. If it is involving anything that I could surmise, could be involved with the Army. Now, he was doing this Revelation, this movie that he was in, and he was in the Army. There are certain sworn affidavits that we go to and sworn testimony. Actually, we swear to uphold top secret things for a certain amount of time, I should say. And the attitude is you don't reveal until you go X number of years out from your service. I was classified top secret, involving weapon systems and development and testing and all kinds of things. And the reality is you don't talk about that at all, or reveal those things that they say do not reveal that surround that. And I kept that agreement. And I had some visits a visit from certain naval investigative services and checking me out. And they're very serious. They can do anything they want with you if they see evidence of total impropriety or anything with government secrets that are revealed and they have evidence that it is true. You're a goner. You're a goner. They'll just make you disappear if they want, or take you to Leavenworth or whatever is in view. UCMJ gives, you're covered by the UCMJ your whole life once you've been in the military. And if they deem you a big enough threat and you had enough access to, let's just say, limited information that was only need to know for a very select group, and you begin talking about it, they have right to kill you. And will do it if they see it necessary. But what I'm seeing here is that he was producing something that was touching in that direction. Now, let me ask a question based on that. His movie was focusing on what areas? Was it a multiple area movie focus where he was covering different areas, or was his focus mainly on a specific area, and what was it about?
the focus seemed to change. So you can watch his 2012 trailer. That's as far as he really got. And in the 2012 trailer, it looks like it is a government takeover. They're knocking down people's doors. They're taking over the whole government. They have a big guillotine, and they're chopping people's heads off with a guy in a freaking Mason robe. It's pretty sick stuff, and that's what turned me off about this back in 2012, because it looked like a satanic sacrifice. It looked like fear porn, and the way that I could not even watch it. Even before I watched it, I had this just overwhelming feeling that this is very dark, this is evil, and to just stay away from it. And here I am for some reason. But I think as the trailer got popular, and as David got more serious about making this into an actual film, which towards the end of his life, they were going to make it into a TV series. But I think it got more spiritual. And I think from everyone that has made comments in public, their public comments, they've stated that David was taking the movie in a different direction than what that 2012 trailer was, which I think is good. So I was wondering, and I'm still not sure, was he taking it in a more spiritual direction? But when we say spiritual, that can mean anything. Was he taking it in a more Christian direction? That's what I'd like to know.
That's a good point. And since he made changes, and that direction was, I think, would have been more light in areas that were not wanted, and then points the finger in a direction of government operatives, possibly under NSA and CIA directives, would have said, we can't let this happen. And since that movie has been canned effectively by his death, that is big motive in my opinion. And maybe they had a good reason to do it, but it comes back to my question: why kill the wife? Why kill the child? This area right there shows a penchant for murder. Somebody who has done this before and is working towards an aim or as a display to others. And I think that fits more of the paradigm, I think, that's in view with David Crowley. This was a message. This was something made to get people's attention. The whole family killed. What was he working on? This. Oops, I'm not working on that. The fact that he was working and changing his movie project and touching on government areas, which involved probably Monterey and Bohemian Grove. I'm sure that became one of the mentioning facts in his movie. Was that not part of it? Did he go that direction?
We don't really know. At least I don't know, because I haven't seen any versions of his script. And I think the most important one would be his final version of his script, or the latest version that he was working on, because he was still working to change whatever the final script was. He was going to turn that into a TV series, so obviously he had to kind of tweak it. But we do know that there was a Bohemian Grove owl statue in his house, and we do know that he had a checklist of different things that he was doing some research on. One included the reptilians, the lizard people, and the queen. Things like that. Like maybe the queen was a lizard or something like that. Stuff like that.
Like David Icke?
Say it again?
Like the Queen of
England? Basically the whole David Icke stuff. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
That's a dangerous area to start accusing the Queen of England. That gets into a whole other realm. And that expands it international. And if you have a derogatory movie that's denigrating the Queen of England, that is definitely not a wise way to go. And there's a lot of people that accuse the Queen of England of certain things, And to me, it's hearsay. And I go, well, give me evidence. And to date, I have not seen anything that would implicate the Queen or anybody there. They say they're this. David Icke does. And now he was part of the media before he came into his research. Could he be a plant, a shill? I don't know. A lot of people say he is.
I think he is. Yeah, I think he is.
That's my summation in some regard. But there's a lot of people that reveal a lot of things. And when you talk reptilian, what are you talking about? And shapeshifter, I don't think the Queen is a shapeshifter. I don't believe that. Could she be evil? Well, we're all evil. However, is she actually pursuing a satanic agenda? Now that could come into view where it could get you killed in revelations of that if you had evidence that she was part of ritual or anything that was tied to a satanic bent. And, in England, they had that guy Seville who was a pedophile and was covered and who supplied, quote unquote, children to the royals and to the high up in government and so forth. That was kind of hushed up fairly quick, but it came out and it blew away. And when you're dealing with things of government and involvement, and especially in high government, it is a dangerous area. And you have, even if you have plentiful evidence and you can prove your point, it's best not to talk to a lot of people about it, nor should you broadcast it that you're working on it. And, this is the area which, as I had mentioned to others, when we deal with these things, be careful. Know what you're doing. Know why you're doing it. Because they may come calling on you and say, we're going to kill you now. Have any final words? Well, yeah, I'm doing it for the Father, and my words are not final. They're just for the time being, and after you kill me, there'll be some more words I'll have to talk with you later about. That will be the time we'll deal with this for real. And they don't think about that. They think when they kill you that's that. They don't know they have empowered you to the highest, and that at a point they will see you again. Kind of a strange thought, but it is true. And with that, they may see David Crowley again and his wife and child. Wow. And have to face them with the Father. Whoa, wait, what would happen then? Well, people don't think about the consequences in the hereafter with the now, as we're both very aware. And so I conclude that this case is still open, and that maybe the reason it is as it is the Father says, I'm going to adjudicate this one. And woe unto them, because they think they've gotten away with it. No, they haven't. And neither did those who killed Kennedy. They didn't get away with it. That's a fact. But I consider this a murder, but not a murder-suicide, based on the evidence given. Like I said, and which you stated in your position, it is possible that he did do it and that the scene was tampered with. This is a possibility and the reality of a lot of cases. So we do have to leave that door open until we have conclusive proof otherwise. So I don't have any further points that I want to make on that case particularly, but and we're going to proceed on to some other things and see what we can kind of ferret out with that in the future as I look over more things in the Crowley case and then come back with Catherine Michelle. Do you have any final thoughts on that, Greg?
No, I say we'll keep talking about it and we'll come back and chat about it next time.
Okay, that sounds good. Hello, this is Walter Bradley, and this is Heart Talk, and this is a program that was begun really by Greg Fernandez Jr. And tonight we have Catherine with us again. Welcome, Catherine.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to discuss something that I'm kind of partial to as Waco, the Branch Davidians, David Koresh. And we're going to talk about that tonight. it's not old news, it's still news because of what happened here and how I think it was so badly handled, so terribly handled, that I'll make comments about that. And so, Catherine, how did you hear about it? Did you hear about it when it came up on the news, or how did you find out, and what was your reaction?
Well, actually, I had first heard about the Branch Davidians when I lived in Killeen, Texas. And so one of my friends had wanted me to go, and I just like, no, I'm not into cult type stuff. And so I never actually went. But then after I moved away and I heard about what happened there, of course, then I was like, darn, I wish I'd have gone. But I'd heard about the attack on, and we watched it too on the news. It took several days. And I just remember watching that going, wow, that it was insane how the FBI and how the police were handling it. After it was all going on, at the time, I was a member of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I don't know how many people know, but the Branch Davidians were actually excommunicated from the Adventist Church in 1935 because of their beliefs. The Adventists believed that Jesus Christ, or Yeshua, was the Savior. He's our only salvation. And the Branch Davidians, as you know, decided to come about and decide that whoever their leader was now the new Messiah. So they really kind of went off on left field. And so the conference of the Adventist Church kicked them out and said, no, we're not going to have any part of this. And then when the FBI and the police burned down the compound, the next day or the next Sabbath at church, we're all being told that it came down from the conference president of the entire Adventist Church, that if anyone from the media were to stop us and ask us about it, we were to say nothing. We're just supposed to say we don't have an opinion. And, I always thought that was kind of odd, because I'm like, why wouldn't we have an opinion? They're not part of who we are, and we should be able to say whatever we wanted. But that was not allowed. But I just know that David Koresh was not a good person. He was a child molester. He was doing a lot of illegal stuff. However, how the FBI and how the police handled it was criminal in and of itself. They did not have to go in like they did. I can't remember which one of you guys had stated the last time that the police could have actually just arrested him when he left the compound to go shopping. There were many other ways that they could have solved this peacefully without anybody dying, but they chose a way in which these cult members believed that it truly was the end of the world. They handled it in a way that these members were now saying, oh, David Koresh is correct. This is the end times. This is the apocalypse. And they're killing us for our faith. They only made martyrs out of them. They didn't do anything to bring about any truth about who David Koresh was to his followers. And I really found that disturbing.
In fact, there's still a group that's worshiping under the Branch Davidian and consider him a Messiah still. They're still in the area.
And that's really bothers me a lot, because, if people would just read their Bibles, that's a huge pet peeve of mine. When people throw out an ideology or something they were taught or something that they hear somebody say, there is but one Messiah, and that was Jesus Christ, or as his name, Yeshua.
Yes.
There's nobody else. And the Bible doesn't speak of another Messiah. And it's like, come on, why are they? I don't understand it. I just don't.
Well, I can add a little there that gives a little understanding, and it comes from the Savior. And as he dealt with the Pharisees, he said it very clearly. He says, you brood of vipers, you serve your father, and your father you will serve, and you will do his deeds. And that was Satan. He said, and that's where they got indignant with him and said, oh, no, we're of Abraham. We're of the seed of the righteous. You're wrong. But he pointed them out. And the thing with the Branch Davidians, anytime anybody and this happens in Christian circles, even amongst those who are true believers and are saved, what happens is they slip into a good pastor and a good teacher, and all of a sudden, they don't see it, but they begin idealization of that person. And if that person, redeemed or not, starts to take that in, it can lead to some very, very diabolical consequences. Because I've seen good fellowships with good teaching, and I was part of one with Greg, that went horribly awry because everybody started turning to the man instead of the Bible and believing it for what it said. And I think what happened with David Koresh said, knew the Bible, knew it very well.
Well, he knew how to manipulate it.
Well, exactly, but he knew the word and where to find it. And if you don't open it up and read it and say, oh, okay, let me look that up. Oh, sir, when you can quote it. And the former teacher that I was under could just, you would say something and say, oh, no, at this scripture it says this about that. He would know where to go without opening it up and looking it up. And that impresses people. But it doesn't impress me if anybody's great like that. Because you have to have the fruit that follows that's good, so to speak. Because every tree bears fruit, good or evil. And I saw some bad fruit in my area. And in this, the people failed to see due to the fact they were blinded by his charisma. You've heard of the thing that David Koresh had charisma. He was good looking, intelligent, and very well spoken, and very demure acting, and just stuck to his message. And by his actions, sort of demonstrated that, yeah, see, look at me. I'm telling you the truth. And you said it right, Catherine. When they came at him like they did, they said, well, it's coming true just as he said it would. Wow.
Yep, well, they created a martyr.
Yeah, and they created a subset of the Branch Davidians, and they did it under the blood of the children and women, like a sacrifice. And that.
Do we know why? Do we know why they would do it that way when they had other options?
You know, the perfect understanding of the reason rests one with Janet Reno. It went up to her level. It went up to that level. Janet Reno called in, well, the FBI, and eventually it got to the point where they were allowed, at her correct, giving them authority to do so, to bring in these tanks and all of this in regard, and actually that's illegal to do that, but they did it.
Yeah, and back then, too, in the day, it was the thing at that time, especially within the government level, to believe that certain religions were out to get the government.
Yes.
And so they were trying to make an example of the Branch Davidians by trying to prove to the rest of the world that they were these lunatic people trying to get, they were going to overthrow the government, which was never their intention. But yet that's how they presented it. And if people didn't know better, they believed what was being told to them.
Yes. And if you see how they deal with these things presently or in any case, they always try, and that was true, they make an example of the group. And the fact is that the blood of children and innocents are on their hands because they just went in there blatantly with disregard for all of the children and those who would willingly have really left, because Koresh kept some of them in, forced them to stay in there. And if they would have really handled it correctly with non-lethal force, no shooting, you could, they had guns and they know it. But, you would, if you just raid it and just take out the shooters and then protect the women and children, you would have had less loss than they had done with that great burn the place down. And I think it was due to a canister shot of tear gas or whatever they were shooting into that compound that brought the fire. They did say, and it has been, reported by those who were Branch Davidians that they had gasoline in there, and they were going to spread it around and start the fire. I think it was a dual thing. It was set by the Davidians, and it came about due to the influx of the canisters being shot from tear gas from the police and FBI and all of those who were out there.
Yeah, and that's what I heard too. You know, I heard that David Koresh, he basically was keeping some of the kids in, and my personal take on that was because he felt that they would be a safe shield, that the police and the FBI wouldn't really raid the compound knowing children were in there. Little did he know that they did it anyway, but that they did spread gasoline around. And it wasn't David Koresh or his followers that lit it on fire. It was either due to one of the canisters or a spark from when the tanks went through the walls. So, yeah, you know, if not for one, it was the other. So they were both equally at fault for that place burning down.
And I agree with that because I do believe that David Koresh needed to be arrested.
Yes.
But why? And I think I agree with your point. They were making them an example, but it was very poorly done. And the fact of the matter is he was out often, and they knew of these things when he was out and could have gotten him very, very easily. And then with him out of the way, they could have gone in there and said, we've got your leader, we're coming in. And we're going to check things out and talk to people, y'all need to come in. They would have acquiesced due to him being in jail and to get him out. And I think that would have protected the whole thing and would have gotten to the root of the problem. And then they could have brought out these things in a trial, and the dirt would have all come out. And I think it would have effectively disbanded it instead of reinforcing it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, if they did it that way, though, then they would not have had their, okay, see, there are these cults out there that are going to try to overthrow the government schmeal that they give everybody, you know, try to fool the masses. You know, it's never the government's fault for what they do, but see, it's these group of wackadoos. And yeah, I agree, they're wackadoos. However, I believe they were wackadoos who would have gone peacefully if done correctly.
Yeah, and one of the most disturbing factors is it went so high up so quickly.
Yeah.
It didn't need to go to this level even. What they could have done is backed off and said, okay, we'll talk to you about this later. We're going to leave, and then we have some questions for you. And the next time he came out, they could have gotten him. It would have been fairly simple. And what puzzles me is not just that they wanted to make an example of them, but something else is behind this, I think, that's out of view, out of our purview of behind the scenes. This might have been something of which they said these are religious zealots.
Yes.
And there's a lot of them in the United States. We want to show them what we do to those who do not bow to us and think that we have no power. Let's show you that your God can't deliver you. Watch this. And it was there in their minds, maybe a direct hit at, even though they were not totally following accurately or correctly, but it was from the world's perspective, we have to clamp down on all of this, and eventually we're going to have to do this with all of them. And it was that starting point which made me uncomfortable is, oh, well, what about if they disagree with Christians preaching against, quote, okay, homosexuality? What we're seeing right now is they're beginning to call that hate speech and are enacting laws that if you preach something that is considered, quote unquote, hate speech, they can come and arrest you and imprison you. And it's just a step-by-step, I think, work against the Bible and those who follow it. And I think...
And because of that, too, you know, now, and this was back, I was an EMT from, what was it, like 92, 93 to like 2003 or 2004. But it was within that time frame. It was while I was here at Fort Carson. And we had to attend a lot of different briefings just because I worked in a military hospital. And one of the briefings was based on how to spot a terrorist. And on their list is they put in fundamental Christians, and that was anybody who believed that their salvation came from Christ, right? Because fundamentalism, according to them, is equal to, I forget the word you used. The people who, I forget the word you used to describe David Koresh's group, but people who were going to go out against the government. And they put this on, it's made part of this list. So these are the types of people that our military was being trained to look out for. So if someone said they're a Christian, automatically you have to put them in the list and category as an enemy of the state.
And that's been for a long time, though.
Yes.
I think that it's been unspoken by the government, but they look at, especially religious groups, they put us with the Muslim, they put us with the radical, groups, wherever they may be or whoever they may be or where they're from, whether it be Europe, Africa, United States, South America, Asia. They look at us like gangs, like the triads or the cartels. They put us in the same group as far as from a government position. And
I just remember, I remember looking at that list, and I would sit there and I would watch these whoever was giving the talk at the front of the room, and I'm like going, but just about everybody sitting in here says they're a Christian, but I don't think they're all going to go after the government. But yet this was the brainwashing that has been going on for a long time.
Well, we're told to respect government unless, now here's where they have their problem. Unless it conflicts, and we always say it, we're obedient, we'll be your servants. But if it conflicts with the word, we're going to go by that. Therein is the government's issue. And that is the problem. They go, wait a minute, there's a limit. They say that they'll respect us to a point.
Yeah.
The government's perspective is totally...
And that's such an old trick. The Pharisees were doing that to Jesus, remember? And they were, giving him a coin, and they're trying to trick him into saying, who did it belong to? And Jesus just responded, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God which is God's.
Right.
And that's what we have to do.
Which was supporting the scripture.
Yes.
It says, if it conflicts with the word, you render to me. If
correct.
It renders to the government, give it to the government. Don't worry about taxes. And the first thing he knocks out of the way is taxes. Pay your taxes. That's the most hated thing of any people in the world is taxes and taxation and taxers and the tax collectors. And the Father says, no, give to them what they're due. As I remember when he was walking through an area and they said, will you pay the tax? And he said, and he asked, do you pay taxes from the children or from foreigners? Well, from foreigners. Yes, but they're choosing to tax us and we're children. He says, no, for the sake of offense, so we do not offend, pay the tax.
Yeah.
And so he said, pay it even though it wasn't really right. So we don't offend, pay the tax. Now
right.
That says a lot right there. And now going back, Catherine, where you said, that how the local police handled it. Well, really, the local police were upended by one, the FBI. And then guess who else came in there? Of course, the ATF.
Yes. Well, wasn't that because they had a so-called stockpile of weapons?
Yes. Oh, they had weapons. They had stockpiles of ammunition, weapons. And what started this and really got it going, there was a UPS driver that was delivering out there, and they were not real at the time, but they were going to, make the transformation to make them real, were grenades. There were some grenades that came in. They were false, but this UPS driver reported that. And that's wow. Locals going, well, what? They're getting grenades? What? And it wasn't true. They were not grenades. But they did have those things, and they could convert them to real stuff, and we're doing that. So there was that aspect it wasn't the fact they had weapons, but they were getting military, items, rocket launchers. I have heard. I hadn't vetted that one, but they had all.
Why though? Why would they need such powerful? Were they getting ready for the end of the world or something, or what?
That is exactly what he was teaching. That is it. You're right. That's what it was. He was preaching. It's going to come. Not that he was just preaching it was into the world, but that he was the one that was promoting and bringing it about, because he was the Messiah, and they would come against him to do this. So that's where that came from. And maybe somebody in the government knew this. I don't know. Some of the Branch Davidians in that group left that group because they said he had gone off the deep end. And because, one, of the raping of young children. That's what drove most of them out, those that did leave and said, oh, no, this is not right. And for those that were in there that stayed with him, I think they thought it was a good thing if he did something with their, quote, daughter, that it made them better or more special. I don't recall. But that was another thing that he was doing, along with the fact that he was trying to promote Armageddon, as he said.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I don't understand, and that's how in-depth their brainwashing was at the time. I don't know of any man in his normal and right mind who would stand back, and I don't care whoever it was, would come up and say, okay, you can't be with your wife physically, but I'm taking your wife, and now she's mine. And then he's the only one who gets to have every female as well as the children, which is disgusting. And, and then sit back and go, oh yeah, he's the Messiah. I still can't get that through my head and wrap it around my brain as to how even the men allowed that to occur. But the government, as well as the local police, knew full well that child abuse had been going on there for a long time and did nothing about the child abuse, but then decided to want to step in and make an example and say, see, this is how we take care of, terrorist threats or these people who want to take over the government. We'll just, blow them up or whatever. And that I find just as disturbing, because the government turned a blind eye to the abuse, just like the people inside that little group.
Yes, and it goes to show you that this is something that I'm going to put in there, that people don't understand why evil occurs. How could this happen? What was wrong? Well, the thing you have to understand is, and this is where I understand it from, is that it's also spiritual. They were put under a spiritual judgment, because if you look at the word, sometimes the Father will say, if they turn from me and turn away, I'm going to give them what they believe.
Yeah, he'll turn them over to
He'll turn them over. And those who stayed there and were not wise enough to leave like the others, he turned them over and said, okay, you want him, that, to be your Messiah? You can have all of it, and then the judgment that will go with it. Now, what our government did was wrong, and it was not the right way to do it. But what comes behind that is maybe the Father said to those that stayed, okay, you have turned and you've taught your children to follow after this, you're all going to be destroyed. Now, that doesn't mean that I say the Savior did it, but that could have been his judgment, which would have been righteousness if that were the case. It was like he did with Israel. Go in and kill all the women, children, animals even, and the whole land, and destroy it and burn it. In other words, purge it of evil, and then you settle it. I thought about that, or it was brought to my attention through the Spirit as I was reading one time. I was going, oh, I didn't think about that. They gave themselves over to this guy that called himself Messiah. Some left and were trying to get others to leave, and they decided to stay. Well, maybe that was your judgment, Father. I don't proclaim it, and I'm not proclaiming it now, because I might be wrong. I can't say the mind of God was to judge them, but it would not be far from the truth based on what they were doing, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I mean, there are consequences to our actions, and, God will turn us, turn anybody over and allow them to follow the ways of their lusts or whatever, if that's what they're determined to do. He won't force his will on us. And, yeah, it's just, it's their, I guess, their love of anything except for the truth, because if they had opened their Bibles, or if they had paid attention to what was being said to them, the moment he said anything out of the ordinary, they should have called him on it and said, hey, that's not scriptural. But instead, they fed his ego, and then it just was like this domino effect.
Well, there were some that did try to challenge him, and he would shut them out. And then one of them said, well, eventually I had to leave. And there were a few who did that. And those are the ones that departed. But what happened is, when they made him a martyr, some of them kind of equivocated and thought, well, it looks like he was right. He was right. He was right. And that's what is so horrible about this, is the fact that by the government's handling of it, it gave credence to his words. And that's what is, and unfortunately, it goes back to the fact, if you're given over to that, you'll still follow it because you're not listening to the word. And it just illustrates that there are those who are given true understanding, and those who just know the word and apply it as they understand it, but not guided by the Spirit.
Right. Right. And every time I think about that, I don't know where this Bible verse is found. I just know the verse where it says, but in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrine the commandments of men. And, these people, they were vainly, what they thought were worshiping God. And instead they weren't. They were following the words of David Koresh, who then was telling them that the government was after them. And then, when the government came after them, it was like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, and the thing about a self-fulfilling prophecy is that one thing that's always true in that, you have a charismatic leader. And he, like the Pope, I'll put the Pope in there, says, I am God. I declare, and it is. I say it, and it's true. And if people believe that, and look at this, how easy, and in my opinion, it seems easy, if you have command of the scriptures, to deceive people. And the Father says we are not to take in that, because it's falling into the sin of Satan, taking upon yourself the authority of the Almighty himself and declaring as him. That is heinous. And people who believe, sometimes I've been in scripture and Bible studies and say something, people go, oh, and they go, wow. And I go, no. That didn't come from me. I'm just like you. I'm a sinner. If the Spirit reveals something extraordinary, it didn't come from me, because I had to be redeemed and cleansed so he could produce that through me. It is not of me. And you can't let people even give you a compliment for anything that comes from the word or from your mouth proclaiming it that gives you honor. Because honor only comes from the Father. And it is his honor.
Yeah, it only belongs to him. Yeah.
And you have to tell people that sometimes, because, I told one person, if you keep doing that, I may believe you and I may do some very heinous things. Don't give me glory.
Yeah.
Give him the glory, please. And I'm always adamant about that, because it's important. Because if you start absorbing that, it becomes a spiritual delusion in your own head that you are something. And the Father says in the Word, if you think you're something when you're nothing, and that's everybody, we are nothing, as compared to the righteousness which is in the Son. When you think yourself something when you're nothing, it says you proceed unwisely and you end up in destruction. That's what happened to David Koresh. He was pronouncing the word, and he probably started out righteously. Nobody starts out thinking, I'm God, I'm going to teach you something. It is a process of people saying, wow, gosh, look what you did. I never would have come up with that. You're gifted. And I think like you said, it built his ego to the point he said, well, I must be God then. And
yeah. And, unfortunately, a lot of people are lazy when it comes to their own spiritual life because they will just lean on whatever their particular pastor says. And the Bible says, study to show thyself approved unto God. And how many people, so those, instead of studying and opening their Bibles and comparing what David Koresh was telling to them, they just go, oh, he must be the Messiah because, see, he's quoting this, misquoting, but quoting this scripture and I feel like he's telling me the truth. Well, feelings come and go. Feelings will change every minute. And they didn't rely on God.
It was circumstantial truth. In other words, when he said it, something had happened which was related to him, maybe not caused by him, but he took credit. And therein is the problem. And I think a lot of pastors don't know it, but they're setting themselves up as the oracle of God, like the Pope. Like when they speak to the congregation, it's ex cathedra, I'm speaking infallibly. Yeah, we speak infallibly if we speak the word of God, but it's not of us. And when we take that, like that mantle on ourselves, we're falling into the sin of Satan, and we want to ascend. Just like him, that sin is presented to us, and it's, I don't like to say it like this. It's an interesting thing that people who are blessed with the word all of a sudden then become the judges of all. And that's not what it's about. It's to judge your sin and to seek compliance to him by submission and being a servant to others, not a judge of others.
Right, because the Bible tells us all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. And there's not one of us. If any of us were perfect, man, we'd be walking on water, and I don't see anyone walking on water.
In Egypt, when the Pharaoh was contesting with Moses and Aaron, it's interesting that they were able to do miracles too.
Correct.
And
yes.
Yeah, and you see magicians today practicing the same sorcery that they did there. And there's some that can elevate and hover above tall buildings. I was looking at one of these things and saying, that's demonic. There was a magician up above a building, nothing holding him up, and he was floating up there. And he was saying it's a magic trick, but it was demonic. And a lot of these magicians are demonically controlled and have given their souls over and sacrificed somehow to get their power. They've sold themselves for glory. And it's the same thing with the shamans or Native American shamans or any shaman that you hear about, or seer or channeler or any of those. They have to give up something. They have to yield to Satan. And then they are possessed, and the demons perform for them that which they want, and the cost is their eternal soul, and it is fighting against the truth of the Messiah. And I just kind of want to expand a little bit on what you're talking about with the Native Americans. When I was a young girl, we lived on the Crow Reservation for 2 years, and they would do these dances when they would have these powwows. These guys, the men would, have to prepare themselves because they were going to do a 3-day dance. And here I was like 11, 12, 13, and I'm like, nobody can dance for 3 days, right? And then you go out there, and I'm watching these men, and they were in, a trance-like state, and they literally danced for 3 days. And I was like going, it just gave me such the EBGBs. I'm like, there's no way that is not of a bad spirit. That is not humanly possible to not stop and drink or go to the bathroom, but you just do nothing but dance. They had to have been possessed. And one of the things that they say, and this is going to be one of those that come from those who are in that tribe, for a shaman to get his powers, or for any of them, they have to sacrifice somebody they love dearly. If they want that power, they have to kill. They have to have a blood sacrifice of somebody they love. That is the requirement.
Yeah, thank goodness I never saw that. I mean, yes, they would do these special ceremonies over their kills for the winter, like when they would out go deer hunting and stuff. But they would also do these really weird ceremonies just over anybody, and there was one time I was like really, really sick, and they wanted to take me to the sweat lodge and do all this other stuff. And I just looked at my mom and I'm like, yeah, no, they're not praying over me for anything. And I said,
Exactly.
I'm not going to their sweat lodge. No, because it just felt so evil. It was not okay.
It's a satanic thing.
Yeah.
And one of the things is the shamans will talk about skinwalkers. And they are transformed by evil. And, I didn't believe that anybody could transform into something else. Until recently I began listening. I thought, wait a minute. Satan, if he gives the power to do it, it can happen that you can transform into an animal form or a image of such. And I thought, maybe I'm wrong. I had written Greg and said, I've had a change of a certain points after listening to these Navajo, because it was blood sacrifice of someone they loved, and then they would get this ability to become skinwalkers. And then they can come as a wolf or anything like that. And they described a situation in which a family was being troubled by a wolf that was getting into their pen with their goats and sheep. So the guy went out there with a gun and shot it, and then he was picking it up by its hind leg, and he said he began pulling it, and then he had a human leg. And he thought, what? And I thought, no, this is, and at first I was going, no. He was delusional. But no, it was, and he was totally white-skinned. He had covered himself in white, which is traditional, I understand, or a skinwalker. And then they took him to a hospital in the Navajo region. And none of the Navajo and any of the Native Americans would have anything to do with it. And they said a couple of Anglo doctors came and helped him, and then he survived. And then one of the Navajos told the group, they were frightened that he was going to come and get them. And he said, oh, you can go knock 3 times on his door and say, you know who he is, and he'll die. And they did that, I think. They didn't say that, but he'll die within 3 days. So this is highly evil and spiritual. And when it happens according to that, it is done by evil within its own evil culture. And the Native Americans of the United States are all covered in this. They all talk about the Great Spirit. And then I don't think they're talking about the Father Creator. That Great Spirit might be Satan. I don't know. I'm making an assumption there. Some would say it's great God of Father, but based on their practices, that points and paints a different picture.
Well, yeah, and all I know is I would watch many times where if one tribe member was angry at another tribe member, or even someone from a different tribe altogether, not just within the Crow family, but, they would do these spells, and they would sometimes put spells of death, spells of harm, and things would start happening to that other person. I mean, it was just pure evil. And then if you felt or you heard through the grapevine that you had a spell put on you, then you had to sleep with sweetgrass under your pillow or by your bed or whatever, because the sweetgrass kept the evil spirits away. And it was the most demonic 2 years, I swear, of my life. It was horrible.
And I wouldn't want to stay on a reservation.
No.
or go near them or get, but I wouldn't fear to go there if I needed to. I wouldn't have to fear the shaman or curses. We are not to fear those things, because they are powerless against the Savior. And, I don't even fear my government. Now, I fear it in that I must obey it in lawful items. But when it comes to believing what I believe in the Bible, they've got nothing on me. They can't touch me. Even if they come to kill me, let them do it. If they're successful, the Father wanted it that way, and I'll stand with him. And I prayerfully ask that, Father, let me die like Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, and stand, because, we're weak. And sometimes when we're conflicted with the reality, sometimes the flesh will try to go, really? You can work it now. Really? You said you'd stand, but you're going to be okay. Just pray for forgiveness. If you got to die in suffering, maybe you don't want to do that. Now, that's the flesh crying out going, you're going to suffer, dude. and I think about that, and I think, Father, I hate pain, but what I would hate most is to be rejected. And greater are you, and if I have to suffer that way, do it. Please don't let me do it, but if I have to suffer the way you did, well, what choice do I have in the matter? If I'm going to stand with you, I have to die with you. And that's the thing about Christianity. If you stand with the Word, you have to die with it. There's no middle ground.
Exactly.
And that's where I stand. I go, Father, give me the strength, because I'm not in my flesh capable of dealing with that. My flesh will cry out, and I go, okay, sure, no problem. It's the Spirit that does righteousness. Man, yeah, he figures out many inventions to appear righteous, is what it is.
Hey, I did have a question about these guys they're dancing for 3 days straight.
Yes.
What do they do to prepare themselves for that, for dancing for 3 days?
Yeah, that I don't know, because, I was just, like I said, I was about 12 years old at the time, and there's not everything that we were allowed to see. But they were separated for, I can't even remember, it's been too long now, but they would separate themselves from everyone else for a matter of time before the dance began. And then they would go into a trance-like state. And, they were like dancing, but they were not aware of their surroundings.
One of the things that I've heard is they do their rituals before this, and they invoke their ancestors and the Great Spirit and whatever it is that they worship, because I am not aware of it. But they have a ritual, I think, they go through and invoke to be filled by the ancient ancestors or this kind of thing, to perform the ancient worship dance that they're performing. Don't take my word for it, because I'm going to have to vet that, and I'm going to have to look into it based on that and based on your information on the Crow Nation there, because I want to look into it a little bit. But to me, it's just the infilling of demonic spirits, who then, just like has happened in the past when people are possessed, they're able to do superhuman things, walk backwards, walk up walls, climb on the ceiling, these types of things, which of ourselves, we can't do that, and no human can. But in the demonic control, yeah, they have power to overcome the physical laws of nature, because they're angelic or are given those powers through Satan.
Yeah, and and like I said, there was so much stuff I heard as a kid, and it's like, nah, that can't really be true. And then when you see it for yourself, you're like, whoa, it's it's pretty sobering. And just watching it, even now talking about it, I can still see them in my mind's eye, just them dancing in the trance state they were in. And I would sit there and just go, how are they doing this? I never understood that, other than they had to have been possessed. I don't know how else they could have done it.
Yep, and that explains, I think, when we're talking about David Koresh, the power that he wielded didn't come from himself. We have to understand that. And when people are beguiled, like those that are willing to die and it is not the truth, it is because they have believed unto their destruction a lie.
Yeah.
And you stated it, David Koresh said things which were not biblical. And he was saying, I am the Christ. And the thing is, that cannot be. And if they had read their Bibles, they know that he will come at the appointed time, and he will come and call his people to himself, and then he'll destroy the earth. David Koresh never fulfilled any of that, in even the least degree. He wasn't in the heavens coming down, and he wouldn't have. He couldn't have. Even if he would have manifested that miracle, it would not have made him anything more than the deceiver that he was.
Right, and the biggest Bible verse that will shut down anyone who says they're Messiah, it's like, I think it was the disciples who were asking Jesus, when are you coming back? And he told them, he says, no man knoweth the day or the hour except for the Father.
Exactly.
Not even Jesus himself knows the day. It's up to the Father. And so it's like, hello, If they don't know, you can't be standing in front of you.
Exactly. And the point is that anybody that says they are Jesus or that they're the Son, no, it says that the other scripture says, they said that he will sit upon the throne in the heavens. That doesn't mean on earth, until he is given the go to return. Anybody that says they're the Messiah, I said, you're in the wrong place for that. Because
and Jesus too would tell everybody, the Bible verses where he's like going, if they say, behold, he's in the desert, don't go, or he's over there, don't believe it. And yet people do it all the time. Every day they fall for it.
And I don't understand why. It's because people are not in tune with the Spirit, one, because they're not in tune with the Word, and they haven't read it all the way through, and they are, it said, for lack of knowledge, my people perish even.
Yes.
Some of those people who are truly his, he forgives them. They didn't study the word as well, and they perished. But they are redeemed still, and they will come in judgment against those who misled them. So, I don't put everybody who maybe died at the Koresh thing. There are some that I think that could be redeemed, even though they responded to David Koresh like they supported Saul. There's a balance there, because does that exclude them from being saved and realizing they made an error? No. And so I'm very careful. Some would say, oh, no. If they died under that judgment, they're going to hell. I can't say that, and neither can any man on this side say that. Because
no, we
if
can't.
Because we weren't to be saved,
we weren't there. We don't know what they said and what they were experiencing in their last moments of life. So that's why it says, judge not. We're not to judge anybody.
Exactly. And the only thing we are to judge are those matters that are clearly delineated in the scripture, which we personally have to do with.
Correct.
Those kinds of judgments about people or things, if we have firsthand knowledge, then we are to judge, what does he say? Righteous judgment. In other words, we don't condemn them to hell. That's unrighteous judgment. But we say, you were in error of the word and in danger of hellfire. Okay, That's correct. And so I don't say that David Koresh could not have had a moment and an epiphany and then went, oh, forgive me, look what I've done, and be redeemed. I mean, a lot of people would say the thief on the cross had no right. He did nothing but sin his whole life and gave no homage to the Father, except in the last he goes, wow, this is the Savior. This is the one. Yeah. And he acknowledged him and said, if you're willing, remember me when you come into your kingdom. And that act was repentance before the Savior. And the Savior, you're one of mine. And you will be with me today in paradise. So I always, even the worst of the worst, you hear about them, they're going to prison or they're going to execution. And they say they deserve it. Correct. They're the scum of the earth. Yeah, they were. And I always say they were. Who knows now? They may not be. Because
and that's the thing. We have to always, we have to remember sin is not set by degrees according to God. If any sin will keep you out of heaven if it's unrepentant. So anybody, you can't sit there and be someone who goes around and lies about somebody or spreads rumors, because that's, it's a commandment. Thou shalt not bear false witness.
Exactly.
And, so anyone who does that is just as guilty of sin and breaking God's law as someone who was a serial murderer.
Exactly. And the thing being is, for example, you have this guy that's killed 15 people and has lied and embezzled and stolen and is a pedophile, and he's the worst of the worst. But that's what he was up until the point you know him. You do not know at any point if the Father saves him, all of that is already paid.
Yep.
His death has been met in the cross. And you can't see that, and you could sit there all your life, and he could go to the gas chamber or whatever and be judged by our laws, but yet still be clean in the eyes of the Savior by the fact of the implication of the cross cleansing him of that sin and his repentance. They said Bundy had a repentant act. I believe it. If they said he recognized his sin and confessed it, and that, then who am I to condemn and say, no, that was false. That was a jail site. Oh, no, that was a jail. Oh, no. I can't judge like that. I consider those to be real. And the Father, if it's false, the Father will deal with that. But I can't judge it if he has made a confession that that's what he has done. And they said he made that confession after talking with a pastor. And so, we can judge with our eyes, and we all do it at times, and we have to confess, Father, I am not you. You can save them at any point in their lives. They could have committed 1,000,000 sins and killed 100 people or 100,000, and you can forgive them still. And if you do it, then they're clean.
Yes, and it's
that's
funny.
Hard for us to face because we judge differently.
And it's funny you worded it that way, because the Bible verse that keeps going through my head is the one that says, man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looketh on the heart. We can't see a person's heart. We only know what we see on the outside, but that is very deceiving. Yes, there are those who go to prison for really horrific crimes, and they never repent. But then there are those who go there and they do repent. And it's not up to us to say who's sincere and who isn't.
Yeah, and you didn't hear the son say to the guy on the phone, "Oh, you shouldn't be here. Oh, yeah, they wrongfully convicted you." No, and there are those people who say they're wrongly convicted and truly are wrongly convicted, but yet the Father lets them be in prison. And I say to myself, okay, they were wrongly convicted and spent 20 years in prison. Okay, wrongly convicted, and they get some of those people out. But not all of them get out, and some of them are put to death. Yeah. And they were not guilty of the crime. That's a scary thing. It is.
Yeah.
And it happens, I think, a lot more than we are given to know. And I look at police work, and, you see the television shows, but police work is nothing like that. They do come with preconceived ideas of who's guilty and who is not, in my opinion.
Yeah, and everybody does that. I remember one of the first, maybe it was like the second or third time I was working in the ER. This was when I was in Fort Bragg. I think that was Darnell Army Hospital, but it was either that or Cape Fear Hospital in Fayetteville. But we had a young man come in, young black man, and he presented with some really odd symptoms. And then he started foaming, pink foam from the mouth. Well, generally that means, there's something going on with the lungs, right? Like there's an embolism or something in there. But the doctor that happened to have been taking care of him was like, oh, no, this is just, he's just on drugs. He's just on drugs. And we're looking going, don't think so. And he's like, and he kept assuming that this young man was in there because he had OD'd on drugs. Well, when they did the tox screen and the tox screen came back, that doctor had to eat crow. That man's, he had the cleanest tox screen you could ever think of. And it just turned out that, yes, it was like a pulmonary embolism. And so instead of automatic assuming that, hey, this guy's really in serious trouble, he just jumped to, he's a drug addict. And, you know, that is so wrong for anyone in the police department or even in our legal system, our medical system, anyone just to jump to our predisposed ideologies. You can't just assume something is or somebody is because that's what you feel about them.
Yeah, and I like the feeling I'm going to go with my gut. No, you can't go with your gut.
Right?
If you do, your gut's your God, and you can't do that.
Right?
I got a feeling my gut's telling me, and I hear that, and I want to laugh out loud and say, oh, so you worship at the glory of the gut. Okay. The glorious gut God's going to tell you what's wrong with this person. Sure, it's for food, and then it passes in and it turns to waste, and you're wasting your gut with this. Stop it.
Right.
And I get
glory of the gut. That's funny.
I get so upset when people say, I'm going to go with my gut on this, because your gut has feelings. Generally, it's related to hunger, not judgment. It's just the way it is. And it makes me angry when I hear a cop say that, or a policeman. I'm going, oh gosh, that leads to about a 90%, well, really 100% error. There's no evidence involved. It's just he knows because his gut's telling him.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we should listen to that for everything. Is your gut telling you the numbers to the lottery? Let's go with your gut on that. And you give me the money and I'll buy the ticket.
I know, right?
Let's go with that gut. My gut's telling me you're going to give me $50,000. How true is my gut on that? Okay. So, I don't trust the gut of mine, much less anybody else's. But getting back to the reality that we're facing, whether it be with Koresh or in the case of Crowley, and I sent Greg a Phillip Marshall comment about one guy that said the truthers came up and made up the Phillip Marshall case. I went, what? No, I went to his house.
I did see that.
And I said, I went to his house. No, this guy existed. No, I didn't say that. I said, I went to his house. This was a murder, in my opinion, not a murder-suicide. And I sent Greg some other things about people with children. I've seen this a lot now. People who kill their children and themselves, mothers, single mothers, or families like the crowd. And I'm going, why is this all of a sudden blowing up now? I'm seeing a lot of this, and it's strange, and it troubles me.
Well, because so many people believe it. They're easily led by the old murder-suicide lie. And, they will look for anything to make that lie truth in their mind. And then they're like, no, see, it's really true. Look at how that happens. Instead of looking at things logically, and if they were to really look at the evidence of all of these so-called murder-suicides, and the Phillip Marshall, I don't know too much about that case, but the little bit I have read, I'm just like, wow, how does that even get to be okay? How do people sleep at night? The people who do this and make up these lies and kill these people and then frame them, how do they sleep?
Well, it's because they have no heart or spirit of truth. And, some people are hardened so hard that they have no conscience. And I've met some people like that have no conscience. They live to do evil, drink and party, rape, pillage, whatever, get a girl drunk, feed her some pills, screw her, and tell her it didn't happen. And
right.
I'm going, no, dude, don't tell me that. If you give me specifics, I'm going to put you in jail. And they just look at me and said, well, then you would disappear. And they were serious. Some people live only for evil, controlled by evil, give up to their passions, and then the Father gives them up to do the worst of the worst, I think. And I get away from those people quick if I discover they're like that.
Yeah. And that's just something I've never understood. I cannot ever, I've never been the kind of person that will ever look the other way when something is wrong. I'm very black and white. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And if it's right, I don't care how many times you tell me it's wrong, it's right. And I don't know.
Well, some people do enjoy evil. And I hit some of those groups when I was younger, and I thought, are y'all serious? And they said, you ought to try it, man. it's just like you get this rush. And I'm going, so you just live for the rush no matter what you do, like killing, stealing. Well, we won't kill per se. I'm going, y'all are scaring me.
Yeah.
This isn't my life. I'm not wanting to, and I had friends saying, the best way to get a girl, take her out, be her friend, slip a little something in there. She passes, she doesn't know what's happening. It's all free, man. Just use a condom. It's cool. And I'm like,
that's horrible.
no way. I'm going to take out some guy's daughter, tell her I'm going to take care of her and look after her, and then I'm going to do that. I said, you're an idiot. He said, hey, to each his own then, dude. Don't judge me. I'm saying, dude, you're judging yourself because that's wrong, right? He goes,
yeah,
but and they would just get like that.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul. She doesn't get pregnant. I'm going, if you take the virginity, that's not something she's given you. She's something that gives her husband. Do you understand the dynamics involved in that? And they would just blow it off like it was nothing. I'm going, man, then I understand what evil is.
Yeah, sick people, very sick people.
Depressing. And then you have police officers that are like that in their youth and then become police officers. Now then think of that.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
And that's scary. Then they have power. And it's like I got stopped here recently. I'm going to give you an example. And the officer said, you were doing 42 and a 30 there. I said, and I just very calmly said, officer, I was doing 32. But you can say 42. I said it just like that because I knew I wasn't speeding. I'd been watching my speed. And he goes, oh, well, if you pay the fine before, April 4th, it'll go away. I went, yes, sir. He made it up. He just stopped me and said I was going 42, wrote the ticket and gave it to me. And I went, well, that's a fine howdy you do. Thank you very much. I'll pay the ticket then.
was
that's
that
what
in Waco?
And the thing that came to mind was the scripture. For the sake of offense, pay the tax.
Right.
In other words, this isn't right. Wait a minute. And he says, shut up. Don't argue with him. Remember, he's an authority, and you're where? Under authority. Under mine, too. Do it. Okay. So I just said, yes, sir. Thank you, officer. Have a good night. I didn't get upset.
Really,
I stated the obvious.
He was looking for something, is what it sounds like.
He just stopped me. I had a light out, but he made up the 42 so he could, bring an income in for the city. It's a small little community, and they make a lot of their money off the taxes and, guess what? Tickets.
Tickets, yeah. Now that happened
in a small community. Tickets are the thing.
Yeah, something similar like that happened to me. I was leaving my house, and I was stopped at the stop sign right down at the end of my street. And then, I see this one cop car, lights are flashing, and I could tell he was like flying. So I waited. I'm like, okay, I'm going to wait for this guy. So I waited for him to go, and then I went because I didn't see other lights. There was nothing else I saw. Well, as I'm almost halfway through the intersection, another cop car with its lights off comes flying up behind and almost hit me. I didn't know I was pulling in front of anybody because there weren't any lights on. And so, he pulls me up 2 blocks up the road. So when I see him hit his lights, I pull over and wait for him. And so, he comes up to my window and he's like, do you know why I'm pulling you over? And I said, well, yeah, you scared me pretty bad back there. And he goes, why did you pull in front of me? And I said, well, the guy in front of you had his lights on. I said, your lights were off. I didn't see you. And then he's like, so he must have had a body cam on or something, because then all of a sudden he goes, oh, okay, next time just be careful.
Yep.
You didn't have any lights on.
You just told the authorities that he's working for, your lights weren't on. And
yeah, and he didn't even have his headlights on. No lights at all. And I'm like, I couldn't see you. You had no lights on. The guy in front of you, he was running. We didn't have a siren, but he was going fast with not only his headlights, but his, lights flashing. Right. So I knew he was there.
That kind of called him off guard. You go, yeah, well, be more careful.
Well, yeah, I'm like, why would I wait for one and then pull in front of you? Right? That makes sense. No.
Definitely. And now there's even worse. There are some officers that particularly focus on women and I've heard of this, and try to take advantage of them. And I think I used to think, oh, that's rare, but now I'm more cautious, and I do most of the driving because I've run into officers that if they would have had something they could have gotten me on, they would have gotten me. And one time it happened to me where I made an error in California, and I had been cleaning my 45, and I had my holster on because I cleaned it, put it in there, and seat it, and cleaned the leather holster, and put my gun in. It was a 45, and it was loaded because I always keep it in the ready condition, as we say, militarily. And then it was chambered with a round and everything. And then I got to do something. Said, oh, I want some ice cream, and I didn't think about it. And I drank one beer, and because I occasionally drink. And then I thought, yeah, I'm sane and sober. I'm not drunk. Okay, go ahead and go. I went, and I pulled out, and I made a U-turn in a place where they had a sign, no U-turns. I got stopped by the California Highway Patrol. And they said, do you know, their first questions are, do you know why we stopped you? Oh, yes, I made a U-turn. He goes, okay, good deal. Have you had anything to drink tonight? And I was about to say no. And I went, oh, yeah, I've had one of those ones called Arrogant Bastard, the hoppy one. He goes, oh, you're honest? Yes, sir. Okay. He went back and talked to his partner.
Drink an arrogant bastard.
And then yeah, Cheryl me. But then it got serious. The guy goes, can you step out of the car? I went, oh, no. Uh-oh. And so I got out, and they said, come back here, please. And then I put my hand to my side, and I hit my gun. I went, oh, no.
Yeah, you're in trouble now.
I thought, oh, crap, I'm dead. If they find this, I'm dead. Shall I announce it? I said, no, just keep calm, be quiet, because this is California. They could react really badly, and and I just kept calm, and I answered their questions and was talking nicely. I said, yeah, I'm sorry, I live right there. I was going to go get some ice cream. They said, will you submit to a breathalyzer? I said, officer, you bring it, I'll do it. I'm not going to resist you. You're the authority. They said, oh, okay. And they did it. I blew in it and said, do it again. And he says, and he was looking at it, beeped after I was finished like normal. And he says, go sit in your car. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. Go sit in my car. I thought that was it because he's going to say, oh, yeah, well, looks like you got to go. But then I sat in the car, and he came back to me, and he had this gleam in his eye and a smile. And I went, uh-oh. That's serious. An officer is smiling at you after you've done a blow test into a breathalyzer. You don't imagine that, oh, this is going well.
Right.
And I was starting to shake. Because I knew I had a gun, and I'd have to announce it. They said, you're going to have to step out. We're going to have to take you in. And he said, and he put his thumb and his forefinger real close, and he goes, close. He says, we're going to let you go home. And I went, oh, well, thank you, officer. I mean, I appreciate that. And he said, you're shaking. I said, yes, sir. I don't like crossing you guys. He said, it's kind of obvious. You've been totally compliant. And he said, that's kind of rare. He says, okay, we're going to let you go. He said, you came close. Really? Maybe you reached it even. I don't know. My eyes aren't working too good. It's close. Why don't you just drive across the street? We're going to watch you. Don't make any errors or we will. And I just calmly drove in, pulled in, went upstairs, pulled that gun out, and just nearly fell on the floor. I have never been so close to death, I thought, in my life. Because those officers, there were two of them, and they were on the prowl, especially and I whipped around that U-turn.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, man, look at this one. He saw us, and he ran. What is he running from? And that's what I said. Oh, crap. So I learned my lesson there. Every time I'm going out the door after I've worked with my gun, if it's on the holster, I go, oops, gun off. Don't do anything. If you've had a beer, wait a couple of 3 hours, drink some, then go.
Yeah.
I would have been in jail, and I would have been going before the judge with that one.
That could have been really bad.
Yeah.
And I was scared to death. And I knew if they pulled up that and started patting me down, which is normal procedure, and they bypassed it. Of course, I had a beard and I was white-haired, so I looked kind of docile and old. And I've never appreciated a gray beard more than that night. I didn't. I was going, ah. But I would have complied, and I would have been labeled a felon, carrying a gun without a permit, and that would have been a felony. I think
while intoxicated, no less.
Yeah, right.
And then they would have said, then that would have been intoxicated while driving erratically and breaking and
lying to police. Yeah.
Yep.
And it would have been, I would have had about 6 charges, and I would have been jailed probably for about a year.
There, but by the grace of God go you.
Exactly. And I was praying to him, saying, Father, you know I don't have any evil against these guys. And he answered the prayer. Yeah. I owe it to him, and probably he probably had to pay something on that cross for that, because I was definitely in error. And I was going, never again, never again. And the first thing I did when I got to Texas is got my license to carry. And then I get stopped again, and the officer says, do you have a weapon? Yes, sir, I've got a loaded weapon in my jacket. I have a license to carry. Do you want to see it? He says, no, I know. So I went, okay, thank you. Oh, wow. I've had the experience there. And my mom always said, when an officer stops you, the Father says, treat him like him with the perfect respect.
Yes.
And I always do that. And I was hanging my hands out the window, turning the light on, or keeping my hands on the steering wheel with the light on. Because if there's any error and they think you're going to do something, the thing is, the bullets come first, and then they'll check to make sure that what it was that you had or what you were doing.
Yep.
And it's your fault, not theirs. I like seeing that live PD where they were moving real quick and they wonder why the police officers are acting upset, because they want to go home. That's not something you do in front of an officer. Act like you're grabbing something or throwing something under the seat or reaching in your glove. Oh, I was just going to get my paperwork. Wait till I tell you to. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But anyway, enough about Brad right at this point. It just tripped my mind on thinking about being lawful. And getting back on point, and one of the things that scares me today is how those in Congress in Washington, D.C., which is an independent city-state,
right,
who have control over these local issues, sometimes, like in Ruby Ridge, kill innocents. Now, whether it's the judgment of the Father or it's their sin and evil, I don't judge that. The Father has to. But I notice that it's happening more and more, and that we're getting into a state where we're having shootings all the time. And if there is, and one thing that comes to the point is Timothy McVeigh was there at this and was watching this at the time when the government was destroying the Koresh and his followers.
Yeah, that's right.
And what did Timothy McVeigh do? And I kind of thought, well, Father, maybe those who were in the government dealing with this in Waco were wrong, and you brought that as a judgment. I don't know that. I'm not going to say it is. But it happened, and he said he did it because he saw what they were doing was wrong. And I went, well, maybe Timothy McVeigh was the Father's answer to, no, you will not do that, and I will judge you as you judged. And innocent women and children were killed. Same thing. And I thought, that could have been the Father. I don't know, but the same answer to the same issue. And when the link about Timothy McVeigh came up, it brought cold chills on me. I thought, oh, wow, maybe it was. I don't know, but that's a close relation.
Because he was tied. He had some intelligence ties, right?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Because I always wondered about David Koresh, too, because many of these, fake spiritual leaders always have some type of tie back to some Fed or somebody, some handler, I guess, who might be the best way. And with this case, I've always wondered about that is deeply was the government involved in this, in making this happen? And was this, just something bigger than even David Koresh?
Well, they did have an insider in there. They had a government agent inside pretending to follow David Koresh.
Do you know for how long? Do we know for how long?
I don't remember. It was.
I can look it up. I'll try to look it up.
But they did have an agent in there, and he was trying to be a reason. A person said, "Well, maybe we should do this and this," but he had to convince David that he believed him, and yet try to get him to surrender. He was seeking to do that, from what I remember. And one of the things that really bothers me is that, again, going back to the fact they could have gotten him at any time. And I think they were aware possibly of what they were going to do. Because I look at Ruby Ridge, which happened before this, and how an FBI agent, he was tried for it and acquitted, but I still think he got away with murder in shooting the man's wife who was pregnant. And I thought, why would you shoot a pregnant woman? What does she have to do with this? And it irks me to this day. Maybe it's just deferred judgment. I don't know. Because I know the FBI agent that did it, and I thought, you dude, how do you live with yourself? I don't know. But they did take him to trial eventually. And, the other incident which they had on the West Coast about Bureau of Land Management and that one gentleman they killed on the side of the road. I forgot what the situation was with that. But there's no reason for them to do that. But they do it, I think, as an example to others saying, well, if you do this, you're going to die. Because we're the government and we can do it. And the Father says that those in authority like that, when they kill, he says, it is my hand that does it. And that I am the judge. And that if an officer, a police officer, or any make a kill, I have allowed it. And whether it's wrong or right, I don't know. Sometimes the officer is doing it for personal. If it's that, then they're guilty. But if it's the officer doing the killing based on protection of himself and others and the public, then it's the Father executing, saying he is executing his righteousness and removing evil from the earth. And this applies to evildoers. And he says, if you're evildoer, beware. But if you're righteous, you shouldn't put yourself in that position.
There were 76 people that died here in Waco?
Yeah.
In April?
Yep.
That's a lot. And how many were in the house? I'm trying to look that one up too. But
I don't remember that. But I know
how many?
Above 70. And
what about feds? How many feds were?
They lost about 6, I think, right up at the beginning when they stormed. I think they lost 4 died immediately, and I think 2 died later. I think they lost about 6 agents almost, if I remember correctly. You'll have to verify that.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
But so those are 6 agents that didn't have to die, though. And the 76 definitely didn't have to die. This could have been worked out legally.
Yeah, I still don't understand why they just didn't pick him up when he left to go to town.
Yeah, and he was around. He drove around a lot of different places, shopping. He went out, restaurants, and I thought, and nobody. Why do you not arrest somebody that you need to question and investigate? And why do you send a horde, almost like an army, out, and then you use army equipment, tanks? And I know why they did it eventually. They thought, oh, wow, they've got enough guns where we're going to, all you need to do is just have just a blocking agent to keep the bullets from hitting. And you could get a Marauder, which is a truck which is huge, can just drive through walls and everything. And you get 4 or 5 of those, you can go in and then storm and, take it out. And if you do it right, you have an agent on the inside, he could have actually disabled weapons and all kinds of stuff. But they did it backwards, and it ended up backwards. And I think that judgment in Oklahoma came because of that, because they executed innocents, babies, and little toddlers and children that they should have spared. They should have spared the women and children and took them in and then, worked that out. But they just were too gung-ho, so to speak. I don't know if that was a judgment of the Father based, like I said, but I found it to be very, very evilly done.
4 ATF agents died. It's an interesting one. Because
they were really rushing to judgment, so to speak. When I heard they had a whole bunch, like a armada of ATF, local officials, FBI, and armored vehicles, I thought, what? What are they doing that for? And I was thinking to myself, they're going to kill them all. I didn't think literally they would do that, but that's what ended up really happening. And
yeah, see, their whole entire tactic on that was just way over the top. The bright lights all night long, the loud rock music all day, all night.
Yeah.
And they were putting that on children. And
yeah,
that is
satanic.
I thought that would warp any child. If you're 3 years old and you're hearing that and the lights and you're kept awake, that affects mental capacity.
Yeah.
It will shape your brain in a different way and could actually make you psychotic.
Yeah, so their whole reason behind it couldn't have been just because he was a perceived threat of a government or an attempted government overthrow. Like, really, that guy could overthrow the government? Right. Not likely. Yeah. But, there had to have been something else behind that.
Exactly. And what was it? What was in there? Or maybe they knew something. Not that I am aware of it, because I've never heard of anything. But maybe they had some information that they were not supposed to have, along with the fact that they were a religious group and the government was afraid of being outed out on something. Who knows? I don't. Because they let him run free quite a while. And I thought, were they just trying to figure out what to do about this situation? And then said, let's just provoke his apocalyptic end. I don't know. And, the older this gets, the farther it gets away where you can get real answers.
Yeah.
With something like this, especially when it's dealing with a direct government action, because they obfuscate very quickly and well, and they separate agents, and agents are not allowed to talk, and it gets pretty sticky. But I would like somebody on the inside of that decision process to come out one time. That would be good, to get the understory of that. And it's interesting that this happens in California, like Heaven's Gate. They killed themselves. They weren't provoking any authorities. And then the Seventh-day Adventists have had some really strange things come out of them that have resulted in this type of thing. And the Mormons, too.
I hate to laugh, but I can laugh because it was my church.
Right. And the Mormons, too, had the group that had blood redemption and were killing each other. And one man who ended up in prison for murder, who they found out later had murdered, because they were getting away with murders left and right by blood redemption. He was telling them, they have to die because they have broken the command. They are evil. We have to kill them to save their souls. And he had his followers killing people.
Wow.
And he got away with it for years. And then even in prison, he was able to get this done by his son. And I thought, wow. And it lasted for about 25 years until he died of a heart attack. And even then, it went on because his son was continuing based on a book that he gave his son. And I thought, goodness gracious.
Man, that's scary.
Yep. And it just goes to show you Jim Jones, and the People's Temple. Look at that. 900 people. And that wasn't all the people, just all the ones that could come.
Oh, my oldest sister was part of the Jim Jones group while they were in San Francisco.
Yep.
And then when they decided they were going to move out to Guyana, she said, yeah, no. She decided to just stay stateside.
And wisely so, because otherwise they would have forced her to drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that was the thing. You talk about, charisma. David Koresh just actually nauseates me to no end. There's nothing about him as a female that I find appealing. But my sister would say that Jim Jones was highly charismatic. And he just had this way, but he didn't really become the real crazy guy where he just started overtaking everybody's life until they went to Guyana. He started doing that, I guess, just before they left Frisco and then headed over there. And yeah, I mean, everybody said he was this great preacher.
Yeah, he was. He was good at preaching. And he had a church in the East before he came. And he was just looking for a better place. And it's funny how there's a lot of them that end up in California for some reason. And I think California isn't exactly the best place to go. That's
Greg, run. Greg, get out.
That's one of the most satanic
I know.
places, I think.
But it's getting worse. It's so getting worse here.
But New York allowing murder of children up until birth now. Wait a minute. Yep. That's unheard. That's ridiculous. That stunned me.
Well, partial birth. Yeah, and they've been doing partial birth abortions everywhere for a long time, which is absolutely disgusting.
Well, once you're born, once you're out of the womb, you're a citizen and you're protected by the law.
But what the doctors do,
should be within the womb.
Right, exactly. And then what they would do is they would just turn the baby and deliver feet first. As long as the head stayed inside the vaginal canal, they could then kill the baby. And it's like, that is horrible. Horrible.
Yep, I put out that's still murder in Pennsylvania in the Gosnell case. Have you ever seen the movie Gosnell?
No.
It's Gosnell. Look at that, where Pennsylvania convicted an abortionist. Look at that movie. And convicted him of 3 counts of first-degree murder because a baby was born and they came in for an abortion. He would take scissors and snip the neck.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry to say that. It's graphic. I should have warned you. And that's what he did. And
this guy's crazy.
And the one that prosecuted him was a pro-choice DA.
Oh, wow.
Got to see that movie. Gosnell. Gosnell.
I'll look that one up.
This came out in 2018. Gosnell, the trial of America's biggest serial killer. Okay. I'm very curious now.
And see, he killed some people in the 70s and ran away.
They don't show it, right? They don't show, like...
It's not graphic in the movie, but you can reference it and see who baby A happened to be. I looked at the picture that was shown to the jury and I went, oh. Kind of.
So you're so funny, Greg. I'm sitting there going, I want to see the graphics.
That's one that I really don't want to see. It's too not good.
No, I don't want to see. I don't want to see dismembered babies. But yeah, the other stuff I don't
want. my gut can't take it. Okay.
Yeah, your gut can't take it.
Yeah. No glory gutting here.
No glory gut there. Nope.
Oh my gosh! No, I have a warped sense of humor. And in EMT class, our teacher, he was a paramedic. Well, we had 2 teachers, 2 instructors, and they were both paramedics that worked together. And he was telling us about a scene that they had happened to have gone on sometime recently. And it was about a motorcycle versus a semi. So you can imagine it wasn't really good. And he said that they found the body, but they couldn't find the head. And he goes, so they're looking and they're like, going, they had to send somebody out going, hey, we need to find the head. And then he says he saw this guy. I can't remember if it was a firefighter or a police officer, but he comes just walking back and he's got the helmet, right? And he's just swinging. And I'm laughing my head off. I am dying. because I'm picturing this, watching this guy just swing his head in this helmet as he's walking back. And oh, my classmates were there were a few that were so mad. They're like going, she should be in trouble for laughing at this. And then that just made me laugh harder. I go, I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's just funny. And then the instructor looked at the people and they goes, no, you don't understand. She's going to survive in this job. You will not.
Yeah.
Because you can't, I mean, you just can't get so over, like, and it's horrible. I mean, yes, it's horrible. The guy was decapitated. It's terrible. But at the same time, you have to have a certain sense to be able to handle this kind of stuff. I mean, some of the stuff we've seen and had to be part of, they're just like going, wow, really? Are people that stupid? But yes, they are.
And we have proof. Yeah.
And anytime you're coming up on an accident, they said, you're always bracing yourself for what you're going to see.
Oh, yeah.
They said you can see people split in half, and you don't expect that, but you go, oh. And I've heard some stories from people who've told me, and I'm pretty strong, and I can hear it and see it. And I remember one guy said he came up on an accident in which the guy's face was, if y'all get grossed out, let me know. But
oh, no.
Was plowed into the pavement.
Oh, yeah.
And the back of the skull had flipped. It had been cut somehow and flipped over. And you could see half the brain in the pavement, kind of, and the back was out, and his eyes were in the head were ahead. And the people looked at that and they almost giggled because it looked like the eyes were looking back, looking at the head, and with this big weird look. They said it was just too weird looking, you know, like it was all connected, and the eyes were looking back at the brain.
Right?
Like, oh no. And I thought that would freak me out. That would freak me.
Yeah, that would be, of course, knowing me, I would probably be there with a camera. But some things are just a little disconcerting, and it's like people who speed. To me, they're just as bad as drunk drivers.
Well, one of the things that the guy said that was said by one of the officers, he said, well, if he'd have kept his eyes out before, he might not end up like that. And I was going, oh, man. Okay. Now I know why people in those positions use humor like that, because if you don't, you go nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you really have to. You have to really you have to see the lighter side of a bad situation, because there's so much horror. The worst one for me, and I don't know why I took this one so hard. It was my mom and I were, I was visiting her while she was living in Arizona, and we were driving back from, was it Shoho or anywhere, heading back up to Holbrook. Okay. And this kid in this car just comes flying by, and the roads out there are kind of like where they have like these little mini hills, so your car can bounce pretty good. Well, he just goes flying past everybody. And about 20 minutes or so up the road, I see up ahead that there was an accident. And I'm like, oh, no. So I get up there before my mom gets up there, and I pull over, and these people are just frantic going, we need help. And I said, okay, I pull my car over. And the poor guy's wife, he did the best she could do. She was just a CNA, but he goes, my wife is just so upset, she's freaking out, but she needs help. And I said, well, okay, is the kid over there still alive? Because there were two separate people. I saw the old man and he was moving. I just said, well, what about this guy over here who looked in worse shape? I go, is he still alive? And he goes, yeah, my wife said yes. So I go, okay. I pull my car over and I said, get everybody away from here, because there was gas everywhere. So I go over to check on this young man, and he died instantly, but she didn't know that what he was doing was agonal breathing. Agonal breathing is just the death breaths. It's the automatic response as the brain is dying, that the body, it looks like it's breathing, but it's not really, because he had an open compound fracture of the wrist, which didn't even bleed. That's how fast he died. Ooh. And so she just thought he was still breathing. And that was the worst part. I lost sleep over that one for a long time, only because, you're standing there going, this young man who is probably 19, 20 years old you know, he's dead. His family doesn't know he's dead. And you've got everybody around, you know, who thinks he's still alive, but you can't tell them he's dead. And, you know, then the other person comes up and going, is he, I hope he's hurt because he almost rear-ended me in my car with my kids. And you just have to sit there and go, you know, okay, just keep going. I'm sorry he did that. But I mean, it was just a really, really bad situation. And so people don't stop to think that even speeding will kill you.
Yeah, I go through that almost every day now in traffic, and people are zipping by, zipping here, zipping there, and like, man, if you really have to get there that bad, if you're gonna save probably about 5-10 minutes maximum. That's it.
And the thing is, you could die and you could kill people, and you're not. You don't even know what will happen. You're not sure.
But they don't care about life. They don't care about their own life.
Right.
So I mean, it's not hard to figure out why they don't care about other people's life, and it's getting worse, especially here. I mean, I don't know how it is in your guys' states, but in California, it's just, and really, it used to be just more Southern California. Northern California is just almost just as bad now as far as traffic and everything. Even on the old freeways that used to be, you know, you could get somewhere that should take you about 30 minutes. It might take you 45. I've been going somewhere that should take me about 37 minutes, and it's taken me close to 2 hours. If that's just depending on, you know, how many crashes there are and all the other crazy stuff. So it's crazy.
Well, you know, I tell you, I got to see quite a few. You know, the coroner, the deputy coroner that I know worked for the Sacramento County Coroner's Office, and that's why my profile picture, when I got to go there and spend the day with them, I tell you, I spent a whole day, 8 hours, reading over case files, and a lot of them were, you know, seeing photos and reading about accidents just on those roads right there by Sacramento. And it's terrible. People just don't stop to think, you know. Life is a precious gift.
It is. And one of the things that illustrated, one time I was coming home from Oakland at the work that I'd had on Hagenberger, and I was driving. I was going about 70, and cars were passing me left and right, and it looked real dark ahead of me. I thought, that doesn't look right. So I got closer, and I slowed way down, and there was a car flipped over in the lane, and I kind of pulled to the side, turned on my blinkers, and I called the police and said, we got a car here. Somebody's going to have an accident if they don't. And I was waving at people, stop, stop, stop. And one kept right on going at about 80 miles an hour and ran right in that car. And then the one behind him hit. And the one behind him hit him. And I went, oh, they did it. Y'all going to have to send ambulances here now. You've had a multi-car accident. There's a car flipped over in the middle, and they've rammed it. And, man, and it was on 880 outside of Hagenberger. And I felt bad because that first car that hit had to be probably a fatality because it was
that's horrible.
Explosion. And I hated watching that. And after the first 2 or 3, everybody began to notice then. And I had been flashing and doing everything to warn people, look out. I tried to put my lights on the car, and people just don't pay attention. It was scary. I thought, dang.
Yeah.
An obvious detriment, and the guy was going too fast. He probably saw it at the last second and went, oh, oops, and that was it. And that's the scary thing. And I've seen things like that and managed to avoid it, where you go, I didn't see that. And you're about, 2 seconds away from killing somebody or ending your own life.
Right.
It's so easy. And driving today, people are getting more and more adventuresome and thinking they're skilled and can squeeze in between this semi and that truck and run real quick ahead. And I back far away from those people. And I stay away from semis altogether.
Oh, yeah, the people who pull in front of a semi going, that's going the speed limit down the freeway, they cut right in front and then hit their brakes, thinking the semi can stop. And I'm just like going, oh, jeez.
No.
No, they can't. It takes them a couple miles to be able to, half mile to a mile to stop.
And if you're within, say, 100, even 100 yards, you may get killed.
Yep.
Because that thing has a lot of centrifugal force. You may be dealing with 50,000 pounds going, 80 miles an hour, and those truck drivers don't follow the speed limit.
Right. Right. And there was, like, I think I was telling Greg, I can't remember if I was telling Greg or who I was telling about this, but we had out here, we got a call one night, and I didn't get to go on the call because we had someone who was crashing in the cardiac room. So I was stuck in the cardiac room. But the rest of the crew went out, but they brought back pictures. Like, thank you for the pictures, guys. But we had, they come back, and this transvestite, at first they thought it was a woman because they found, like a dress and stuff like that. And it wasn't until they found the section of the torso that let them know it was a male. But this person was so distraught for whatever reason. This semi was going down 55 miles an hour, down 115, and they just stepped right in front of the truck, and the truck just made mincemeat out of them. And the hard thing is about something like that, it's not only did that person take their life and now their family is left without them, but the devastation to the driver of that truck, and then the other personnel, the police officers that had to show up on scene, those who were basically literally scraping this guy up off the roadway. And people just need to realize that, saving 5-10 minutes isn't worth that type of devastation.
It isn't. And in Texas here, in Waco, all these people have big trucks and SUVs. Guess what they do? They'll speed up and get right behind my little Fiat. And I try to just get out of the way as quickly as possible, because I know that if I have to stop, I'm going to die. Even if I have to stop or try to swerve and avoid, somebody's going to die because they're going 80 miles an hour and they're not going to even know what hit them.
Right.
Because it'll be so fast. But they do that here. They get right on you. And I see semis doing that to get you to move out of the way because they're big. And you kind of go, why are you doing that? Give a blink. Let me know you want to pass. And I know they got to pass, so I just get out of the way, and I just stay away from all semis now. Just let them go their way and get out of the way and let them get by me, because one thing, if there's a semi accident, there's a likelihood if you're close to it, you're going to be involved in it.
Yep.
That's the way it is. There's no way out of it. And one of the things we should go over in the near future is Edward Snowden.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason being is he's a real hero in the fact he just revealed that what was happening realistically, that was illegally done. And they make him look to be a pariah. No. He isn't the evil one. And the government...
Yeah, see, that's kind of where I struggle too. It's like, where do you draw the line between when you take an oath, because God tells you to honor your oaths, right? If you do something, you better honor that. But when you know something and you promise not to say anything, do you not say anything because you took that oath, or do you say something to warn people around? And then, so you're breaking the oath. Where's that line?
The thing that guides me is the truth. If they're saying they're not doing it and they're doing it, they open the door. They're lying.
Okay.
Why are they lying? And that's what they did. And Snowden said, no, you can't do that. You can admit it and say, well, we occasionally will monitor that. He would have kept his mouth shut. But the fact that they were going egregiously, not just on certain people, but the masses, he said something. And so I don't think that the breaking of that oath was as detrimental as not saying something.
Well, that makes sense.
And I would have probably done the same thing. I would have said, no, you're telling the public one thing, and then this opens the door for evil to be done, which is not based on the law. It can be abused. And he was probably looking at that aspect too. And that would make me think there's somebody somewhere that could abuse this information. And the propensity is they do abuse it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, as they say, absolute, you know, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
And he was looking at that and saying, this is absolute. They're playing God here. And when they start doing that, that's when you start thinking, where is my allegiance to doing this to the people that I'm supposed to represent and protect? Because his oath is to what? Protect the public and our nation. And then he saw it going the opposite way. And that almost negates the oath when they do that. If what they're supposed to be doing is they're then affecting it against their own people. And I'm sure
I just know that the NDA disclosure that I had to sign, it was like, you know, you will discuss nothing. You will say nothing, what you see, what you do. And not that I saw and did a lot, but that's not the point. The point is like, you state, okay, I signed this, and what I see, I will not disclose. And then you've got, and it's not to say I understand why Snowden did it. I truly do. But at the same time, it's like, oh, but you signed a non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah. And, but, you know, you always have to deal with the weight of the evil you're dealing with sometimes.
True.
You know, think about it. If you let it go on, is it going to be worse for you for letting it go on or for telling the truth? And I think you know, based on the information I got, I don't applaud him, but I'm thankful he did it because he did sign a non-disclosure, as you said.
Yeah.
But does that mean you let everything go, even if it's morally reprehensible and wrong? No. It doesn't mean you give up your morals and that you won't report the truth when it's going against the public in a way that is not judiciously necessary. In other words, it was not necessary for them to be doing that. And so there's another plug that says he did the right thing.
Yeah, true.
And, you know, non-disclosure covers most everything except illegal activity. And that wasn't covered as legal. They think because they're the government, they can just monitor everybody. No. If they have a suspicion and an indication of problem, you check it. Yeah. But you don't just automatically just say, well, let's do this group. Okay, let's do all the Christians. And I think he did mention that Christian groups were kind of a focus. And so, you know, it just makes us understand that our government is not of the people, by the people, for the people. That's a misnomer, big time. Because the government is for keeping itself solvent, which I don't think they'll have a problem doing that. And secondly, it is to control the people. And people that get into the power realm of controlling people, and as they call themselves, they're representatives. They're not rulers. Rulers are kings and queens. Those are rulers. Representatives are not rulers. The president is not a ruler. He's a representative, based on our Constitution anyway, which they ignore totally.
Right.
But they consider them the ruling party. They'll consider themselves rulers, and they're in a city-state, which is apart from the United States, which is run by who? Them. Congress. So an independent city-state, and where the rules are that they make for the United States, truly and in reality, don't apply to them. They make their own rules in D.C. And just like the Vatican can make its rules, D.C. can do that. The Miracle Mile in London is an independent city-state of the bankers. The outer court, the middle court, and the inner court. And all of that is tied to the Pope. It's big. And most everything that's going on is ruled in some way or another and influenced by the Pope. Kavanaugh is a Jesuit. So that says something.
Have you ever read the book, The Keys of This Blood?
No, I haven't.
If you can get your hands on a copy, I suggest reading it. It was written by Malachi Martin, who was an ex-Jesuit priest to one of the popes. And not ex because he's no longer a Catholic. He's still Catholic, but he's no longer, a working priest. But he absolutely lays out the entire, like the popes and the Catholic Church's vision for the world and how they want to take over.
Yeah.
And this is coming from their own mouth. This is not somebody, and he doesn't write it in the sense that it's slamming the Catholic Church. He's bragging about what they're planning. It's like, wow.
Yeah. I tie into that because I watch what the Pope has been doing recently. What has he been doing? He's been going to where? Jerusalem. And he's met with the Palestinians, and he's met with the Jews in Israel. And he controls the Muslims, I think, to a high degree. And I think that the Jesuits, and I think Kavanaugh being in the Supreme Court, and I wonder how many Jesuits are in the Supreme Court, has me thinking. They only mentioned that on Kavanaugh. But Kavanaugh is supremely tied to one person, the Pope.
Wow.
And as a Jesuit, and with him being in Rome, he would answer to who?
The Pope.
Well, the Pope. And so I think that the Pope is now a sitting member of, guess what? The Judicial Supreme Court of the United States. You could put the Pope there or Kavanaugh. And after he got in there, I thought, this might have been staged by the Democrats to be sure he got in.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting. I remember when Kennedy was elected, my mother said, uh-oh, a Catholic for president. And I'm sure the Pope said, yee-hee. I got one of my boys in there. But the Pope thinks that he is the leader of all kings, presidents, and of all principalities and powers in earth. And that he is
kind
God.
of sounds like a David Koresh on steroids, pretty much.
Well, yeah, because think about it. They have Catholics, strong Catholics, in every position in every government. And
well, I mean, the Pope does say, and it is in the Catholic books, that if it comes down between following Scripture and doing what the Pope says, that Catholics are to obey the Pope and not the Bible and not God.
Because they say he is the voice of God.
Yeah, he's the vicar. So
he can amend the Scriptures. No,
right.
Sounds like the devil, like a junior devil right there.
Right.
And they do say that they're each, a lot of them are Masons too.
Yeah.
Which is
a bad
number.
If you can get your hands on a copy, I suggest reading it. It's very eye-opening. You know.
What's the name of the book?
It's called The Keys of This Blood by Malachi Martin.
Malachi Martin. Oh, I've heard that name before. I've seen his name.
Mm-hmm.
In my research, it says Malachi Martin. So I've run across that name before.
Uh-huh.
That's why I was asking him, Malachi Martin.
Such a smart man. It was like, obvious Jesuits are very highly educated. And yeah, the first time I read it, I was like in my early 20s. So back then I had to have a dictionary to look up some of the words he used. But
it's interesting. And Jesuits and the Catholics who are in the know and in the go can go to the archives in Rome, in the Vatican. And those have things that nobody knows what they have there. And I think it's like everything from ancient to the present, and could verify a lot of things that probably a lot of people are wondering about, and contained in documents and things from the early church and that. And, the Catholics had a thing about removing Enoch. And I like the book of Enoch. I really do. And the apocryphal books. They may not be directly, inspired, although a lot of the Jews considered them inspired. Specifically the oral tradition that was written about Enoch. And they said it explains a lot of the scriptural things that we don't have much information on just the scriptures that we have. So
yeah, I've never read it. I've thought about reading it, but first of all, is it worth reading? Second of all, does it counter anything that's in the scripture? And third, why wasn't it included in there?
Well, it was in the original, in the 1611 edition. It had a lot more than just Enoch. There was a lot of things that were there that are not today. And I'm going to get one and just read it. And, the Spirit's going to show you anything that's anti-scriptural real quick. You don't need anybody to tell you. At least me. I'll read them.
Right,
oh, I know.
I just have to read it for myself. And
yeah,
right.
Just be prepared. It's not written in the same
oh no, this already isn't good.
As the King James version. It's written very differently.
Like how?
It reminded me a lot of the Quran.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
it is different, and like I say, when I've read it, I haven't found anything that was corrosive to the word or antithetical to it so far in the ones that I have read. And the reason, and the thing is, in Qumran, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they had the Book of Enoch in there.
Oh, really?
Yes, and it was part of those scriptures that were found. They don't talk about that much, but
No.
Enoch was part of their scriptures, and they referred to it.
No, because I knew the book of Isaiah was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I did not know the book of Enoch was.
Yeah, partials of Enoch were in there. So they had written record of Enoch. And the Ethiopian Bible, which contains the ancient scriptures which come back from the time of the 1st and 2nd century, guess what it has? The Book of Enoch.
Wow.
And so they've got a complete book in the Ethiopian scriptures. And that's what they're basing the Enochian scriptures on, is that. And so that could be, and those in Ethiopia consider it scripture. They said it's real, and that it's been held since the time of the prophets that came from Israel, or whoever they were.
I would wonder if it's in the Russian version, the old Russian version. Then I never talked with German about that.
Check with German on that.
Yeah,
in the ancient, and I think it was part of that too in the way back. But the Pope had influence and removed all of those away, took them away, and because they didn't want that to be public in the future for whatever reason as we got closer to the end, so that they could control the information, so to speak. I don't know that. Just hearsay to me. And that's important. And so, Catherine, getting back to our issue that I said that we'd bring up in the end.
Okay.
The thing that I want listeners to know is that right now, Catherine and I are considering prayerfully revealing things that we have experienced, which are types of spiritual attacks that have occurred with me and with her. And for those who will listen at that time, this isn't about glorification. It's about revealing the truth about what we are facing today and what many will be increasingly facing and are unprepared for. And it's for preparation and spiritual warfare, like in the Forbidden Gates, Tom Horn, and things there. But we have had personal experiences, Catherine and I, and we will share at a future date in a special Heart Talk incidents of our experiences to share for those who are in the meat of the word. This isn't going to be something for children. It's not going to be for, fun. It's not for going, oh, wow, this is weird. It's not for glory saking. But it is to reveal that today we are fighting a virile, strong, and potent enemy who will do things to discourage, destroy, and to work against the truth in the Bible. And he uses all his tools. And Catherine, in the next Heart Talk or within a short period of time, we'll work it out with Greg. We can set up that time to where we can do that.
Okay, that sounds really good. I just want, people to know that I've had people ask me, why do you believe in God? And I said, because I've seen evil. I mean, I know God is there, but when you see evil, there has to be a good.
Yep.
And that's,
And
it's out there.
I've experienced it. You have experienced it. And there might be some believers out there, many, I'm sure, who go, amen. And it's there. And that's what we want to address at that time. And I'll talk to you about it, and we're going to kind of set a tone for that, and we'll kind of go over what we're going to talk about and kind of lay it out so we don't just throw it out there. This heart talk, we're going to have it kind of planned so that it fits well and flows well. Of course, we pray in the Spirit. The Spirit will carry it. He always does everything well, but so that we don't get off into boundaries that we need to avoid.
Correct.
Yeah, I kind of am very fastidious on wanting to keep that in view, keep it scriptural, so to speak. Because when it's the Savior talking about the demons that they dealt with, we see how it was phrased and put, and we want to stay close to that, in my opinion.
Yeah, when it says don't go where angel spirits tread, there's a reason why.
Yep. I mean, when you hear that the princes of Persia resisted the angel bringing the answer
co-founder of Bare Naked Ladies. All that ahead on Boston Public Radio 89.7 GBH.